Well, good morning, everybody, from a cloudy Canterbury. Final day of the season. Kent Fielders taking the ground right now with the two umpires coming out into the middle. The Lancashire pair, Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings, will be on their way very shortly as well, with Lancashire 126 for none overnight, with 69 for Luke Wells, 52 for Keaton Jennings. Made it look fairly straightforward, I think, last night. Of course, match situation for Kent, and I'm going to focus on them because it's the one issue still to be decided in the county championship in both divisions, is who goes up, who stays up and who goes down from county championship Division 1. Kent just need to equal or better Lancashire's overall result against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. This looks destined for a draw. Remind me I said that at 3:30 when wickets have been tumbling all the way through the day. We expect Middlesex to try and concoct something at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire to try and win that game, because that's the only way. It appears, certainly from here, that Middlesex will overhaul Kent and send Kent down into Division 2. I'm Matt Cole, alongside me Scott Reed, Alex Hode with us in the rotation today, the three of us taking you through this final day of the season. Good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Matt. Good morning, everybody. Yeah, where's it gonna head to in a few hours' time? Who's staying up, Kent or Middlesex? Who will be in Division 1 at the start of next season? I think it's still quite difficult to predict. Both games should finish in a draw. Both the games at Trent Bridge and the game here in Canterbury should finish in a draw, which would mean that Kent stay up. However, strange things happen on the final day of seasons.
Yeah, I mean, just the fact that we've seen Northamptonshire thrash Essex, for instance, in their game by an innings, the bottom team against the second team, the second team in the division going for a win to try and overall Surrey, does suggest that, everything is not that predictable. Keaton Jennings faces his first ball from Nathan Gilchrist, the Kent seamer bowls. It just dies a little bit as it goes through to Harry Finch, one bounce to him. So, expect the unexpected, I think. I mean, as you say, by looking at it yesterday, you'd think, both these games, this one and the one at Trent Bridge, are just going to peter out for a draw.
Yeah.
We'll probably have lots to talk about. Around about 3:30, we'll be asking everybody what their favourite chocolate biscuit is. Get your emails in now. But I think there will be twists and turns, definitely. A languid drive by Keaton Jennings along the ground out towards the point boundary. Ben Compton, I think it is, who fields, and there is a single run, so 127 for none. The deficit now just 40 for Lancashire. Not impossible they could build a lead, have a bit of a dart at Kent to see if the pitch does something unusual towards the end of the day.
Yeah, it's. I mean, Lancashire had a good day yesterday. Actually, I thought they bowled well. I thought they came back well. They were a bowler light as well, a seamer bowler light, because Jack Blatherwick couldn't bowl, and I thought they bowled well. And then they batted really nicely through the course of the afternoon.
Gilchrist to Wells, going full outside the off stump and driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. Joey Everson fields. 2 slips in for Kent, and a scene setter for BBC Radio Kent listeners right now. Yeah, the final countdown, Steve. Have you got that one on a button somewhere? Final day of the season, and it all comes down to this. It's the one issue to be settled in county cricket remaining is who stays up, who goes down from County Championship Division 1. Kent, unfortunately for them, are in that mix, so too Middlesex. As things stand this morning, as the sides start, Kent are ahead. All they need to do is equal or better Middlesex's result against Nottinghamshire. Here at Canterbury, Lancashire 120 127 for none. A bat on. The deficit and second innings now just 40 runs. So Lancashire, set fair, had a really good day yesterday on what looks like a flat pitch, so easy for batting. This one looks destined almost certainly for a draw, Steve. Almost certainly. We gather, and we would understand entirely, that Middlesex will try and concoct some sort of run chase against Nottinghamshire to give them a chance of beating Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge and overhauling Kent on the final day. So I don't think we'll be twiddling our thumbs staring into space and thinking dreamily of next April in the top division of County Championship cricket. There will be twists and turns to come. I'm trying not to get too nervous too early. I've kept the caffeine down to a minimum just in case things get a bit jittery later on, but commentary will continue via the BBC Sport website and app. Who knows what's going to happen? And we'll have regular reports. Well, indeed so, yes. I was just pointing out on the commentary, just finally on this, Steve, that do strange things happen on the final days of County Championship seasons? Well, bottom place Northamptonshire, who've been pretty dreadful all season, yesterday completed an innings victory against Essex, who finished second. Essex needed a win to try and overhaul Surrey at the top of the division and were absolutely thrashed. So don't take anything for granted on this final day, would be my suggestion. Lancashire 127 for none, final day of the season. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website now with those regular radio reports. Actually driving in this morning, at the end of the over by the way, no further runs added, I was feeling quite calm until I got here and Scott said, yeah, I think they're probably going to concoct some sort of chase, aren't they? I thought, yeah, of course they are. Of course they are at Trent Bridge. Middlesex will try and get that game so they can win it, or have a possibility. So, yeah. So it's Scott's fault, basically, I'm in this state.
Here comes Quinn in and bowls to Jennings. And that's eased away towards square leg for 2 runs, actually. It's going to come back for a second. And Jennings moves on to 55. 129 without loss. I mean, I don't know if that's going to happen at Trent Bridge, obviously, but it would.
But of course,
they're going to have to try and win the match, aren't they, Middlesex? Because if this is, because they have to win the match.
Yeah,
a draw's not good enough if this is a draw. So I'm just. You assume that something will happen.
They're not just going to say, "Oh well, game over, season over, we're relegated." They're going to try something, aren't they? But. We'll see.
We will. Here's Quinn to Jennings. Let's run nicely down towards third man. Again, he'll bring him to. Moves on to 57. It's 131 without loss. I think the first thing to say is that they have started, because that game has been quite badly affected by the weather. But they are underway. So Middlesex are batting. And it is Brett Hutton and Jake Ball bowling. And Sam Robson and Mark Snowman batting for Middlesex. So they're 19 without loss. So actually they've now got themselves in front. They lead by 1. So they're going to have to try and score quickly. Middlesex to get in front. There's Quinn in, bowls, defended by Jennings. And there's no run.
I was listening to the end of day commentary yesterday after it had finished here, and Kevin Hand and Dave Bracegirdle were slightly suggesting at that time Middlesex didn't seem to be hurrying in their final overs against Nottinghamshire either, that they felt a little bit more urgency was needed, but they did end up bowling them out, and perhaps they were thinking end of day, we'll see where we are and and do something today.
It's Quinn to Jennings off the front foot, defends again, no run. Robson's 18 off 21 balls, so he's come out with a bit of intent. Middlesex are now 24 without loss, so they've got on with it. But obviously they're batting, so they have a little bit more control of that match. If they can score quickly, they don't necessarily need to force anything. They can score quickly and pull out and try and bowl knots out. Might be one that they just get to lunch and see where they're at. And if the two captains then have a conversation, then so be it. But they're batting Middlesex, so if they bat well this morning. Forward again goes Jennings, no run. And they could just be in a position to try and have a go at bowling Nottinghamshire out a little bit later on in the day. 131 without loss. Jennings on 57 and Luke Wells on 69. And in the middle of all this, something quite significant happened for Lancashire last night as well.
Of course.
With the announcement that after 30 years at the club, Glen Chapple will be leaving. As Quinn comes in and bowls and Jennings drives to mid-off, end of the over. 36 behind Lancashire at 131 without loss. I'm pretty sure that Lancashire supporters listening and watching the live stream will be aware of it. The announcement about 6:30 last night that after 30 years with Lancashire as a player, captain, coach and head coach, Glen Chapple will be leaving Lancashire at the end of this season. 7 of those years, the last 7 of those years, has been as Lancashire's head coach. So big news coming out of Manchester last night.
And unexpected?
Yeah, he's still. I think so. Yeah, I'll come back to it.
Yeah, Gilchrist bowls to Wells. Withdraw the bat from that for a second, but it's along the ground out towards point. No real alarms.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, those close to him would have an idea of what's going on, I'm sure, but
yeah, I think I was surprised at, in particular, the timing of it.
Okay. ... Here's Gilchrist to... That's why I'm putting words in your mouth here. I'm trying to build the tension. Wells defends that back at the bowl and there's no run.
But the decision... I mean, the statement that the club has issued, with Glenn saying that he wants to try and explore other opportunities, and Mark Chilton, the director of cricket, obviously paying tribute to an absolutely outstanding 30 years at the club as a player and latterly as a coach.
It's Gilchrist then to Wells. Takes a step down the pitch and drives it up to Everson in the sleeveless cable knit jumper at mid-off, no run.
And I suppose you reach a point where 7 years is, I guess, quite a long time as a head coach, potentially. This is undoubtedly the club has, in my opinion, has progressed on the field.
Gilchrist to Wells. Tighter line, that one. Wells treats it with respect, defends it up to mid on no run.
And in particular, the last 4 years of that period, when Dane was captain, they came close to winning the title on 3 occasions. The runners up 3 times in Division 1. 3 times they got to finals day and didn't win it.
As Gilchrist 2 slips in behind Wells, leaves that one, shoulders, arms, through to the wicketkeeper.
So that, I think, actually represents quite a significant sequence of success. You're backing it up season in, season out. They're one of the better sides in the country consistently over a period of time under Glenn's stewardship as head coach.
Final ball of the 40th over here. Nathan Gilchrist bowls. It's left once again by Wells. Going across the left-hander through to wicketkeeper Harry Finch. And the end of the 40th over. Lancashire 131 for none. And the deficit down to, where are we? 36 now between these two sides. Gilchrist, 8 overs, 3 maidens, done for 17.
So there's a lot, I think, gone right in terms of his during his time as head coach. There is a sense a little bit this season of a little bit of a changing of the guard to a degree. Some of the senior players, in particular, obviously Dane Vallas, who's retired, have moved on. Even some relatively established players are not youngsters anymore. Matt Parkinson's coming here, and Rob Jones is going to Worcestershire, Daniel Lamb's going to Sussex. So there's a sense of an evolution a little bit in their squad. Younger players coming through, Matty Hurst playing his second first-class match in this game, for example. So there's a sense of things transitioning a little bit. Quinn's in and bowls, and Jennings defends, and there's no run. But without speaking yet to either Glenn or to Mark, I'm only looking at this from the Mark Chilton, the director of cricket. I'm only looking at this from the outside. That maybe this is a little bit wrapped up in that. That there is, again, this is only my opinion. This is not from what I've heard from the club or people at the club. That maybe this is just part of that sense of maybe just going in a slightly different direction. I don't know that for certain, but that's looking at it from the outside. There's Quinn's in and bowls to Jennings, drives straight to extra cover, and there is no run. But it's a significant day for Glenn. He's been, as Mark put in his statement last night, Mark Chilton put in his statement last night, he will go down as a legend of the club from what he's achieved during his playing career, and has overseen a sustained period of success over the last 7 years as head coach. And I agree with all those words. Yeah, I think that's nicely put by Mark. And Glenn wanting to, it says in his statement, explore and pursue new coaching opportunities. Oh, it's come back in towards Jennings. That's a decent shout, but might just be angling down the leg side. Looking to try and work it away to mid-wicket. And there's no run. 131 without loss. So yeah, that was quite a bit of, well, it's quite significant news developing from Old Trafford last night at the back end of the day. Hopefully speak to Glenn a little bit later on. One slip in a gully, backward point, deep point, extra cover, mid off, mid on. Jennings goes back and just dabs the ball away into the offside. Daniel Bell Drummond fields. And there is no run. But certainly he leaves with, and rightly so, I'm sure, an immense sense of pride with what he's done as a player and a coach and head coach. 30 years of service to Lancashire. An absolutely outstanding bowler. And captain. It's Quinn to Jennings. He's a little on the walk there, just defends. And there is no run. So it's 131 without loss here. It's reaction to that, of course, on the BBC Sport website and app. You can read the full report of that news.
See, Lancashire fans can have their say as well.
Yeah, who's next? I think Middlesex have lost a wicket.
Well,
at Trent Bridge.
Good news for Kent. Must be good news for Kent, surely. Yeah.
There's Quinn into Jennings. And that's defended to mid-on. And there's no run. End of the over. So 131 without loss here. That was a maiden by Matt Quinn. Do we know who's out at Trent Bridge?
Mark Stoneman, I think, has gone. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Alex. Keep an eye. So, Alex Hoke, of course, from BBC Sport Online. He's used to watching,
multiple games.
10 games at once. So this is, maybe not the cricket, but 9 games at once. Well, maybe with an international as well. So this is child's play to him. Just keeping his weather on 2 games. He's probably watching Hampshire against Surrey as we speak on a separate screen somewhere, but.
He was yesterday. He was commentating and watching the game from Trent Bridge yesterday. His Gilchrist is pulled away, actually safe in the air from Wells, but has beautifully bisected the fielders on the onside. Denley and Chahal go chasing it, but that is 4, and he takes that ball just short of a length outside the off stump and comfortably deposits it for 4. On the old Dover Road side of the ground in front of Freeman House flats. He's a man of many talents. I would just find it hard to walk and chew gum at the same time, as the old cliche goes. So, ultimate respect to Alex. Yeah, I was listening to it and thinking, how does he know these things? Almost like he has a psychic ability where he's on the commentary yesterday, listening to that, and it was a great listen down towards. Backward square, this one just nudged off the hip, and that'll be a single for Lancashire. Feels like As You Were from what I was listening to and watching a bit of yesterday, Scott, for Lancashire here. 136 for none. No great alarms or surprises. Not really, no. 34 for 1 Middlesex. Stoneman, as we said, is the man out for 14. Robson's 20 off 24 balls.
With every Middlesex wicket that falls, obviously, that makes it harder for them to rustle up something that Nottinghamshire are going to be interested with. If Nottinghamshire are taking regular Middlesex wickets, that's got to be good for Kent. This one seems away from Jennings. I don't know what to be. Well, I'm not going to be critical of Nathan Gilchrist here, but a lot of deliveries that Jennings is finding it easy to leave, but I suppose it's that dividing line, isn't it? If you put it on the stumps, both these batters looking very capable of, with a full delivery, smacking it back past the bowler. We've just seen a glorious pull, which looked all too comfortable for Luke Wells as well. This one's left by Jennings outside the off stump, through to the wicket keeper. He was one of the possible selections, of course, for the for the team of the year.
When's that released? Announced? No, he doesn't know.
Alex has already told us who's in there, so I'll just give you a brief. No, I'm joking. I'm joking, Alex. Oh my lord. Yeah, sorry, that was supposed to be. I thought it would be a wry smile. There was a look of panic on his face. No, he really hasn't. As Gilchrist bowls outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper. Although we get to watch a lot of cricket, I mean, I did have my own selection, but part of it was done on players I'd actually seen, the eye test. Part of it was on just sheer weight of stats, and there was a bit of favouritism in there as well. So there we go. I'm not sure how everyone, probably supporters out there have done it in a lot more clinical way than I have, but yeah. So sorry, James Rue, but Ollie Robinson was always going to be the wicket-keeper. Here's Gilchrist to Jennings through to the wicket-keeper. That's a good line, actually, from Nathan Gilchrist. So not being critical of him, he's brought that back slightly. But again, Jennings has just been able to keep the bat in the line behind the pads and through to the wicket-keeper. There's no run, nothing much in it for the bowlers. It looks 136 for none. I felt in my selection, I felt Rue or Robinson, I put myself in an England selector's point of view. It felt a little bit like, is it Bairstow? Is it Folkes? I went for the Folkes choice with Ollie Robinson.
You feel under pressure.
It's weird when you do those things as well, isn't it? I mean, I won't say it doesn't matter because it's a great thing to do, but I'm just one of the thousands and thousands of people that put their votes in. So I didn't think that my one slightly sentimental vote for a very fine cricketer, albeit in Ollie Robinson, was going to skew things, I don't think.
We still don't know what time it's released, this, do we? Or do we?
On tenterhooks.
There's Quinn in and balls, left by Wells. Through to the keeper. At some point today, we think.
There's a lot of counting to be done, to be fair.
Yeah. How many people voted, do we know? Tens of thousands.
Tens of thousands.
Okay, tens of thousands.
And as I understand it, that all of your online votes get converted into individual voting slips. Is that right? So Steve Marshall and the team are just basically going through all of them and reading them and just ticking the boxes. It's it's all done manually in a very, very sort of general election fashion. Of course not.
136 without losses. Quinn around the wicket to Wells again. Defends. Steers the ball up towards mid-on this time, and there is no run. 74 to Luke Wells and 57 to Keaton Jennings. Floodlights just flickering on here in Canterbury. Overcast day, cloudy day, not nearly as warm as the first three. But we are playing. Light could be an issue if it's told that the cloud cover's set to be here for most of the day, so that might be a factor later on. Or it might not. So second guessing each other as the day progresses. Quinn to Wells. Just comes back into him. Defends.
And I would concur. It's likely one of the two. It'll either be an issue or it won't.
I think that's. I'm on safe ground with that. Aren't I
think you are. It's wise words from Scott Reed.
I like to bring that type of insight. I think it's rare these days.
I think it's having commentated with me many times. You know how incredibly rude that is of me. Of the sort of useless musings that I come up with every day. There we are.
In contrast, it's bright and sunny at Trent Bridge.
Yeah.
Middlesex lead by.
Oh, now you're doing it.
I know. Run here for Wells, clipped out towards mid-wicket. And it's 138 without loss. Lead by 23 now, 41 for 1.
I should say, Lancashire fans, it'd be great to hear your thoughts about Glenn Chapple, perhaps a reflection on his career with Lancashire. kencricket@gmail.com for supporters of either side, if you want to email us at BBC Lancs Sport, at BBC Kent Sport on X. I finally said that rather than Twitter. It's a gold star for me.
Quinn to Jennings.
Should that be a gold tick?
steered down to backward point, and there is no run. And that's very good. That is very good from you. 137 without loss. Wells 75. Jennings on 57. So the deficit 30.
Robbo on X saying, "Come on, boys, one last push." He's a Kent supporter. He's got the bicep emoji there. Hoping for some strength from Kent today.
Rather than the fist pump emoji.
Oh no, that's true. You could have done that, yeah.
That one, can't it? And Jennings off the front foot just nudges the ball away to mid-wicket. And there's no run, so 137 without loss. Still 30 behind Lancashire. And as Matt was saying, the kind of the feel and pace of the game, pretty similar to what we saw for most of yesterday.
Yeah. The pace, as you said, at Trent Bridge is high as the Middlesex going around about 5 and over. They're 43 for 1 now, but that's a lead of just 25. So they need to score quickly enough, don't they? Oh, Scott, what have you seen?
Just in contrast, when you talk about the pace of the game, I'm just seeing on pictures from Trent Bridge of Sam Robson reverse scooping shots here. So they're a little bit, it's a little bit of a different approach.
Yeah. And they have to, and at this point, Notts are not setting up a declaration, are they? They are. It's up for Middlesex to try and force the pace here, because I'm assuming Notts will think, while they're trying to do that, we could take a whole bundle of wickets and maybe even win this final game of the season. So they are not. Yeah, they are not the patsies in this. They're not setting it up so Middlesex can win a game by any means. But
no, it's proper bowling.
Yeah, 137 for none. Lancashire here. Yeah, in contrast, Kent a quiet side already. There's not much chatter out there at all. That's a good ball from Gilchrist. That's absolutely gone through Wells. It's kept low a little bit as well. And Wells does react to that one. There's a hand-to-head from Nathan Gilchrist after that delivery. And that one looked threatening. More of those, and the result here would be absolutely possible on the final day. But let's going to look at the replay of that one. And, oh yeah, that's kept low. I don't know if he's taken a little bit of pace off that, but it's come back towards the left-hander, but missing the stumps. Gilchrist bowls again. That's on off a middle. It's a decent ball again from Gilchrist. He's testing Wells, making him play that one. But yeah, I'll say plenty to be decided. It's just these two, Middlesex and Kent, now to be decided in terms of going up and going down, and champions, of course. Surrey crowned champions yesterday. Worcestershire also up into Division 1 for next season. Durham, it seemed like about 6 months ago, as I guess, that they got promoted. This one into the covers, fielded by Nijar. There's no run. But yeah, it'd be great to hear from you. Even your thoughts, I suppose, on your club season as a whole. On those social media addresses at BBC Kent Sport, at BBC Lanc Sport, or kentcricket@gmail.com. Here's Gilchrist outside the off stump. Wells shoulders arms. A solid leave through to the wicketkeeper, no run. Richard has already been in touch. Good morning, Richard. Great to hear from you. Pending issues, he says.
Oh, right, okay.
And this is not just about this game. We all just hope that the issues around Sam Billings will be resolved. I personally hope he stays and can contribute going forward, but I'm not optimistic. Overall, the club need to be a lot more transparent in their communications next year, as frustration levels for supporters are at an all-time high, he says, in my opinion. Sure. Driven by Wells. That is a lovely shot, but actually stopped by Everson, who was alert to it, and they'll just get a single. Perhaps didn't get as much with Jennings as I thought from the initial shot, but we said that Everson had to dive pretty sharply to his left to stop that going for a boundary, I think.
Me too. I thought that would run away before.
So, Richard, thank you for that. But yes, I think there are pending issues, certainly for Simon Cook to sort out as new director of cricket.
Okay.
Certainly there'll be recruitment for next season with Jordan Cox gone and outside the off stump, and that is a drive and a miss from Jennings. First loose shot of the day. We're going across him quite wide from Nathan Gilchrist, to be honest, and I don't think Keaton Jennings will be ashamed of himself for having a larrup at that one. But he's missed it. It's gone through to the wicket-keeper. Had he connected, it would have gone many a mile, I think, that off drive through the wicket-keeper.
Never heard the word larrup before.
Not
Oh,
right.
I quite like that. I might nick that and use it myself. A larrup.
It's a very technical term.
Is it? Yeah, it's right up my street. I love technical terms.
A healthy hit, no doubt that. Mike, great to hear from you from Soho Square. Central trendy London, that, isn't it?
It does,
That
yeah.
trendy
Yeah,
London.
it is.
Mike, we've heard from you before. It's great to hear from you once again. So I trust you guys are well. I can't see our game ending in anything other than a draw at the St Lawrence. However, I know Middlesex may push to set a target, but let's not forget that their batting has been prone to collapsing like a dodgy ironing board.
Dear.
Come on, Kent, says Mike. Well,
Wait, he's true though, isn't it? Middlesex
Well,
has been
yes.
prone to a
I mean, that stat that no one apart from Sam Robson has scored more, I think, than 73 the entire season. No single batter. I mean, that is... I mean, and their batting bonus points kind of emphasise that, doesn't it? Or lack of.
It's Quinn to Wells. And Wells defends out towards mid-wicket and there's no run.
I mean, a cynic would say that perhaps the ease they're having in batting at the moment would suggest it's going to be very difficult for them to take 10 Nottinghamshire wickets today. But maybe that's wishful thinking from a Kent point of view. We'll find out.
138 without loss here in Canterbury. As Quinn loops round at the top of his mark from the Nackington Road end and sets off again with Wells waiting. It's defended off the front foot, punched up to mid-off. And there is no run. Spoke to Luke Wells last night, got a little bit lost actually in all the chappy stuff.
Of course, yeah.
But a nice catch up with Luke, reflecting on his season. He was quite impressed with how Lancashire responded yesterday, and he did say it could have got a little bit ugly. I think it was a phrase he used when they were bowling, because they were a bowler lie, and the pitch wasn't doing much here, was it? And it could have kind of unfolded pretty quickly. Flashed away towards backward square leg for a single, moves on to 77, but he thought that they bowled pretty well. In particular, he picked out Balderson, the way he kind of wrestled a bit of control back for Lancashire yesterday morning, and then obviously he was impressed with the way he and Keaton, enjoyed the way he and Keaton batted last night. He got past 10,000 first-class career runs yesterday as well, so a nice landmark for him. He said he should have happened sooner, but he was reflecting on his season and the club season as well. Quinn to Jennings, goes back and cuts the ball. Good stop at backward point by, is that Jack Leading? Either way, it was a good stop.
I think it's Aaron Najjar
Okay,
actually at
sorry.
backward point there, yeah. I had to look myself there. The cable knit's all on there,
I
so you
know,
can't see the numbers.
Struggling to pick them up.
Is that Jack at...
Mid-wicket.
Yeah, I was going to say. It's like he is at the moment.
One slip in place to under Mia's but he's quite wide at slip actually. Gap to where he's standing from the keeper.
Yeah.
Jennings works the ball away to mid-wicket. Yeah, that's leaning there, scooping the ball up. Through for a single. Jennings moves on to 58. So it's 140 without loss. Deficit of 27. And I shall have to leave you for an update.
Lovely. And so BBC Lancashire and Manchester listeners, the news from this morning. And Alex Hode will sit alongside me here, and he can talk about the team of the year as voted by the BBC Sport users. It's part of the BBC Sport online team for the cricket feed over the summer, the live text feed. It's this one from Quinn, nudged into the onside. And there'll be a single to end the over, 141 for none. All seems very, very quiet and, well, I'll say calm here, maybe not. They're just looking abroad to see what happens. So I've got an update in a couple of minutes, but to coin a phrase, and it's live.
It is live.
That team of the year is up there right now, so you can find that via bbc.co.uk /cricket. And but yeah, perhaps we can go through one of the selections. I know you gave us a teaser yesterday that one player had garnered more percentage votes than any other in the history of the of this.
Well, call it a competition. I think so.
Yeah.
Yes, I think that's fair enough to say.
Anyway,
Of the vote, yes,
there was. The ballot.
Indeed, 89% of the, I think, about 27,000 people.
Do you want to?
Oh, I should talk about cricket as well.
Yeah.
As Nathan Gilchrist comes in and just.
Yeah. Sorry, absolutely. I'll be doing the update very shortly. What I was going to say, do you want to wait until after the update and we can give you chapter and verse? What do you think?
I think that's a good idea. Yeah.
So it's live there. You can see it with your eye holes, should you want to, or you can listen with your luck holes, and we'll go through the 11 and why it's an absolute aberration in my opinion. No,
genuinely, there will be a lot of people that are not happy. It's always the way. You can't keep everyone happy at the same time. Gilchrist in once again from the pavilion end. This one's whipped away through mid wickets by Luke Wells. Going to be hauled in just inside the rope. I think they're going to stick for 2. I don't think they're going to come back for a third. Keaton Jennings did want one, but Luke Wells says no.
Throw from Joe Denley there.
Indeed, he moves on to 80.
I'm going to take over here because I think they're just finishing the travel news.
Absolutely fine.
And I'm going to ask you how long it is that Joe Denley, who's wearing a sleeveless jumper today, has worn long sleeve shirts, because I don't remember seeing him in a short sleeve shirt for a long time. There we are, but we'll probably talk about more important issues as well, like what's happening in this game over there. Well, no wickets have fallen here, Steve, so Lancashire are still batting. They're 23 behind Kent in their second innings, but they're 144 for no wicket. So absolutely no chances so far given by the batting team. Looks like this one will almost certainly be a draw, but eyes are with the other game that really affects Kent's chances. They need to equal or better Nottinghamshire's Middlesex's result, I should say, at Nottinghamshire, and I've just seen Middlesex, rather. I should get the teams around the right way. That'll help, won't it? As Gilchrist bowls here, Middlesex have lost a second wicket. Nottinghamshire have taken a second Middlesex wicket, which is great news for Kent. Middlesex leading there by just 41 runs. We think, well, Middlesex will try and tease Nottinghamshire in some sort of run chase at the end to try and win that game, because that looks like the only way that they're going to stay up and Kent will go down into the second division. But it's great news. Every wicket that Nottinghamshire take in the meantime puts more pressure on Middlesex and makes that less likely and more likely for Kent to stay up. They're doing their part here, Steve. This looks like a very flat, placid pitch, and there's a sort of eerie calm over Canterbury at the moment, because not much at the moment from this match suggests that it's going to be anything else than a draw. So a lot of people, ourselves included, have one eye on this, one eye on the Middlesex-Nottinghamshire game, hoping in the nicest possible way that Middlesex have a terrible, terrible, terrible day and Kent will be in County Championship Division 1 once again, start to April. So we'll keep you updated, of course, with all of that via the commentary on the BBC Sport website, and with these regular radio reports, of course, to bring you the, well, still tense proceedings here at Canterbury. So thank you, Alex, for signalling a second Middlesex wicket has gone down.
Holden as well, which is a big one, because he and Stephen Eskenazi were brought in for this game, recalled for this game, and they are big hitters.
They can score really quickly.
They were. Holden came in at 3. Eskenazi is now in at 4 as well. Sam Robson's still there on 33, but it's good news from a Kent perspective. Anyway, that Gilchrist over finished. I'm not sure how many came from it in the end. A couple of hooked singles from, if memory serves. Luke Wells has moved on to 82, and Keaton Jennings, what's that? 59. And as you say, it feels like while we are here and enjoying being here, a lot of eyes are going to be elsewhere. I think there's a lot of earpieces around the ground already as well today, listening in for people wanting updates from 192 miles up the road.
Obviously, you've got eyes on this one because it's cricket. It's not impossible that something could happen here in terms of the way the match swings. If Lancashire bat on and give Kent a tricky session and a bit perhaps at the end of the day. As Quinn bowls to Wells, it's a drive off a foolish delivery up to mid-wicket, fielded by Jack Leaning, the Kent captain.
What I would say is this is the most uncomfortable September the 29th I've ever had at Championship cricket. I think that's something we can agree on. It's not one that you can particularly rest easy. Edge of the seat day, no matter what happens.
Yeah, it's just that, yeah, that's that. For Kent supporters, I think it's just that feeling in the pit of your stomach that it looks okay, but it might all go badly wrong.
It feels like it's no longer in their hands because engineering a victory from this position, I'm not entirely sure how that happened without a lot of deep, heavy discussion and bartering, essentially. And I don't think anyone really wants that to happen. You just want cricket to be the decider today. You don't want weather to intervene. You don't want people to have anything to talk about afterwards, whether that was too generous, not generous enough.
I mean, here Kent can only force the issue by taking quick wickets here, and driven by Wells up the pitch, and as if to emphasise that, from again a fullish length delivery, it's 2 taken there, that apart from that one delivery from Nathan Gilchrist, which got close to the off stump and kept a little bit low, we haven't seen much trepidation here. And what can Jack Leaning do? At this point, you know, the Kent Brains Trust, the head coach and the director of cricket aren't going to be saying, let's make absolutely sure, let's put a crazy run chase together, because they are in the leading position here.
They are indeed
at this point.
Yeah, and there was very little jeopardy yesterday. It was 4 or 5 minutes, and that was it. Everything crammed into then.
Round the wicket comes Quinn, lifted over mid-wicket, and that's actually a glorious clip by Wells for 4 runs. Jack Leaning just has one of those fielding attempts where it's all arms and legs. He's just throwing an arm at it off the ground. It's gone for 4, but I was going to say not much jeopardy in that either. I think he pretty much knew Wells is an experienced enough player to know he's comfortably carried mid-wicket. And Lancashire 150 up, Wells onto 88. Jennings has 59.
His timing yesterday was impeccable, Luke Wells, and he's picked up where he left off, which is frustrating from a Kent perspective. He absolutely backed himself to get it over there. Again, it makes it look like a good result on the opening first hour of the first day to get him out so cheaply.
Here's Quinn then to bowl outside the off stump to Luke Wells. He leaves it through to the wicket keeper, and there's no run. Emails coming in. There's one from Alan actually on Glenn Chapple. I don't know whether we should keep that. We could certainly repeat it when Scott Reed's back on commentary, because I know you love his thoughts. Victor, can we try and sync the commentary with the action at Canterbury? The feed 1 ball behind. It's a bit annoying, to be fair, he says. Victor, thank you for getting in touch. I hope that the Kent office are listening. I'm sure they will do their best to try and do that. We're just taking care of the commentary here. But obviously, you can get in touch with us and we can do our best to pass those messages on. But this one's just flicked off the pad. A little leg glance down towards the boundary. In fact, it is gone for 4, just out of sight from us from the overhang of the Frank Woolley balcony there. End of the over, 156 for none. Jennings 59, Wells 92. Swan-like they go on, gliding through to this huge opening stand, and Kent still unable to make a breakthrough. Fielding pads and helmets brought on. So Victor, indeed.
Yeah, I do feel Victor's pain when that happens. I've had to be on the stream trying to listen and watch at the same time, and it is a frustration. So hopefully it's something that can be sorted out, or at least brought a little bit closer together. It isn't anything we have control over here. No cables or plugs or switches that we can deal with. I'm just watching Yuzvendra Chahal, who's coming in. I believe he's going to be taking over. Off comes the floppy hat.
Yeah, nothing's happened, has it, for the seam bowlers this morning?
No, it hasn't. They all like this end as well. I think there's a little bit of rough to work with from Matt Quinn's footsteps on day one. They've been there ever since, and he's going to be bowling to Keaton Jennings first up. Just a little something just to see if there's anything to work with. I certainly thought there would be by this point. I think that the fact that they put the spinners in the team, I think a lot of people would have been surprised if you said this game looks destined to finish after tea on the final day, whichever way it goes. But here we are, facing that very real prospect.
Yeah. But yeah, we don't, it said this looks like a draw, and then the captains you'd expect to shake hands then at 5 o'clock perhaps tonight, but that really much depends, doesn't it, on what's happening elsewhere.
So much does indeed. In comes Chahal. This one's just clipped away from in front of leg stump by Keaton Jennings into the leg side, just for an easy single. He'll walk the last 5 or 6 yards of that one.
It's an email.
Takes him on to 60. Sorry.
No, I beg your pardon. I've interrupted. I'll tell you what. I'll get to Alan's email at the end of the over, because
Chapple does just rattle through them,
yeah.
Slightly. Of course, that's a factor as well, that if you get the spinners on early, just eat up those overs as well, takes time out of the game. Luke Wells is taking strike for this one, just a slight adjustment to his field on the leg side. And this one is clipped straight back down to the fielder at mid-wicket. There's no run there. Wells on strike, 92 for Luke Wells, 157 for Lancashire. Chapple comes in for his third delivery. Another one heading destined for leg stump, which is clipped towards the short leg, who's in place. But there's no run there. Dealt with it very well for a good hour or probably two yesterday afternoon. Having a close catcher in position. This one's looped up by Chapple and guided away down towards mid-on for an easy single for Luke Wells. Takes him on to 93 and brings Keaton Jennings back onto strike. Just a slight adjustment again on the leg side. Fielder's coming a little bit closer for Keaton Jennings. And then comes Chapple past the umpire. Skittles this one through, and that was up in, I think he came off the pad. I'm not sure, there's a lot of bat involved. There was a scramble, I think, from Tawanda Miyeye to try and take that left-handed going behind the stumps. Didn't quite make it. There was no run, and there's no wicket either. The wait goes on for Kent, trying to break through. Finding something to do. Chapple in once more. Down and swept away by Keaton Jennings. He got a lot of that one. I think that's gone all the way. It hasn't gone all the way. It's been hauled in for a nice, easy single again. There's no intent or anything from Lancashire. They're having a very comfortable netting session. Essentially, but the ball was returned in from the deep. A single to Keaton Jennings. He's on to 61, 159 for no loss.
And Jack Leaning's bringing himself on at the Lackington Road end. It does make sense that, again, with the seamers, you're not getting much return if they're plodding in or thundering in and getting, instead, no return. Just give spin a go. A little bit to play with perhaps for Jack Leaning as well, the off spinner outside the left-handers off stump. There's a little bit of rough there if he can find it. 159 for none. This will tell us quite a lot, I think, these next few overs about whether this game could be a positive result for either side. I'm not saying it'll be definitive, but
I certainly think he's taking one from the team from bowling from the Lackington Road end, though.
Yeah, as you said, both spinners, Najjar and Chapple, preferred this end. And in the previous game against Nottinghamshire as well. We'll take a quick single out to backward point. And yeah, Alan's email, which I didn't get to before, about Glenn Chapple. They'll probably repeat it when Scott's on commentary as well. So round the wicket comes Jack Leaning, as Wells propels that towards Joey Everson at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Alan saying, Glenn Chapple. Glenn is a Lancashire legend, not only for his bowling, which surely merited more than the one England cap, but for leading the club to county championship title on a shoestring budget. This one is defended by Luke Wells. He's given 100% to the club for over 30 years. Thanks for everything, Glenn, and very best wishes. That's from Alan from the Lancashire County Cricket Members Group, and representing them as well. So thank you for that, Alan. Round the wicket comes, Leaning goes fairly wide there. It's driven by Wells out towards the offside boundary. Was a little bit of on his tiptoes there, Joe Denley, as he came in. And yeah, that was my completely useless point about Joe Denley. I don't remember for many years seeing him anything else but a long-sleeved shirt. Is that what he's comfortable in, I guess?
Well, I mean,
it's a cut away. The important issues discussed here on the BBC.
Yeah.
It's driven out to him. Another single taken, 162 for none.
Tastes change, fashions change as you go through the years. He's a 37-year-old man now. He needs to dress like it. He's a dad.
I won't hear of it. He can't be.
I know.
Well, I suppose, yeah. The old man, as Jaden Denley's nephew called him on his first interview.
Bit like, disrespectful.
Yeah, absolutely. Cut away towards the offside.
Can he bowl if we need him today? That's what I want to know about Joe Denley. He's obviously come to the party with the bat, but Is that an option? He's not bowled.
I feel like they probably would have tried him, wouldn't they? Although you've got an international leg spinner in your team, and you've got Nijai who'll spin the ball away from the left-hander or right-hander as well. End of the over, we're 163 for none. The deficit just 4 now for Lancashire. Not much happening on this pitch here. Middlesex 77 for 2.
Every time I glance at the screen for Middlesex, it's being fielded about a foot inside of the rope by someone. I'm pretty sure they just got 6 singles off that last over, and all of which ended up within a couple of feet of being a boundary.
2 consecutive overs they've taken 6 and over from. So
indeed, Chahal on from this pavilion end. She's just batted back down the track by Luke Wells. He's in no rush at all.
And the spinners on mean we haven't had a chance to discuss the team of the season.
I know there's so much going on.
We'll get there.
What a busy day. In comes Chahal again. This one's defended straight back to the bowler by Luke Wells. He'll be frustrated that no matter what he does today, he can't affect the team of the year. There is one Lancashire player in it, I can tell you that. Chahal comes in again. This one's tried to work it into the leg side. It was stopped by Tawanda Miyeye at short leg. It had already hit the ground. It was not a chance. There have been very, very, very few chances. None better than probably the one that Jack Leaning failed to catch. Went through his hands off, I think, Keaton Jennings, off Chahal. Reverse swept away by Luke Wells down towards the Les Ames. That's going to go all the way. Nicely timed. Beautiful execution. That's 4 more for him. And he moves on to 99. He had certainly planned that one.
Yeah, adjustment to the field. We've not seen anything turn even out the rough so far.
Wicket at Trent Bridge. Stephen Eskenazi, another big hitter, has departed for 9. Sam Robson still there in 41. 77 for 3, 59 for 3 effectively are Middlesex. In comes Chahal. Luke Wells is guided away. No interest in scampering a single there, no matter what the scoreboard might say.
Feels a bit like Nottinghamshire setting up their own run chase at this point with the wickets.
Well, they're being very aggressive, and I think they have to. I'm not sure they've given much hope.
Yeah.
Chahal in once again. This one is squirted away into the offside by Luke Wells. That will be the end of the over. Luke Wells is on 99, and it will be Keaton Jennings who's back on strike. He's on 63. 167 for no loss. Our Lancashire
scores level.
Indeed, scores level. Yes.
Yeah.
I just should have thought that.
So we can go through this patiently with the team of the year. If I'm looking at this, so this one voted by BBC Sport users. So thank you everybody for doing that. Tens of thousands of people.
Yeah, I think it was just under 30,000 in the end. But they were on the clock.
That's a fair
it was only open for a limited time, and I know a lot of people missed the opportunity to do it.
And right at the top of the order is that record breaker.
It is.
It's Leaning bowls to Jennings. There's a quick delivery from Leaning. There was a shout for an LBW. It sounded a little bit woody to me. I don't know if it a bit inside edge, but it didn't look bad. But as Jennings, was that a no from Keaton Jennings?
I think it was.
I mean, they heard that in Sussex, didn't they? Across the channel.
Do you reckon Luke Wells wants to be on the strike?
He's not. I don't think he's taking that one. It's a good point. He's on 99 at the moment. He's Leaning to Jennings, and not to underestimate the efforts of these two either, because it still takes patience, doesn't it?
It does concentration more than anything. If you've got the seamers on, you've got a little while to take stock. Whereas these are coming at you every 20 seconds.
Showing their skills, making this look straightforward. Down the pitch comes Keaton Jennings, couple of steps, and in the end ends up just playing with soft hands into the onside. Joey Everson fields at mid-wicket. I go through the field. It's not a fascinating one, to be fair. There's a slip, backward point, backward square leg. It's Leaning bowls. Yeah, a little bit short and wide, and it's just driven out towards
brilliantly. And yeah, I mean, as you say, it's a flat pitch. They don't put themselves to the boundary. They've got to be hit and they've got to be timed, and he's done it very well with every surface of his bat. A fantastic knock.
Yeah, beautifully done. Career-wise, that's his 24th first-class century. Some way away from his career high.
It may be the least pressurised of those 24.
Well, possibly so.
Perhaps, but maybe it helps. But it still takes some doing. I've never done it. So there we go. Yuzvendra Chahal back from the pavilion end, bowling just driven towards mid-wicket. A nice parry.
But at the moment, things okay for Kent. I would say just marginally, looking like we can be a little bit more calm and casual about this right now. But cricket is a weird old sport, as people who don't follow it will know as well. So still there's the background of tension here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Lancashire 180 for none. We're keeping an eye on both games, of course, here on BBC Radio Kent via the BBC Sport website and at that commentary with regular radio reports. 181 for none then, Lancashire, with just that ball just steered away back with a square for one. And one ball to come from Nijar.
Nijar has replaced Chahal at this end after a very short stint. In comes Nijar right now. He's bowling to Luke Wells, who just bats it down the track to him. He remains on 109, 181 for no loss, 67 for Keaton Jennings at the other end. There was a brief drinks interruption. Break.
Yeah.
Didn't break. While we were chatting about the team of the year.
Yeah.
Would you like me to continue with the team of the year?
Yeah, why not?
The next chap.
Yeah. I'm not going to mention any more of my selections because it's making me look.
James Rew was in my team.
Making me look
Let's put it that way.
capricious.
As much as I do like Ollie Robinson, as a person and as a player, James Rew did make the cut for me.
Yeah.
The next player
I
played in Division 2 this year, and Kent fans will be hoping he's playing in Division 2 next year because he signed for Middlesex. It's Lewis Deploy of Derbyshire currently, who is nearly 1,200 runs at 80 his average. Extraordinary.
As this one's driven for a ball from Jack Leaning. She passed the non-striker, who rather got in Jack Leaning's way, not unfairly. He was just standing there. So a scramble through for a single. Wells will come on strike. Jennings goes to 68, score to 182 for none.
Indeed, 4 centuries for Lewis Deploy in Derbyshire's Division 2 campaign this year. Liam Dawson is your spinner, or one of your spinners.
Round the wicket comes Leaning, defended, no run. He felt compelling to me.
Yeah.
But I went for a balanced side as well, so I was thinking about...
He's at 7, he can bat pretty well. He's got 840 runs, average of 40, 3 centuries, quite important ones as well.
47 wickets at 20. I mean, that...
It's not
down
bad,
the wicket comes Wells, and he's deposited that. Well, that goes to 6. It's gone over the gentleman's head, trying to catch in front of the covers. He's done a great job in the bucket hat there. And said, no, he didn't manage to catch it on the full. Good try, sir. 6 runs, though. Never mind the crowd catch. That was an elegant shot by Wells. Coming down the pitch, but just didn't feel any risk. He's been solid as a rock and occasionally explosive. On that occasion, he was 115. He goes on to 188 for none, Lancashire.
Indeed, yes.
Leaning comes round the wicket, driven up towards long off for a single, 189 for none.
A single indeed. The next man is another Essex player. It's
yeah,
another
Dawson's
spinner.
great. Sorry, just Dawson's figures are absolutely crazy.
I mean,
again.
he was in my team, I'll be honest.
Averaging 40 for 840 runs, averaging 20 for 47 wickets.
Yeah.
He should have been the first choice.
Well, he was only selected by 50% of people as well. I do feel like there's some popularity that comes
away
into this.
Into the offside. I'm about to say, come on, people, where your head's at, but having said what I just said about the wicket-keeping situation.
That's true. I mean, a lot of people's heads were in Chelmsford, clearly, because Simon Harmer's got in for the 3rd year in a row.
Harmer. So round the wicket comes Leaning. Quicker and flatter. Defended, no run. End of the over, 9 off it. Lancashire 190 for none. No sign of a wicket this morning.
No, he's not bad, Simon Harmer. He's put up the numbers.
Actually, his numbers aren't for him.
No, it feels like a down year. And then you look at them and think, I can see why you're in the team.
61 wickets at 28. Yeah. And 500 runs again at 30.
31, yeah. Well,
he bats at 8 in this side, does he?
He is at 8, yes.
Yeah. That's looking good. Yeah.
The only player to make it from the Division 1 champion, Surrey, is not perhaps the name that a lot of people would have thought of, but it's Jordan Clark, who's contributed with bat and ball as well. He's got a Chapple century. Aaron Najjar is going to resume from the pavilion end. He's bowling to Keaton Jennings. He's worked this one away into the leg side. Just on a backward of mid-wicket, and there's an easy single. I'm not sure that either of these have got out of second gear, maybe first gear in terms of the urgency of running or anything today.
It's a strange one, Jordan Clark, isn't it? Because I immediately thought, where's Gus Atkinson? But he didn't take many championship wickets.
No. And Jordan Clark as well, as this was defended back down the track to Najjar. He did give it a Chapple century as well, and he has contributed more than 400 runs, average of 28 and change. And he took 48 wickets, which is not bad. Average of 21, not bad at all. I can see why. It's another split vote, though. That's the thing. There's Najjar. This one's guided away by Luke Wells into the leg side. Just slightly got himself in the wrong position, squared up a bit, but no danger, no damage done. Yeah, 40% or just over 40% for Jordan Clark into that team. Najjar comes in once again, delivers, clipped away, past the sprawling fielder, Tyner Mieye. I'm not sure if it was in the air when he went past him, but a trot and a single.
I just realised I should be gone. I'm rattling away here, and we really need to get Scott Reed on the commentary.
Oh, sorry.
So apologies for that. But do go on, and you can carry on with the team of the year, and I'll get out of the way.
Well, that's absolutely fine. I do apologise for rabbiting on myself. Ball back in the hands of Aaron Najjar. 192 for no loss. Najjar delivers to Jennings, who's just past the bowler, down towards mid-on. That's another single for Jennings. He's on to 71. That was a single for Luke Wells, who's on to 117. The scoreboard's throwing me. Turn around so I can see your number. Right, no, this is Wells on strike. He's on 117. Keaton Jennings is on 71. And they're both going to stay there because that's the end of the over, and that's a dot ball. Thank goodness for that. Good. Welcome back, Scott. Have you had a nice hour and a half off? Sorry.
Wells has got the short sleeves on. That's always a little. I know it's quite difficult. They're both two tall left-handers,
and they've both got single figures on the back.
Yeah.
And if they're at the wrong angle,
yeah. Short sleeve Wells, long sleeve Jennings.
Yes, that's what I'm going to go for now. I might need to get used to that because they're going to be there for a while, I think.
Been here for a while already, haven't they?
They have, yes. We were working our way through the team of the year.
I was listening.
Bosch made it for you guys.
Yes, right. So
there are no. I'm going to break it to you. There are no Kent representatives in this team. There might be. There's another team being announced today, and I'm not sure if that's the case for that. There might be a Kent player that snuck into the PCA team of the year. We'll have to wait and see.
Here comes Jack leaning to Keaton Jennings, and Jennings I thought about taking the single, then quickly realised backward square leg was there to field, and there was no run.
So we've got to Jordan Clark. We're into the bowlers now. The next one is a man that the hopes of Kent rest up on his shoulders at the moment. It's Brett Hutton of Nottinghamshire.
Leading to Jennings. And he's able to force this away through the offside for a single. 72 to him, 194 with that loss.
I think this is already out of date because he's got 60 wickets at 21 and a bit. But I think he's already got at least one this morning as well. So he's working his way past 60. He was a popular choice. Nearly half the punters voted for him. He's the star paceman. Leaning
to Wells. It's dabbed into the offside, no run.
And another Essex man, the third Essex man to complete the team. Okay. He's had a very good year as Jamie Porter. Very popular, 69%.
Leaning to Wells. It's cut, picked up at Gully, and there's no run.
Didn't end very well for Essex, but I'm sure that perked them up a bit this morning to have three players in this team. 57 wickets at 19 for Jamie Porter. That is a return to form for him.
Is leaning, bowls, Wells, edges. He's caught at slip. I wasn't sure if he'd bumped it into the ground first, but no, he's gone. Wells departs for an outstanding 117. And Lancashire lose their first wicket, 194 for one. Meanwhile, news from Trent Bridge.
Well, a fourth wicket has fallen. That must have happened in sync across the 192-mile divide between Canterbury and Nottingham. 107 for 4 are Middlesex. It's a warm round of applause for Luke Wells. Cricket fans first and foremost in here, Kent fans and Lancashire fans applauding him off. It's been fantastic to watch.
Yeah, that's his season done with the bat. Luke Wells, He said to me last night that he felt as though he's had a decent, solid season, perhaps not quite got the volume of runs he would have liked, but he has again been very, very good to watch.
And that'll help.
Yeah.
Bump the numbers up.
Yeah, that does help, doesn't it? Yeah, that gets it up a bit.
I have to say, it's actually a big wicket as well. Ryan Higgins, who's put the team on his shoulders for Middlesex in the last few weeks, got a century in the first innings. He's out quite cheaply as well. I think it was at 14-15 he's gone for. Sam Robson's still there on 55, but 107 for 4 are Middlesex at Trent Bridge. There is a long way to go in that game, I have no doubt. The lead is 89, so we're effectively 89 for 4 with 79 overs remaining in the day. Goodness me.
Yeah, well, the quicker that bounces on, the more likely it feels like there's going to be a result there at Trent Bridge.
I don't think it's going to be a draw. I would put it that way.
No.
If I was a betting man and I had to back something, it would be no draw. But quite what happens, I don't know. I dread to think.
194 then for that opening partnership, just falling short. I think about 10 runs short of what would have been a record opening partnership for Lancashire against.
I was waiting to hear about that. It felt inevitable.
What was it? I'll dig it out. Ken sent me a note with that. What the partnership was. George Bell is the new batter. I was expecting to be Josh Bohannon, but it is Bell, and that's worked out towards mid-wicket by Bell for no run. So
what can we read into that?
Absolutely no idea. Maybe he's enjoying a cup of tea on the balcony.
He might be reading that he's in the team of the year.
Exactly.
You never know.
Yeah, basking in that glory. The record partnership that stands for at least another season is between Frank Watson and Len Hopwood, which was 208 for the first wicket between Lancashire and Kent. That was dating back to 1935.
I didn't realise Frank Watson. It's a different Frank Watson. It's not our Frank Watson, is it?
No, it's not the Hereford and Worcestershire commentator. No.
I mean, that's very impressive. The ball is in the hands of Aaron Ajar in front of the pavilion. He's going to be bowling to Keaton Jennings. He's just guided this back down the track to the bowler. There's no run there. We've got very strange weather. The sun is peeping behind a very thick cloud at the moment. It's a bit of a hodgepodge. Not entirely sure. The clouds do look dark, but the sun is very bright when it comes out. The lights remain on as Najjar delivers. This one's glanced past the close fielder into the leg side by Keaton Jennings. No interest in a run there. Big yell of no. And the ball is worked back to Najjar. Getting rattling through these overs. 76 or 75 after this one. This one's swept away by Keaton Jennings, spinning on a sixpence out into the deep, and it's just going to be a nice easy single. It's been played in slow motion. Fielder trots around to get it towards fine leg. Just a single on. He goes to 73. George Bell on strike. Takes his guard. Not been down at the Nackington Road end before. Takes a little stroll down. A little prod, a little bit of gardening on the track. There's not a lot going on with it, to be completely honest, George.
No, it's been pretty flat, hasn't it?
It has. I'm sure it will disintegrate in the next 3 hours if necessary as well. It's always the way. There's always going to be some jeopardy. The last day of the season, the penultimate day of September. At least the weather is holding. Najjar comes in, swinging his arms behind him, and delivers to Bell. It comes forward in defence, just taps it to under Mieye. It's the close fielder. There's no run. 4 balls gone of this one from Najjar. Kent found a breakthrough. They'll be hoping that 1 brings 2. That's, I'm sure, what would have been chirped in the cordon as Najjar delivers again. And this one's guided away into the leg side. Into the offside by Bell. There's no run. Nathan Gilchrist bends his big frame down to scoop it up and return it to Najjar. Sunglasses on the back of his head. He might need them in a minute. The sun's coming out again. Najjar delivers. This one's punched off the back foot into the offside. No run. And that will be the end of the over. 195 is that for 1 now, of course. Yeah, I had to remind myself. I'm just checking in on events at Trent Bridge. The lead is 94 for Middlesex. 4 down John Simpson is at crease with Sam Robson, who's going along nicely. 57 from 61. I thought it was 41 for a minute. Goodness me. I know they like white ball stuff at Trent Bridge, but my goodness.
Well, they're almost 100 in front, aren't they now?
Yeah, all right. Don't try and make it worse.
He's leaning to Jennings, and he takes a single, just easing the ball gently away through the covers for one. Moves on to 74, and Lancashire to 196 for one. To bring George Bell back on strike. So leaning from the Nackington Road then with a leg slip and a slip. Mid-wicket, cover, mid-off and a mid-on. Backward square leg, deep square leg. Bell goes right back into the crease there and just guides it past leaning. He tries to field low down to his right-hand side, and the ball eventually picked up at mid-on. Bell gets a single. In fact, he gets his first run. 197 for one. So a lead of 30 for Lancashire. Edged, gone. Jennings departs. Good catch. Slip under the helmet by Tuanda Mayeye. And Wells goes, and quickly followed by Jennings for 74. And Lancashire lose their second wicket. 197 for two.
One does indeed bring two. It's funny how that happens so often, and two fresh batters at the crease as well. It was, a very good knock indeed from Keaton Jennings. He was, yeah, I mean, he's done his business. He's probably disappointed to not have made the cut for the Team of the Year, of course, but he'll be proud of Josh Bohannon for making it, and he's made a decent contribution to this game as well. Certainly batted Kent out of contention, really. I think this one is the one that's destined for a draw unless any degree pokery takes place.
Yep, and he's had a very, very fine season. Keaton Jennings, of which some of it has been curtailed because of injury. Missed out on a couple of rounds of championship cricket. I think this is his 11th game of the 14, so yeah, 3 rounds of championship cricket because of a pretty nasty hamstring injury. He was 189 not out when he got that injury at Somerset, so I think with a full championship season, he would have been banging on the door of 1,000 runs for Lancashire, but has enjoyed a very, very good season at the top. First full season as captain as well for Keaton, replacing Dame Velas in the winter, and he's not let his standards with the bat drop at all, not for 1 second. He's been terrific.
Yes, indeed, he's been terrific here as well this week. It just showed the value of getting them out so early on the first day, because if they lingered on the first morning and got through that first hour, then this game could have been very different, and basically the climax of this season could have been very different as well.
The lead is exactly 100 for Middlesex.
Yeah, all right, Scott. Is that an important psychological barrier? They're gonna
just keeping everybody up to date with what's happening elsewhere.
Yes, that is. You need a split screen. It's kind of like you need a red zone of 2 things on at the same time and you're able to watch it.
Croft is the new batter. Oh, this cries a catch. Has that come off the bat with the reaction of the Kent fielders would suggest maybe he has just rolled it off his hip straight to short leg.
I think he has.
Well, if that's the case, I mean, for a short leg catch, you'll get a lot tougher ones.
His weight was going backwards. I think he almost fell backwards away from it, didn't he?
Croft gets off the mark this time. In fact, he might get 4. He's come back and just chopped it away through the offside. No, he'll come back for 2. Chahal does catch up with it, but the first runs for Stephen Croft as Lancashire edge towards the 200 mark. 199 for 2. Croft on 2 now.
It's Daniel Bill Drummond that put that one down. His weight was on his back foot.
Leaning to Croft. This time he just guided it down to Bell Drummond at short leg, but guides it off the back foot and into the ground. One bounce to short leg. So, well, the leading had a wicket and probably should have had 2. 199 for 2 at the end of the over.
Yeah, and takes a little walk away on his own, does Daniel Drummond as well, because 3 wickets might have made a bit of a bigger inroad, of course, into this game. Plenty going on elsewhere, but if Kent could engineer some kind of position and continue to take wickets at regular intervals, then we won't have to worry about anything elsewhere. We can all go home early. That's the dream for everyone, I'm sure. The ball is back in the hands of Aaron Najjar, who's just reshuffling his field. He's still going to have a close catcher. He's got a slip, and he's got silly mid-off, who's going to be Daniel Drummond. He's bringing in a is that Yuzvendra Chahal, I think, is coming in towards a kind of a wideish fine leg as well. In comes Najjar to deliver. Bowling to Bell, he's gone. I think he's tried to drive it and he's flicked it into the gloves of Harry Finch. And 1 brings 2, brings 3 for Kent. Oh, something's 195 for 3. And George Bell goes for 1.
It's been a busy 20 minutes or so, hasn't it?
It has indeed.
When basically not a great deal happened apart from Lancashire batting serenely through most of yesterday afternoon and through most of this morning. And all of a sudden 3 wickets have fallen in the space of I think 3 overs.
Yeah, you can't relax for a minute. I didn't. The first wicket took me by surprise. I just didn't see it happening, and then, well, it just shows that the momentum and game's changed. And Daniel Drummond will probably feel a lot better now as well.
Yes. Yeah.
3 down for Kent. No bonus points in the equation in the second innings, of course, but they're trying to find a way of winning this game, and the lead is only
32
at the moment as well. So 32 for 3 effectively. Not a lot of time left in this game for 74 overs.
Quite good fun watching John Simpson and Sam Robson reverse sweeping it, scooping it.
I'm glad you're having fun.
I'm
Fantastic.
having fun, yeah.
George Balderson comes out, doing it what I'd call a referee's warm up there. That kind of side on, kind of stretching, running, crab run to limber himself up very, very quick as well at the start.
Nothing to mention here. There's still no Josh Bannon, so whether he has a little bit of a problem, I don't know. But he should have batted. Well, he would be expected to bat at 3, and he's seen Bell, Croft, and now Balderson come in ahead of him. So the situation for won't be lost on the Kent players that whatever issue Josh has got, he's not able to get out there and bat at the minute.
So he's saying 6 more wickets. That's all they need. He won't be coming out. Let's see what Middlesex think of that. 125 for 4 at Trent Bridge. Aaron Najjar is about to bowl to the new man, who's taking his guard, much like Bell did before, and takes a little walk down the track. Just have a little look, a little prod. It's probably just habit more than anything else. And that he's on strike, taps the bat into the crease, and in comes Najjar. Delivers, just worked away into the leg side, and where Daniel Drummond picks up and returns it to the bowler. It was indeed 3 wickets in the space of 14 balls, which is nicely done for Kent. This one's just tapped into the leg side by Balderson as well. Yep. No run.
All 3 off the spinners.
Yeah, an inspired bowling change, or they had to do something.
I wouldn't say it's massively ragging here, is it? Really?
No, not really. In comes Najjar, trying to prove us wrong. This one's punched away, driven nicely, but straight to Jack Leaning, who fields that at mid-off. There's no run. He'll feel a little bit better about things, or Jack Leaning. Najjar delivers. This one's back in his crease. Just tapped into the leg side by Balderson, no run. Yeah, Jack Leaning would have probably dwelt on that Keaton Jennings missed opportunity for quite a spell as the runs were added. But he's out of the way now. Balderson and Croft, 2 new men at the crease. Najjar delivers to Balderson. She's driven towards mid-on, but there's no run. End of the over, a maiden over from Aaron Ajar, a wicket maiden at that. That's the order of the day. A few more of those from Kent, and fans will start to relax slightly, perhaps. But for now, there's no relaxing to be done.
I don't know whether we've mentioned it elsewhere that it happened, I think, a little while ago, that the Hampshire-Surrey match has come to an end.
Absolutely not, no. It's passed me by.
They've won by 52 runs, Hampshire.
It's very nice. Hampshire turning over Surrey, Northants turning over Essex as well. All kinds of strange things happening.
The other result this morning is in Division 2, where Sussex have beaten Gloucestershire by 339 runs.
That is some effort.
There's Jack leaning to Stephen Croft. Doesn't offer a shot, steps across the stumps, lets his bat up to about shoulder height, and through it goes to the keeper. And there's no run. So 199 for 3. Leaning to Croft. Again, just a little nudge away off his hip. Out towards the leg side, to the right of short leg. Again, no run, remains on 2. Leaning to Croft, who's hopping back, and he defends.
I believe there has been a wicket. There has been a wicket. It's another one. Stephen Mullaney. Middlesex are 5 down. And it is John Simpson who's gone for 9.
Again, no shot offered by Croft as he leads that one past his off stump.
That's 110 for 5 on Middlesex in a game that they have to win. We'll say it, they have to win it. And
yes,
they are 128 for 5, which is a lead of 110.
No shot offered by Croft again. The ball hits him somewhere, but he's gone way across the stumps. But didn't offer a shot, so that encourages Leaning to ask the question. Umpire says not out.
74 over later.
Ball of the over. It drives. Oh, it beats short cover. It's a slightly awkward bounce or awkward landing for extra cover, and out towards the boundary for 4 runs for Stephen Croft, and that brings up the Lancashire 200 as well.
It does. Trying to see who is that?
I was going to say Matt Quinn at first.
It's not Gilchrist, because he's not got a jumper on. I think he's over there. It might be Matt Quinn, you know. But it was Scott departs to go and do an update. He went down in instalments, I think it's safe to say. Didn't look the most comfortable. I think that's got to be Matt Quinn over there. Went down, wasn't able to prevent the boundary. But that is the end of the over. The applause you heard was for the Lancashire 200, 203 now for 3. 60 overs, just under 20 overs away from a new ball becoming available here. I'm going to carry on. I think Scott is coming on to replace me in a few minutes. Matt Cole is back with me.
He'll be back. We were just exchanging words in a not particularly friendly fashion.
Oh dear.
No, I'm joking, of course.
Sorry to hear that. Two of the nicest people on the circuit. I can't imagine that for a moment. The jar is...
well, I give that to Scott, certainly.
Delivers that one to Balderson, who just squirts away into the offside. There's no run. Back in the hands of Aaron Ajar. Second ball of his over from the pavilion end. Sun is out. Balderson is back in his crease, defends down, and there's no run there. That heavy cloud has actually disappeared. It burnt through quite nicely. We've got some wispy cloud above us, but the sun is quite bright. I'm squinting, even though I've got sunglasses on my head, which seems silly. Ajar delivers. Forward comes Balderson in defence. Back along the track to the bowler. He will pick it up and head back towards the umpire. The jumpers are slowly coming off out there. It is warming up. We are always in the goldfish bowl here, our commentary position. Some big windows magnifying the heat on us. Ajar delivers. Balderson again comes forward. Back down the track.
A couple of weekends ago, though, first day of the Nottinghamshire game, it was 31 degrees outside, and so we
51 in here.
There's no point in complaining about that. I think it's.
I had the factor 50 on.
Pleasantly warm now. Yeah.
The front row down there, and it was, and I had no window. It was horrendous. Driven by Balderson down the track towards mid-off, where it's fielded, and there'll be no run there.
Lovely outside for the spectators, though. 1 or 2 in jackets, I suppose, but it's a lovely autumn day, isn't it? And unseasonably warm. And, well, I suppose we're getting used to that.
If you can get down to the ground today, do it, because it's going to be a very long 6 months, miserable 6 months. Make the most of it. A bit of vitamin D, flighted up by Aaron Ajar. This one's Balderson's driven to Jack leaning it. Mid-off, there's no run there. It's another maiden over, consecutive maidens for Aaron Najjar.
Did you mention John Simpson's departure at
Yes,
Bridge?
it came up in conversation.
Oh,
yes,
right. I thought you probably had, as you got the screen there. Can I mention it again?
You can.
I'm
Simpson,
going to do on the update very shortly, so it sounds like gloating. But
ideally, you could mention Sam Robson going, but he hasn't yet.
No.
He's still there.
I mean, what
big.
a season that is for Sam Robson. He's basically been at the crease while Middlesex has been at the crease. It feels like the whole season while wickets are falling around him.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. You've got Josh De Carries is in at the moment, who's made of stubborn stock. If he needs to be hanging around, he's opened.
But they need more than stubborn here, don't they?
115 is the lead, 5 wickets down.
I mean,
Ryan Higgins was a big one to go. He's been in incredible nick.
Whatever happens is these wickets are slowing down their progress, Middlesex anyway, which is all in Kent's favour, obviously. As leaning bowls to Croft, just pushed into the offside, fielded by Daniel Bell-Drummond.
Their bargaining position is getting weaker.
That's a great way of putting it.
With every passing batter coming up and down the steps.
Don't have any reason to make a deal at this point, do they? Because they'll think they can bowl them out at this point, you would assume. But outside the off stump, and Croft pads up extravagantly way outside the off stump, and it goes through the wicketkeeper Finch. No run.
It's just the memory of the previous concocted run chase at Lords that rankles.
Yeah, absolutely, and a few sides have been on the wrong end of those kind of situations over the years. We all have our scars to bear, I think it's fair to say, in that respect. So, but yes, Kent hoping that doesn't come to bite them. It looks less likely now, certainly, but leaning, giving that a whole bunch of air as it's guided into the offside for a single. George Balderson comes to face. I thought he was really. That was listening to commentary yesterday. I thought he bowled really, really well in Kent's first innings. He took forward, didn't he?
Yeah.
And he has all these runs.
Why
as well.
they didn't start with him yesterday morning, I don't know.
No,
I'm quite grateful for it.
I mean, you put the slightly quicker bowlers on. I understand that, but it looked to me like he was doing the most.
Yeah, definitely. Well, they opened with Morley ahead of him, which was unfathomable.
Yeah, but captaincy very, very easy from this commentary box, warm as it may be. He's leaning round the wicket. 2 slips in now. On the back foot is Balderson, just punching that away. And there is no run. And updating BBC Radio Kent radio listeners. I think you can lower the level, Steve, of the tension, but just only the tiniest bit, and that's because Kent have taken 3 very quick wickets here against Lancashire. 3 for 5, actually. Lancashire put on an incredible 194-run partnership between Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings before the two of them went in within a couple of overs of each other in that spree as well. George Bell also went. So Lancashire 204 for 3 here. Kent taking 3 wickets, 2 for Leaning, 1 for Najjar. Lancashire leading by just 37 runs in their second innings now, but probably of more significance as Middlesex continuing to lose wickets at Trent Bridge against Nottinghamshire. Kent need to just equal or better Middlesex's result by the end of the day, and they will stay in County Championship Division 1. Middlesex were hoping to score quick runs and not lose wickets to have a chance of bowling out Nottinghamshire for a victory on the final day of the County Championship season. That's looking less and less likely. They're 135 for 5, leading by 117 runs, and Nottinghamshire might now be scenting victory without concocting any sort of run chase or fiddle between the two sides. So things looking better for Kent at the moment. I'm not saying you can't be nervous for the rest of the day, Steve. If you still want to chew your nails, Kent fans, it's probably advisable you do, or hang on to a safety blanket. But Lancashire are 204 for 3 here. Kent bowling on in Lancashire's second innings. Commentary continuing, and we're keeping an eye on both these games. Of course, the Nottinghamshire one against Middlesex, as well as this one against Lancashire, via the BBC Sport website and app. That's where the commentary is, with regular radio reports, of course. And Najjar continues from this pavilion end, bowling round the wicket to Croft. Well, they've steadied the ship since that hasty flurry of wickets, I have to say. Almost felt.
Yeah, it came from nowhere, that really.
It really did, didn't it? But,
a rattle of wickets.
Croft on 7, Balderson yet to score. Croft defends this one. So 4 dot balls to start. Alex and I just discussing how impressed we were by George Balderson, his bowling in the Kent first innings. I thought he was always looking the most likely to take wickets, and obviously his batting has been superlative this year as well. Croft just settles on that one, an off stump from Nijar, blocks it out, dead bats it, no run. Ball to come on the 64th over, Lancashire 204 for 3, a 37 ahead. That massive opening partnership between Wells and Jennings, which looked unlikely to be shaken in the next 6 months, let alone 6 hours. But that one's defended back to Nijar, maiden over, but comfortably seen off by Stephen Croft. And Lancashire 204 for 3.
Yeah, 23 wickets and 700 runs this season for George Balderson. So that's a terrific season for 22-year-old. I think he's still 22 and at the very start of his first-class career, but he looks a fine player. He looks an extremely talented batter, and his bowling is developing kind of season in, season out. I spoke to him a week or so back about his season, and he was quite critical actually of his bowling and felt that he could perhaps be a little bit more consistent and was a little bit expensive at times. As leaning comes around the wicket to him, deflects away off his thigh pad, no run. But I suppose you always are quite self-critical, aren't you? And I think he can be really proud of his contributions for Lancashire throughout the summer. It's down the leg side. Now, I'm not too sure if there's much bat on that. It's deflecting down towards the boundary. What's the umpire going to give? Well, there's nothing on it. He's going to give it as 4 byes. So it's just kind of sneaked its way down the leg side. Balderson just trying to help it, but making no contact. So 4 byes the signal. Score moves on to 208 for 3. Lead of 41 runs. Balderson remains on 0. Got a bit of company around him. 2 slips in position in forward short leg, all crouching down, waiting to snaffle a chance. Well, this one bounces a bit, and Balderson gets his first run. Able to go back and cut it away through the offside for a single. Now 209 for 3. Lunch will be at 12:30 today.
Yeah, they're immovable feasts, aren't they, in the final day? So
we've got 20 minutes, something like that. A little bit over 20 minutes remaining till lunch. Again, Croft off the front foot and defends.
Yeah, so 12:30 and 3:10 for tea. And then 16 overs to be bowled in the last hour. Minimum of.
Leaning to Croft. He's guided away to the left of short leg, and he scampers through for a quick single, the pick up and throw towards the bowler's end, but Crofty's still pretty quick, even at the tender age of 82. 210 for 3. Croft on 8. Brings Balderson back on strike.
You say the tender age of 82. Sorry, I picked up on that. See, I'm listening, honestly.
He's going to stop speaking to me soon. I keep saying this. It's only a matter of time before he completely gives me the cold shoulder. There's Balderson drives straight to extra cover. Great catch. Balderson actually can't believe what he's done, but it's a very good catch. It might be Compton. I'll give him the thumbs up that it is at extra cover. 4th wicket to fall. Compton leaping away to his right to take a 2-handed catch. It was dipping on him as well. Driven positively by Bob Compton, who takes a very good catch to cling on to it and not to drop it as he hit the ground as well. Balderson departs for 1. Lead is 43 and Lancashire are 4 down. 210 for 4.
There we go. It's 30 now. Changing around. Not down particularly well in the Middlesex dressing room, I would imagine either. But as you say, it was a great catch. I don't think Compton necessarily had a right to get to that, but 210 for 4. Balderson goes for just 1. There we are, singing his praises. Apologies, Lancashire fans, if we brought that wicket around. If we had that power, we would certainly be using it for good, let's say. But yeah, 4 down now. Compton took a great catch, didn't he, on the first day as well, to get rid of Luke Wells, I think. Keaton Jennings, sorry. Running catch, very different affair this one. That was a straight dive, wasn't it, to a hearty looking shot. 2:10 for 4.
Josh Bohannon is heading out now for Lancashire.
I wonder if that might just be physical mental fatigue for Bohannon.
Oh, sure.
Coming in at 6, perhaps you just thought maybe it sounds very dismissive, but maybe it's feet up for the summer from his point of view in terms of his batting. But
not sure.
He was out there at the crease for a long time in the first innings, wasn't he? So
I don't recall him being off the field yesterday, which would have delayed.
Right.
Well, obviously, Lancashire were batting yesterday, so no, I wouldn't have the batter for most of the afternoon, didn't they, yesterday? So no, I'm no idea, but he's out there now.
It's going to be Najjar from this end then. He has 1 for 34, leading 3 for 30. I'm not sure it's doing an awful lot at this point, but just nagging for the spinners here. Jack Leaning would be the first to say that he's not expected to be the mystery spinner in the Kent side. Necessarily the wicket taker. Seems to break partnerships a lot, Jack Leaning, as he's done today again. So have the golden arm in that respect. But Najjar from this end, the left armour, well known from Essex, of course, out of contract at the end of the season. They're batted back to him by Stephen Croft. There's no run. Najjar once again, short leg and 2 slips in for Croft. It goes onto the back foot and tries to drive that away, and it reaches Matt Quinn at backward point. Again, a dot ball here. It is a beautiful day, as Alex Hope was saying. If you
brightened up, hasn't it?
Yeah. I gather it's going to be pretty warm over the weekend and perhaps into the start of next week as well. So
Nice.
For the start of October, very pleasant indeed. Cut away. Ooh, and that's taken a weird old bounce. Matt Quinn thought he had that one covered, and no disrespect to him, that took a crazy bounce. He's gone down on one knee, I think, to take it sort of chest high, and that's ended up looping up over his head, and they take 3 in the end, 213 for 4.
Yeah, it did take a bit of an awkward bounce, that, didn't it?
There's no reason why he'd be going down on one knee,
No,
is there, for
no.
that, unless he thought that's the trajectory of the ball. But they're just those divots in the pitch. I wonder if that's one of the old hatches they used to put the helmets under, or a sprinkler hatch, is it? Maybe. His quicker delivery from Najjar, defended by Bohannon, his first ball faced. Century in the first innings. In the team of the year via the BBC cricket page. Voted for by BBC Sport users. As Najjar bowls on the back foot and looking to drive. Emails came in, and I think I've missed them. I should pass them on as well. Some Lancashire fans getting in touch. It's great to hear from you all today. kingcricket@gmail.com. Here's Najjar round the wicket. Last ball, the 66th over. Ooh, and that one has gripped and ripped through to Finch. He's dropped it anyway. Don't think it came off the bat, but interesting delivery though. Just one that's got to properly rip through. 213 for 4 then Lancashire. 46 ahead. Let's get to these. Alan had earlier said, and I'll repeat this for Scott's benefit as well, from the Lancashire County Cricket Members Group. Glenn Chapple, a Lancashire legend, not only for his bowling, which surely merited more than one England cap, for leading the club to the county championship title on a shoestring. He's given 100% to the club for over 30 years. Thanks for everything, Glenn. The very best wishes. So that's from the Lancashire County Cricket Members Group.
Nice.
Andy, Mystic Andy, he's dubbing himself here. He's going to tell us what the result of this game will be very shortly.
Well, it's Croft off the front foot to defend Jack Leaning, and there's no run.
He says, I see it on my desktop, he says, Middlesex will declare at 2:30 p.m, setting Notts 230 to win. Still just about possible. Lancs will declare at 2:45, setting Kent 230 to win. I can't tell you the end result of the game, so my screen has started buffering. There we are.
Leaning, twirling in to Croft, who's off the back foot. It's punched away through the offside for a single.
Well, it'll be exciting.
Yes, that'll be a
sure.
belting finish. Yeah.
Richard said he missed, I think, the first wicket, hanging out washing.
Oh, right.
He'll be hanging more out before lunch. Have you got anything else to watch from a Kent point of view? Kent fans will be very pleased if you did, Richard. Thank you for that.
Well, it's a good drying day today, isn't it? So yeah, get your washing out on the line today. Might be your last chance. Oh, actually, no, over the weekend. You can do a bit of washing over the weekend as well. Left by Bohannon, taken by the keeper, no run.
Oh, he took 2 there.
What, putting his washing
says,
up?
Yeah, sorry, yeah, he followed that one up by saying, I took that one as well.
Oh, that's a good effort, that. Yeah.
Howard on Glenn Chappell's departure in just a second.
Leaning to Bohannon, who's back in defence, and there's no run.
Just wanted to add my thanks and appreciation of the work done by Glenn Chapple, both as a player and coach for Lancashire. Not bad for a Yorkie, that says Howard.
Cheeky.
And he continues in a sec.
In comes Leaning, and Bohannon drops it away into the offside, and through he goes for his first run, and the score moves on to 2:15 for 4.
I thought we weren't mentioning that, Howard. Thoughts now on his replacement, whether to promote from within or look for an experienced coach who can perhaps add that winning habit the team seem to have lost this year. That's from Howard. Great to hear from you, Howard. Thank you very much for that.
Leaning to Croft, and he'll want, well, potentially a couple here. He just flicked it away down towards fine leg, and yeah, it does come back for 2. So he's up to 14. It's the end of the over as well. 217 for 4, Lancashire. About 13 minutes until lunch, and the lead exactly 50 runs.
Mike is also claiming, well, he's claiming 3 wickets. There we go. He's gone 1 up on our friend Richard. Got in a little while ago, fired up the PC, looked at the score, didn't rush to start the commentary, actually thought, he said, about listening to the Notts game. Treachery, I know. Eventually put the commentary on. 2 minutes later, Wells goes, I took those 3 wickets, he says. When Mr. Hoad said 1 brings 2 after the first, I responded with, we could do with 1 brings 5. There we go. Well, when they bring that into popular parlance, we'll be doing that as well. Maybe, just maybe, he says, Kent do still stand a chance of winning this and making sure of things, but it does rather look Middlesex have little chance of winning theirs. He said, oh, come on, Mike, really? As Nijar round the wicket. Talk about tempting fate. It's into the offside and there's no run. So we should be safe. On which note, if I don't email again, thanks to you and all your colleagues for the excellent commentary throughout this rather, can I use that word? I'm not sure, Mike. Disappointing season? Into the offside. Fill in your own blanks there. Mike, it's been great. I've read all that out because you've been an absolute stalwart of the emails. It's been great to hear you all the way through the season, even though you've been heavily critical of me, and rightly so, all the way through. I'm joking, of course. He loves to tease me, does Mike. But yeah, it's been great. And for all of you with your emails today, thank you for getting in touch, and do continue to do so, kentcricket@gmail.com. But appreciate all your comments. We love doing this job. 217 for 4 in the sunshine at the end of the season. What could be better than being at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence? Full toss from Nijar. He might have thought of another place there just after delivering that, and that, given the treatment by Bohannon, just clipped gloriously along the ground. Almost no effort for 4. 2-2-1 for 4. He goes on for 5.
Yeah, and he will end the season, Bohannon, not because of that, but because of the runs, especially in the first innings, and the way that his rivals didn't. He'll end the season as the Division 1's leading run scorer, Josh Bohannon.
It's Nijar around the wicket. 2 balls to come. Through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. And I think we may have got our short leg fielders mixed up. I believe, Alan, that Danny Beltran was fielding at short leg for a time, though, but driven into the offside. We'll bow to your better eyes on that one. Driven into the offside. Single taken. No, sorry. Yes. No, yes. Yes, no. I'm glad the batters weren't doing that. 2-2-2 for 4. Double Nelson on the board. 55 the lead for Lancashire. So 55 for 4 if you like, but I'm not sure that's really a fair representation, perhaps, of the score, given that Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings put on 194 for the first wicket. Kent took 3 for 5 in 3 overs, with Wells going for 117, Jennings for 74, and Bell for 1. All this, if you're just joining us, George Balderson with a crisp drive, somehow caught by Ben Compton off the bowling of Jack Leaning, who has 3 wickets for 34, the Kent captain. Those are the wickets to 4. Lancashire 2-2-2 for 4 on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Manchester and Lancashire, of course, via the club's live stream with Matt Cole and Scott Reed at the moment, with Alex Hoad with us as well today. The 3 of us will be taking you through this final day and keeping an eye on that game between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex, of course.
Where it's 1-5-9 for 5. Sam Robson 79, Josh DeCary's on 17, so a lead of 141 for Middlesex. And Chahal returns here for Kent with Bohannon on strike. In and balls to Bohannon. That's defended. And there's no run. Short leg and a slip. And then mid wicket, mid on, mid off. Extra cover, deep extra cover, and a deep backward square leg. Chahal twirling in, sunshine here, and bowls, and Bannon off the front foot, leaning into it and turns it away to the right of short leg. It's pushed down into the ground.
It is Tawanda Miea, who's had to take cover on a few occasions, we were noticing this morning.
Yeah, it's a good
Fear
stop,
of his
that
life.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Just away to his right. Run away past Bell Drummond, who's at slip down towards third. Shuffle back for 2 on Josh Bannon. He moves on to 8. The score moves on to 224 for 4. Leader 5. Adds some off the fan this year in the championship. And take a single again, just squeezing the ball through short leg, and moves on to 9. 225 for 4. Brings Croft back on strike. Chahal for Kent into Croft. No run as the ball steered away backward of square on the offside. Score remains 225 for 4. They'll get a second slip in here. It's a mid-wicket, which is Compton jogging round towards point. Well, backward point, because backward point is now at second slip. So 2 slips in the forward short leg. Fighting full and a little quicker by Chahal and dug out nicely by Stephen Croft. Completes the over. 58 in front, Lancashire at 225 for 4.
Mike, thank you for your final email. None of it, sir, I assure you. But appreciate your comments as always. Sorry, that's very rude of me, excluding everybody else. But 225 for 4. We're all aware of our own shortcomings, or we should be, I think. Hannon has 9, Croft has 14. And a lovely day here, as I keep saying. Absolute beauty for the last day of the season,
yeah.
and a bittersweet occasion for many people, isn't it? I think it's a lovely to be. I mean, watched a whole season of county championship cricket, but short leg and 2 slips in and defended into the onside. It was with Anthony Gibson last week, and he very much thought, last day for him at his home ground of Somerset, and you say goodbye to a lot of people until April, and a lot of the members here will say goodbye to each other, friends that they've known for many years, but probably see more at the cricket than anywhere else. This one's defended into the onside. 225 for 4. I think cricket grounds are a place for reflection, especially the 4-day game. I think it's a wonderful place to just sit and let your mind wander, as well as watch the cricket through the season, for my part anyway. I shouldn't do that when I'm commentating, I appreciate that.
Easily done,
I'm thinking
Matthew.
more as a spectator. Yes, quite. Round the wicket comes Nijar to Bohannon, who goes for this wide one. Ends up a bit of a slap along the ground, though. Everson picks it up at cover. Actually, no, I think that's Compton, I beg your pardon. He's done some fine work in the covers. At least getting rid of George Balderson. Short leg and 2 slips still in. As Bohannon just guides that away to point, fielded by Nathan Gilchrist. Collar up on his white shirt and dark blue Kent cap on. A white towel in the waistband of his white trousers. Nijar bowls the last ball, the 70th over. Driven, once again, good tumbling stop from Ben Compton, who, at one point, we were talking quite a lot about him being replaced by Zach Crawley in this match. He didn't do badly, though, did he, Ben Compton? Maiden from Nijar, 225 for 4. Couple of superb catches from the Kent opener, 95. Ending a pretty lean spell for him towards the end of the season as well. Have been very important for Kent. Lancashire 58 ahead on 225 for 4.
Yeah, a few Kent batters finding some form. Denley obviously as well, he batted superbly. Real stylish innings from Denley. Finding a bit of form just when needed the most, really, for Kent. Denley last week at Somerset, and again this week. Croft eases the ball away into the offside for no run. Comes skipping down the pitch, Stephen Croft. He's seen something that's caught his eye and just dabs it away with the end of his bat. Short sleeves on. Keeper crouches down behind. Chahal bowls. Bit more loop to Croft. Right forward again. Play back along the ground to the bowler. And there is no run. And here comes Chahal looking for his second of the day. It's off the back foot. Cut by Croft away through the offside. For a single, so he moves on to 15. Stephen Croft's actually got a milestone looming as well. He's not too far away from 20,000 career runs. Chahal to Bohannon. Play out into the covers and there's no run. So he's actually now 4 runs away from Stephen Croft. Milestone. This is Bohannon off the back foot. Straight to extra cover. Again, there's no run. Might get there before lunch. 2 balls left at this over. 3 minutes remaining until scheduled lunch break. Think about taking a single. Bohannon can't find a way past a pretty heavily guarded offside field. And it's the end of the over. So just a single off it. 226 for 4. So a lead of 59 for Lancashire.
Yeah, we're about 2 minutes away from lunch. The over rate is above what's needed. 62 minimum remaining in the day, so we should be at 64 for lunch. The spinner's been on quite a long time, so surprise there. Middlesex going on a decent lick, aren't they, at against Nottinghamshire at Trent Bridge. They've got 153 runs now. They're going at about 5.3 and over, but mostly not doing it in boundaries, it looks like. A lot of singles and twos at Trent Bridge. That's Najjar round the wicket to Croft. It should be the last over before lunch here at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Najjar bowling in his sunglasses, cap off of course, 24 in his Kent shirt, 3-match loan at the end of the season, edged and gone, and Croft has tried to get on the back foot there and cut that away. Well, he's cut it, but he's cut it straight to Daniel Bell-Drummond. That's his 3rd slip catch at first slip, and that will be lunch. 6 for 5, and Kent just taking a flurry of wickets after a massive opening stand between Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. That was broken. They took 3 in 4 overs rather for 5 runs. Balderson also going just after that, and now Stephen Crossford gone for 15. So 6 for 5. The lead is 59 for Lancashire here. Kent, I won't say they're scenting an unlikely victory, but definitely seem to be keeping pace at this point with what Middlesex are doing against Nottinghamshire as they go towards lunch. 173 for 5. Middlesex not far off lunch there. They're 155 ahead of Nottinghamshire. But concentrating on what's happening here, it's a second wicket for Aaron Najjar. He's 2 for 42. Jack Leaning has taken 3 wickets this morning as well. Lancashire 5 down at lunch then. 6 for 5. A lead of 59. The glorious for the Kent fielders are coming off right now. Thanks very much for listening to this first session with me, Matt Cole, with Scott Reed and Alex Hoad. We'll rejoin you in around about 40 minutes time, 10 past 1 on the commentary on via BBC Radio Kent, BBC's Lancashire and Manchester, via the BBC Sport website and app, on the club's live feed, of course, and with regular radio updates, which will be coming very shortly. You'll hear from me doing an update with our morning show on BBC Radio Kent, and then you'll hear from us next at about 10 past 1. everything's going okay for Kent, Steve. Here it's the final day of the season. There's still a real issue to be settled for Kent. Will they stay in County Championship Division 1 or will they be relegated? The former looking more likely than the latter. They're doing decently here, actually, Kent, after a mammoth opening partnership by Lancashire's Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. At 194 was broken by Jack Leaning with his bowling. The Kent captain, he took a wicket in his following over as well to get rid of Jennings. Wells going for 117, Jennings for 74. They've taken 3 more wickets before lunch as well. So
after lunch, with Lancashire 5 wickets down at 226 for 5, so a lead of 59 runs. And well, an opening session of 2 halves, really, wasn't it? Because Lancashire kind of picked up where they left off yesterday, with Wells and Jennings batting nicely, and then a little rattle of wickets. 3 for Jack Leaning and 2 for Aaron Nijar. And Josh Bohannon is unbeaten on 9, and walking out alongside him, I would think, albeit I can't see either of the Lancashire batters yet, will be Matty Hurst. Tom Bailey, Jack Blatherwick, Will Williams, and no Will Williams. Tom Hartley, of course. So it could actually be Hartley. No, it'll be Hurst next, and then Hartley, I would think. Because Williams has been subbed out the match. So it's Hurst, Bailey, Hartley, Blatherwick, and Morley. And still to come for Lancashire. And it will be Hurst and Bohannon to get things back underway with the bat after lunch. 2 sessions away from knowing whether Kent are playing Division 1 cricket next season. I think the smart money would be on that being yes, but I appreciate I'm viewing this from a slightly more relaxed position than Kent supporters, but there's just a lot of things that would have to go against Kent here, I think, to for them to be relegated. But we shall see. Middlesex at lunch 177 for 5. So a lead of 159 runs. And 2 sessions left there. Scott Reed and Matt Cole with you to start the afternoon's coverage. It will be Aaron Nijar to get going for Kent after lunch, with Hurst, the new batter, on strike. Actually, we're halfway through this over, aren't we? We're 2 balls into it because that dismissal of just before lunch, Stephen Croft. Here is Nijar to Hurst, left arm round, floats one up, and Hurst drives up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
It's a real jeopardy, or a lot of fuss about nothing, Scott.
Well,
which camp are you in?
I'm probably...
Or is it somewhere in between the 2?
Possibly that. It's left alone by Hurst, and there's no... I think there's a sense of jeopardy. I mean, what will Middlesex going to have to declare at some point? So that then becomes quite interesting, doesn't it? Because if they are able to take some wickets and look like they might be able to force a win, then that changes the whole thing, doesn't it? But left by Hurst and through to the keeper, there's no run. If I said that just then, if I was a Kent supporter, I'd be quite confident, but it's easy to say that when it's you're not kind of vested with that interest that Kent supporters clearly are. And
I guess we're looking at this and thinking, this isn't a win for Kent. This pitch is too placid, whatever happens.
Forward is Hurst, and defends end of the over that started just before lunch, and actually a wicket maiden for that, because of the Croft dismissal just before lunch and then some dot balls afterwards, so a wicket maiden for Nijar.
But of course, Kent fans don't have their eyes fixed firmly on Trent Bridge. They haven't been watching that game for the whole time, so it's a sort of fear of the unknown, I suppose, in that respect, isn't it? And what we've seen from that pitch, I think, is that by and large it's probably not that hard to stay in on. It might be difficult to score runs quickly on at Trent Bridge. So, well, we'll see. And Alex Hode, back in the box, very wisely saying, we talk about the Nottinghamshire potential declaration. Well, Kent taking 5 fairly quick wickets here might force their hand, thinking it's sort of do or die at that point for them, isn't it? Well, what if Kent are honing in on, getting close to victory here? We might as well just go for it, hell for leather. But Chahal will bowl from the Nackington Road end. 2 slips and a short leg in after lunch from Josh Bohannon. Hit a lovely century in this first innings. I think a great beauty, 113. He scored in a big stand with George Balderson. 121. Sees off this next ball from Chahal. I have to get the rhythm of this. It's the spinners on, especially Chahal gets it through his overs very quickly. I looked down at my pad, just checking my figures. He'd already bowled that ball, didn't he? 226 for 5. Getting ahead of the over rate, so he won't have much more than... This ball's cut into the offside. We could have more overs than scheduled, I suppose, today. than a minimum, but starting with 62 to bowl.
Middlesex are batting on after lunch.
They are, okay. I wondered if they might, you say, have a think about it. 66 overs remaining, have a real go for 6 overs or whatever, and then put Nottinghamshire in.
Yeah, I mean, they're only 167 in front, so if they were to declare at lunch, there's little chance of them. Well, they'll lose the match, won't they? Not to win that.
Yeah, they're going to bowl out pretty cheaply, aren't they? Too or quickly. It's driven into the offside, and there's no run as Jack Leaning fields, and I start trying to work insurance for Kent fans as to what's happened in the previous innings. So, what is it? They both actually batted pretty quickly, Middlesex in the first innings, 4 and over. This one's in the offside, and there's no run for 366 runs. But obviously that took a whole day. Nottinghamshire's 384 took a whole day as well at 3.5 and over. As Chapple comes in once again. Wizard of Twiddley. 2-2-7 for 5. End of the over.
Sorry, Matt. I noticed at lunch at Trent Bridge that they've renamed the pavilion end the Stuart Broad end, which is quite sweet.
It's lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. Retired from all forms of cricket. That happened during the course of the lunch interval at Trent Bridge.
Someone telling me the other day he did some great punditry on a Nottingham Forest game. Obviously he's a Forest fan.
Okay.
Though I think that was slightly tinged with a comment that a lot better than a lot of former footballers. So that was maybe wasn't.
The jar in, forward goes behind, and in defence, no run.
You know those sort of conversations.
Yeah.
So, top ball there. But yeah, they are still going at Middlesex knots. Oh, you have that in the picture-in-picture, as it were.
Yeah. Driven away by Bohannon to extra cover, no run. 2-7 for 5. The jar to Bohannon, going back to cut.
I mean, if
No
Middlesex do stay up, do you think Sam Robson will get a stand named after him? As he's more or less carried this Middlesex batting lineup through the season.
Yeah, 92 not out now. Defence by Bohannon. Dropped into the offside, no run.
Feels like if England should ever look, beyond their current MO and look at someone who's good in a crisis, I think that might be Sam Robson, mightn't it?
Robson's your man. Forward again. Goes Bohannon, and again there's no run. 2-2-7 for 5, so back underway after lunch. Nice and bright conditions. Cloud that I was told might be lurking around for a bit has melted away. Tossed up, edged. Ooh, maybe not edged. I thought it was. Maybe not. Gone in the direction of Bell Drummond. It's a maiden over for Jar. And Lancashire remain on 2-2-7 for 5.
Couple of low 5s to Daniel Bell Drummond. I'm trying to read between the lines there. I didn't hear a contact, certainly even the thinnest one.
No.
It spun and bounced a bit, didn't it? But it didn't feel like the reaction from Harry Finch and Tuanda Miyeye. They were saying, bad luck, old chap.
No.
It was more nice effort, I think. 2-2-7 for 5. Certainly is not out, whatever. So, on the back foot, Matty Hurst back up to Yuzvendra Chahal.
Yeah, no, he's not hit it, no. Watching back on the replay.
Chahal coming over the wicket, up in the air and away. Oh, straight into the hands of Nathan Gilchrist, actually, by Matty Hurst. I lost the track of that one. Nathan Gilchrist assuredly didn't. He was standing at mid-on and is explaining just how he took that swirling catch. And it has looped up, way up the hang time on it. And spun down, and Chahal has his first wicket of the innings, and Lancashire here are 2-2-7 for 6. I'm not saying there's any jeopardy for them necessarily here, but that's a wicket Kent will be very pleased with just after lunch.
Yeah, Hurst out for naught and breaks that little sequence at the start of his first-class career of successive half-centuries. And a lead of 60 and 4 wickets remaining. It'll be interesting to see how the next two in particular play this. Tom Bailey and Tom Hartley, who can both give it a bit of a wallop. It's going to be Tom Hartley who's coming out to bat. Not Keaton Jennings, if you're watching the live stream. He's got Jennings 1 on the back of his shirt, but Jennings is not coming out to have another go.
And he's a left-hander, and he's tall and slim.
Exactly. Are we sure it's not Keaton Jennings under the helmet? Tom Hartley heading out to join Josh Bohannon.
If he just keeps eye contact away from anyone on the field, you start to wonder, don't you? It's like, no one notices I sneak out here for another go. The 74. Well, that's, yeah. It's development 227 for 6.
They'll be fed back to Middlesex, well, this, I would think. Lancs are now 6 down, only 60 in front. Probably more likely a Kent win here.
I mean, certainly, if they do start to throw the bat, that here could decide things very quickly, I think. Either Lancashire are going to race in front, or the way it's gone at the moment, you could see perhaps quick wickets falling, but well, Tom Hartley might be interested himself if it's taking a bit of turn. 1 or 2 have done that. It didn't look like that one was a fiendish delivery, but obviously a miss hit by Hurst up in the air. 227 for 6. I was about to launch into another subject for Lancashire listeners about the wealth of young talent they've got as well, and what that bodes for next season in terms of development. These guys being a year on. There's Chahal round the wicket to Hartley. That is going to take getting used to, that one with the Jennings on his shirt, isn't it? Just at a quick glance.
I reckon Daniel Beldrum has just gone up to double check. It is Tom Hartley.
Harry Finch is asking him a series of pointed questions. Oh, is that bat and pad? I think that could have been, yeah, the way Hartley reacted. Mireya, I mean, it dropped a foot from his front foot, I would say. Mireya had absolutely no chance of snaffling that one, but yeah, there was a loud shout. Chahal now coming into the game. 1 for 45. Has just taken the wicket of Hurst. It's outside the off stump. Maybe he's getting a bit of purchase from that knack into road end. Haven't really seen it in this match so far. It's mostly been from this pavilion end.
Yeah, spinners have had most success from this end, haven't they?
Yeah. Hartley, spinner himself. Chahal bowls to him. Nudges it past Mireya at short leg. End of the over. And is that consecutive wicket maintenance to start the piece? It is indeed. So Najjar finishing his off from before lunch. And Chahal taking the wicket of Matty Hurst for none. 227 for 6. Then Lancashire 60 ahead at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence.
Yeah, Tom Bailey to come, and then Jack Blatherwick and Jack Morley for Lancashire. Middlesex have just reached 200 in their second innings. A lead of 183.
Kent fans saying, yeah, bat on and on. Come on, get your averages up.
The back foot cut away by Bohannon. And there's no run. Lancashire do have quite an impressive away record, which they might be eager to try and keep up. It's left, outside off stump. And there's no run. Lancashire haven't lost an away match in 14 championship games. Hammered away through extra cover by Bohannon. And he moves on to 14. He's now 231 for 6. Yeah, Lancashire have gone unbeaten away from home in the championship for over 2 years. A run of 14 matches.
That is quite something, isn't it? It's a proud record.
could be under threat, potentially. There's the jar to Bohannon. Forward again and defends. And again, there's no run.
Obviously, it's the sort of thing that fascinates people like us and fans of the counties. But for Lancashire, if they were to lose an end of season game, would it affect them all the way through the winter?
Possibly not. This is flicked out by Bohannon towards deep backward square leg.
Chase
Comes back for 2. Throw comes in towards the keeper from Chapple.
Not that I'm suggesting we should put that in their minds. It doesn't really matter if you lose this, does it? Come on.
Well, a Middlesex declaration is not far away. They're having a right old go after lunch here.
Yeah.
Carved away by Bohannon through the offside, but for no run. The 190 in front now. Josh Carey's has raced up to 48 not out. End of the over. 2:33 for 6. So Lancashire lead by 66 runs.
Emails coming in on kentcricket@gmail.com. Whichever side you support, it'd be great to hear from you as the season ends. Perhaps season highlights, your hopes for next year. It's going to be a player of 2024, I wonder, thinking about Lancashire's crop of great young players. Stephen on the emails, a few more as well. Get to them in due course. Spinners on. And how slowly I read will affect that, obviously. Here's Chahal. Quick delivery from him to Hartley. Turns it into the onside. Yeah, I'm still having to stop myself say Jennings every time. So I'll get into it eventually. Stephen mailing from Chile. That's this one in the air, but wide of Mackwin. Actually quite well wide in the end. The tall Ken bowler does his best to get after it, but gives up the chase in effect as it goes towards the boundary at mid-wicket. Nicely hit by Tom Hartley. His first runs, and his first boundary, of course, in front of the Les Ames stand. Not so many patrons there as there were, I think, certainly on the first day. There were a few, weren't there, just outside there in hospitality on the balconies, having a drink of something frosted or with ice cubes in it.
Pina colada.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are they popular pina coladas in Canterbury?
Oh, yeah. I mean, last summer they ran out of those little paper umbrellas they used for them, so had to change cocktails. But sweep by Hartley, causing almost bodily harm to Mayeye, and also Nijar was diving after it at mid-wicket, but it ends up at the third man in a sort of leg side cordon forward of square. That's Ben Compton, who does stop it. Would he go for another sweep in? That's a drive by Hartley. They take a quick run, and Jack Leaning thinks about throwing down the stumps, but thinks better of it. 2:38 for 6, a lead of 71. Stephen, thank you for the commentary. Thank you very much for your company, Stephen. It's been great to hear from you all the way through the campaign. He said, I've been watching from afar in Chile, where I've been living for the best part of 20 years. It's the live stream, very much appreciated. He'd like another couple of cameras, if Kent is listening to this, for next season. Chahal for, down the leg side. That has spun. It's beaten Bohannon, though. I don't think it was threatening the stumps. Has he got anything on there? On it, rather. No, it's by. So it's gone through. So not that far away, perhaps, from the left-handers off stump. Wicket at Trent Bridge, I'm assuming.
Yeah, De Carey's has gone. So there's 6 down now. 194 in front.
I'll continue Stephen's email in just a second. So another season ends, he says. I remember as a kid walking out of the ground at the end of the season with my dad, he said. As Chahal, the last ball of the 77th over. On the back foot, just nudges it past Mayeye at short leg. End of the over, 2-4-2 for 6. Lancashire, 75 ahead. Bohannon has 16. Hartley has 5. So, yeah, Stephen saying, another season ends. I remember as a kid walking out of the ground at the end of the season with my dad. Always a sad moment in the year, he says. Who knows, possibly, though, I might make it over next year to see a game at St Lawrence. Winterwell and best wishes. Steve, thank you for that. I said I do feel like it's a poignant time in the season. It's just the last day of the season, and as you say, Stephen, Winterwell, the phrase, isn't it? You're not going to see people perhaps until April. But, great to hear from you. Mike, meanwhile, is back on the emails, claiming credit for more wickets. Who was it? Said one brings 5. It was Ickle-moi, he says.
It's Najjar bowls and Hartley's forward in defence, no run.
You've missed one, Mike. One brings 6.
Well-known phrase.
Who was the charlatan mystic you were reading out earlier? Kent Knott's both chasing 230 in mid-afternoon. He's cocking a snoop at that.
Flicked out through the onside by Hartley, but for no run.
He says, only teasing, folks. Isn't this fun? Unless you're a lanky, of course. There you go. Well, I think that'll be all right.
Najjar over the wicket to Hartley. Drives. And drives through mid-off for 4 runs. Hartley moves on to 9. And Lancashire 246 for 6.
In answer to your next question, Mike has the PS. No, I don't have the foggiest what this weekend's lottery numbers are, so thank you, Mike. It kept us going through the close season, wasn't it? Wouldn't it? A couple of million on the lottery would have been lovely, but whatever.
You'd still be back next year, wouldn't you?
If you can't be bothered.
Here's Najjar to Hartley. Oh, he's walloped that away off the back foot. Out towards the leg side boundary. Bounce, skipping over the rope. 4 runs. Pulled away in front of square to bring up the Lancashire 250. And it's 250 for 6 now for the Red Rose. Let's see a bit of fireworks from Tom Hartley.
As you were saying that Tom Hartley might come and take on the bowling. He's starting.
A lead of 83. Takes a single. Rocking back and working the ball away off his hip to square leg for 1. Hartley moves on to 14. 251 for 6. Brings Josh Barnum back on strike.
He's averaging nearly 40 for the season as well, hasn't he? Crikey. They've scored some runs, Lancashire, this year.
Yep, he's been at the front and centre of it, Josh Barnum. Leading the way. Najjar to Barnum. It's worked off the back foot. Out towards wide mid-on for 1 run. And he keeps a strike as well. That's the end of the over. So it's 17 to Barnum, 14 to Hartley, 252 for 6. Sam Robson's just reached 3 figures for Middlesex. He's 101 not out. Lead of 197 for Middlesex at Trent Bridge.
Just looking at those Lancashire averages, when your spinner Tom Hartley's averaging nearly 40. Alderson, who bowls some more than handy seam up, is averaging over 50. And then you've got your frontline batters, Bohannon on 56, Jennings on 56, and piling on the runs. Drayton Denley's going to come on. Because the umpire is shedding a layer.
Oh my word. Goodness. It's a warm afternoon.
It's that warm out there. He's taken on the over jacket. So update coming for BBC Radio Kent's radio listeners. Yeah, and Kent have taken another Lancashire wicket just after lunch as well, Steve. So Lancashire 252 for 6. They're leading 8 by 85 in their second innings. So effectively, I suppose, second innings 85 for 6. I still think this is going to be a draw. This pitch looks pretty placid out there, but Kent are managing to get through the wickets pretty well at the moment, notwithstanding the fact that Josh Bohannon is there. He's come a little bit down the order for Lancashire after his 113 in the first innings, and he's the top run scorer in the county championship this year. So they need to prize him out pretty quickly if they're going to have any chance of a victory here. Elsewhere, and the other game that really affects Kent is Middlesex's game at Nottinghamshire. If Kent equal or better their result, they will stay in county championship Division 1. If they don't, they'll go down. Middlesex then, looking for the win, are batting on after lunch and trying to build a big total. They can then bowl Nottinghamshire out short of, if that makes sense. They're 220 for 6, a lead of 202 runs. We're really waiting for that Trent Bridge declaration to see when Middlesex will pull out and decide to bowl at Nottinghamshire. Here, Kent doing their part, though, with Lancashire 253 for 6, having put on a massive opening stand of 194. It's been regular wickets for Kent since. Commentary continuing on the BBC Sport website and app with regular radio reports. And Jack Leaning it is, isn't he? He's brought himself on at the far end. He's just taking a single off the third ball of this over. I wonder if Chapple might be swapping ends, because Nijar was expensive, wasn't he, of his previous over, and I think Chahal's actually been pretty good from that far end. I wonder if he's just rotating them.
Do have a declaration now at Trent Bridge.
Okay, air from Leaning just outside the off stump. Hartley leaves it. He's on 14. Bohannon has 18.
They've declared on 224 for 6. A lead of 206 runs with 58 overs left today.
So Leaning gives that air as well. It's driven by Hartley powerfully through the covers. Compton has the dive at it. He's not getting this one. That is 4 runs. That'll be good news for Middlesex fans as well. But right, okay, so it's doable, certainly for Nottinghamshire to win it.
Will they show any intent
well,
to
that's
come
the
out
question,
and
is
try and do
I
it?
think that's very nicely judged from Middlesex. They've not batted them out of it by any stretch of the imagination, but probably just put enough runs on the board to perhaps to bowl them out in the best part of a couple of sessions, as it's just defended back up the pitch. Is it 60 overs going to be remaining?
I think it's 58.
Oh, 58 with the changeover.
Yeah, I think it'll be 58.
I mean, someone said, I'm not going to say it was someone, some kind of visionary, somebody who knows an enormous amount about cricket and ought to get a pay rise, but what if they had to go for half a dozen overs after lunch? Bit of a biff and then declared, but you know, whatever. The Middlesex head coach listens to this commentary quite a lot just to make sure what I think, obviously. 257 for 6, of course.
For Kent, it doesn't really make much of a difference, this, does it? Unless
No.
they start taking wickets.
Well, that's true.
Just,
Kent are trying to take wickets against
Exactly,
Lancashire, so
yeah.
what else can they do but that?
yeah,
Nothing at
exactly.
all.
Just kinda
Yeah, you're right.
just playing the game as normal, really. Chahal to return, replacing Najar with Bohannon on 18 not out. It's Chahal in and bowls. Bohannon off the front foot, pushed away into the offside. Ben Compton is at extra cover to field. No run. 2-5-7 for 6. Chahal to Bohannon, forward in defence, and again no run. Leg slip and a slip and a backward point and a deep extra cover, short cover, long off. Mid-ons, decent way back, and there's a deep mid wicket and a deep backward square leg. Bohannon trying to work it away to the leg side. The ball actually just squirts through mid-off for a single. On to 19 he goes. 258 for 6. What over are we in here? We're in the 80th over here, so there's a
good point.
possibility
New
of a
ball
new
available.
ball. Yeah. I don't know whether they would take that or not.
No, I'd
At
take
the minute. I don't know.
take your point. The team has looked pretty innocuous this morning, didn't it?
Change to the field with Hartley on strike, the left-hander. They've bolstered their men on the leg side. So it's forward short leg, short straight kind of mid-wicket, deep backward square leg. Mid-on's decent way back. Going back Hartley, just trying to nudge the ball away. An appeal by Chahal. That out says the umpire. 2-5-8 for 6. 91 in front. Chahal spins the ball from one hand to the other. And around the wicket, Hartley off the back foot. Plays the ball out into the offside. No run. Also with the final ball of the 80th over, but to show there's any need really to take the new ball. Swept away. Little top edge, it's in the air. He should be caught. He is. And Hartley goes for 7. Compton with a catch. Quite a tricky one. He's looking right into the sun as well. It was Compton, just to confirm it. He went quite high and he's looking directly into the sun. I think that's a really awkward catch. I mean, it looked very, very simple, but...
Yeah, he reset himself 2 or 3 times, and you could see him just trying to readjust, and then after he'd taken it, just pointed towards the sun. But yeah, he has taken it, and with the last ball of the 80th over, well, there's a question for the captain, isn't it? Your spinner's just taken his second wicket. You've taken 3. The other spinner's taken 2. We're putting the seamers on. I don't think so. 258 for 7 then, with the lead at 91 for Lancashire. I'll make way for Alex Hode, and it's onside Scott Reed.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, 7 down, 91 in front. Kent here will be pretty confident, as I think they probably have been for most of the, not just the day, but most of the game, really. Obviously starting in front, knowing that destiny's in their own hands, knowing that as long as they match, better of course, what Middlesex do, then that will be fine. Tom Bailey heads out to join Josh Bohannon. So Lancashire are 7 down, 258 for 7 and 91 runs in front. Chahal's picked up his second wicket. Jack Leaning's going to continue from the Nackington Road end. Bailey slowly drifting out towards the middle. They're about to get back underway at Trent Bridge. A reminder for you, 206 run lead, so 207 to win for Nottinghamshire in 58 overs. Or 10 wickets for Middlesex, or possibly a draw.
Do you remember that storm that we've been talking about for the last couple of days? I think it's starting to bubble up. We're in it now. Who knows which way it's going to go? I know you think you know which way it's going to go, but we shall see.
Yeah. Well, it's going well here for Kent, isn't it? With what we're looking at in front of us here, Lancashire 7 down, only 91 in front. So that's the crucial thing here, is that Kent at the minute have control of this match.
Indeed, it is in their hands. And the ball is in the hands of Jack Leaning at the Nackington Road end. He's bowling to Josh Bohannon. In it comes. This one's guided away. He's beaten the bat. I'm not sure it was a real play and a miss, but the bat was there and the ball went past it into the hands of Harry Finch. A few oohs and ahs, I think, among a few of the fans as well as those on the pitch. In comes Leaning again. This one's leg stumpish and is guided away by Bohannon. Nice and simple for another single to add to his total. It's 259 for 7. Our Lancashire. Tom Bailey is on strike. Jack Leaning just directing traffic out in the offside. Bringing a field around towards cover. Leaning's happy, and then he comes once again, delivering to Bailey. He's back in defence, back along the track to him. Tom Bailey's a bit of a Swiss Army knife, isn't he? He can do anything with the ball. He's not bad with the bat either.
Yeah, seen quite a bit of off spin, haven't we, from Bailey this week?
We have. Jack Leaning showing some of his as well now. It's just dabbed down into the offside by Bailey. There's no run there either. This is the best bit of weather we've had for a couple of days, isn't
Lovely.
it? Glorious. You think we could get another couple of weeks on the back end of the season? Chucking a couple of more games in next year? We shall see. In comes Leaning. This is cut away and missed by Bailey, trying to carve it away off the back foot. Didn't get any of it, and the ball's gone through. Harry Finch didn't hold on to it either. A strangled cry from the cordon, but nothing doing. Still 259 for 7. The lead is 91 at the moment. In comes Leaning. Is of an appeal. I'm not sure that was going down the leg side, but either way, the umpire is not impressed. That is the end of the over. I don't know if it was an inside edge, perhaps as well. There was a noise, but it wasn't a full-blooded appeal, certainly. And that will be it. Yuzvendra Chahal's going to continue, so presumably no interest in a new ball whatsoever at the moment.
Still down on one knee though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Looking towards the umpire. Maybe just slowly getting back to his feet.
He was down on one knee for a lot longer than that yesterday after he missed the opportunity to oust Keaton Jennings.
Yeah.
It was a good, I feel like it was a minute. I thought his knee had locked in that position for a while. It happens to us all at some age. Not Jack, though, he's much younger than me.
Here comes Chapple. And he balls to Bohannon. Bohannon defends. There is no run.
I'm just looking at the live stream. Obviously at Trent Bridge there are a lot of fielders around the track. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or 8 close fielders. Trying to apply some early pressure at Middlesex, unsurprisingly. Ben Slater and Hasib Hamid are opening up for knots.
Bohannon waits for Chapple, who's bowling, goes back. Let's work to mid-on for a single. It's 260 for 7 now. Bohannon moves on to 21. Lead of 93. Captain's coming up for a chat. Bohannon's on strike, pointing out towards the mid-wicket boundary.
He was pointing to the direction where they were playing football this morning, and I wonder if he's just recounting some of the goals he scored. It was very competitive this morning, I must say. No one thinking about cricket whatsoever at 10 o'clock.
No surprise.
All eyes. They had a ref as well in a full kit.
No, that's very good.
Extraordinary.
Leg slip comes to silly point. Mid-wicket goes to square leg. There is a deep mid-wicket as well. Chapple over the wicket to Bailey. Forward defends. And there's no run. 260 for 7. 93 run lead for Lancashire. Worked away into the onside for 1 run. Gets Bailey off the mark. Score moves on to 261 for 7. Field changes with Bohannon back on strike because mid-wicket's coming up and backward square leg comes in as well. Silly point goes to leg slip. Flat a little quicker maybe. Bohannon going back and chopping the ball away. And again, there's no run. End of the over. 261 for 7. Lead is 94. Bailey has 1. Bohannon on 21.
Do you think Lancs will have any interest in frustrating Ken just to see what happens? Do you reckon they're setting little targets, or are they just going through the motions on the last day of a very long campaign? Well, they think, oh, let's just give them 150, see what happens. Give them 200, see what happens. Let's try and get through the day. They've been very hard to beat. Well, they want to preserve that away unbeaten record. And Leading comes in. He's bowling to Bailey, who just guides it away into the leg side. Not interested in a run because it's gone to the close fielder. I think is that Daniel Drummond. The ball is back with Leading anyway, past the umpire's shoulder and delivers to Bailey. This one's wide of off stump. Bailey thinks about having a cut, but thinks better of it. Harry Finch can't gather cleanly and it just trickles away into the offside. There's no run. It's a very calm and peaceful passage of play considering the storm that's going on. Leading delivers. This one's guided away nicely, gets down to it. Just Tom Bailey's a tall man, just guides it away down towards third for a very, very calm single.
Not sure how much Tom Bailey will be relishing the prospect of bowling again, to be perfectly
No,
honest with you.
that's a good point.
I think he'd probably be out there batting.
I'd probably give them all to Jack Blatherwick, wouldn't they? Just no,
Probably,
he's
yeah.
able to.
He
You've not
didn't
done
do
your
much.
share. Yeah.
I'll stick to off spin.
So Bohannon back on strike, and this one's guided away into the offside. It's chopped down into the ground for another easy single of Jack Leading. Takes him on to 22. And brings Bailey back onto strike, who has 2. Leading delivers once again. Forward comes Bailey in defence, gets down well, torts that frame to the pitch of the ball, and just battered along the track back to Leading. Another field change. Chapple sent out to a finish leg. Bailey comes forward again to this one, just taps into the leg side. There's no run. Chapple has to come all the way back in after that. Just an extra 40 yards in his legs for the day. He's trying to get his steps in. 10,000 a day, we're all supposed to do. That is the end of the over.
Oh, I've been well on top of that this week, walking back and forth from the city centre every day. Yeah.
That's a good. That's no mean feat. It's nicer on days like this than it would have been in other Septembers that I can think of.
Yeah. I was walking back the other night and thought, sure, last season, walking back, it wasn't dark. And I realised it was April when we played here last year.
That is true.
Makes more sense.
The year before, I think you were down in September, because it's not often that I get the pleasure of doing this job, but it's often is in September when it happens. And I've got a feeling it was September then, but never on the 29th of September. We'll always remember where we were on the 29th.
Chapple to Bohannon. Going to run. Ball clips away through the legs, through the offside as he tries to work it towards mid-wicket.
Don't intend to do ball by ball on the events at Trent Bridge.
I can tell you're tempted though.
It is important, but we will just say that no news is good news from a Kent perspective. Wickets would be bad news, and obviously we'll let you know. However, not 12 without loss in the second over.
Chapple to Bailey off the front foot. Plops it out into the offside, no run. There's some good scores this season, Tom Bailey. A couple of scores in the 70s for Lancashire. And he's adding to it here. Good looking shot. Hammered away from deep in the crease. Out through extra cover for 4. And it takes him to 6. And that takes Lancashire on to 268 for 7. Pushes the lead up to and beyond the 3-figure, well, into 3 figures, beyond the 100 mark. 101 in front now.
Big psychological barrier. There's still 3 wickets to think about first.
Chapple to Bailey. Bouncing its way towards Compton, an extra cover, no run. 268 for 7. In again. Swept this time. Paddled away down towards fine leg. It might run all the way for 4. Daniel Bell-Drummond's chasing after it. It actually does just stop. And they cross for 3. The ball just slows down as it enters the shade from the Lazeme stand where the old school scoreboard is. Just running up the slope.
Timed it very nicely though, the last 2 shots. Mr. Bailey.
Goes to 9. Lancashire 271 for 7. Brings Bohannon back on strike. It's a forward defensive. And there is no run. And that's the end of the over as well. 271 for 7. A lead of 104 for Lancashire.
Just wondering if there'd be any discussions about new ball. I think Kent are probably quite happy with things the way they're going at the moment. Aaron Najjar's going to get a go with this old ball from the Nackington Road end, taking over from Jack Leaning. Gets a bit of a rest. He's directing traffic once again. He could work at Heathrow, I think, with arms like that. Just needs a couple of those fluorescent things to hold and direct people. He's gone off to field at mid-off. Tom Bailey on strike. Aaron Najjar's getting a lopsided, offsided field. And he's ready at the top of his run-up. Bowls to Bailey. Takes a step back and drives nicely, but there's no run there. Leaning a few steps to his left to collect at mid-off. Made himself some room nicely though, did Bailey.
Kind of one eye on wickets for Kent and one eye on that lead a little bit as well, isn't there? Kind of just sitting in here, Kent, which is fine.
Yeah. Delivered again. Another step back and a cut away from Bailey. Fielded neatly.
Should not a 45 for 5 or something like that. This prospect of having to chase some runs down later in the match, you've got to keep an eye on that lead above 100 now.
Yeah, absolutely. This is very true. This is why we are all here. Bailey just guides this one away into the offside. There's no run. Yeah, sticking or twisting. We're adrift on the tide at the moment. We're just bobbing along and seeing what happens. It's quite an uncomfortable position on the edge of the seat.
I'm quite relaxed.
You're fine, yes. Tom Bailey comes forward in defence, just squirts into the leg side. There's no run there. Fielded by Yuzvendra Chahal. Returns it to Aaron Najjar, who's switched ends. He's been very good. Najjar's not been too expensive. He delivers again. Bailey just guards this one into the offside and no run. A couple of timely wickets as well. Jack Leaning as well. If you'd said which of the spinners would pick up Jennings and Wells, given the way they were batting, and to get them both, I think, in back-to-back overs for him as well. Plenty of good cricket on the show this week at Canterbury. Najjar delivers again. Forward comes Bailey into defence. Tapped into the offside and no run there. That's another Aaron Najjar maiden. 7th. I feel like they've all come very... well, maybe that's certainly 6 in the last 8 or 9. He's got 2 wickets, 2 for 58 and 19. End of the over, 271 for 7.
Yeah, going to be spin for now.
I think it is. I will let you know that there was 10 taken off the 3rd over by Notts, including a 6.
Nice.
Ben Slater, who endeared himself to Kent fans in the first innings, is started off encouragingly.
23 to Josh Bohannon. Captain chatting with Daniel Bell-Drummond there. To skipper and one of his senior men in conversation.
Daniel Bell-Drummond, who made the PCA Team of the Year, I should mention, which was released this morning, and I wasn't sure if I was allowed to say because I didn't know if it was embargoed. But he did. There was a Kent member in the PCA Team of the Year, voted for by the fellow professionals, and that knock of 300. And the T20 century as well.
Jar balls to Bohannon. That's worked away to the leg side for a single. That all came in this kind of purple patch, didn't it? Like a month and a bit cricket.
He had.
For him.
I think it might have been less than that. A fortnight, I think. He was absolutely incredible, and he unfortunately got a hamstring injury as well. But it was some effort at Wantage Road to hit a treble. He came through at the same time as Sam Northeast, who didn't get a double ton for his entire career, and then put together 400 last summer at Leicestershire, and then and Daniel Bell-Drummond, the good mates, got his 3.
Well, a little flattered as Chahal to Bailey. Forward defends. And there's no run. Brought mid-wicket up this time for Bailey. Had him out on the rope, but now inside the circle as it would be. But, content to get forward. Played away to the offside, no run. .272 for 705 in front. Chahal to Bailey. Smothered away through the offside. And there is no run. Picked up by Gilchrist, who's just at backward point. Extra cover and mid-off on the offside, plus a silly point and a slip and a short fine leg, mid-wicket and mid-on. Chahal to Bailey, forward. Bat in front of his pad with a good stride down the pitch, and that's eased back towards Chahal, who then tells cover and mid-wicket and mid-on just to drop a little deeper for the final ball of the over. Bailey runs through for a single. And we squeeze it away into the offside. Just 2 off the over, one from the first delivery and one from the final ball. It's a lead of 106 now for Lancashire. 273 for 7. Bohannon 25 and Bailey on 10.
And Jack Leaning's just trotted off the field. I think that's Jaden Denny who's back on.
double check the score at Trent Bridge.
I'd imagine that's what it is. He might be going to log on to the BBC Sport website and app to listen to us, to find out what's going on, to take instructions about things, or he might just need the loo, I'm not sure.
Probably that.
And Bailey kept strike with that single at the end of the over. He's on 10. It's Aaron Najjar who's directing his field settings. Tap at the bat from Bailey to show he's ready. Get on with it, he says. Najjar eventually obliges. Delivered, got down nicely, did Bailey in defence. There was a fuller one from Najjar. There's no run. Four of the 58 overs gone at Trent Bridge. Najjar delivers again to Bailey, comes forward in defence, just taps it. Similarly into the offside, there's no run there. Swings his arms to Najjar and trots in. This one's a bit more leg side-ish and just guided away towards mid-wicket. We're at Chapple Fields. He's going to go and have a little chat with Najjar. Seen something. It was a very short chat as well. A couple of words. Handed him the ball and he trots back once again. Halfway through this over, Najjar in once again. This one's forward. Comes Bailey. Couldn't quite see what happened because he's in my way, my line of sight. Very inconsiderate of him. I think he probably just defended it forward. In comes Najjar. This one's carved away onto the offside. Straight to the fielder. There's no run for Bailey. Timed it nicely. That was a wider one. Fourth or fifth stump. Field is being sent back slightly down to kind of a deepish extra cover. This one's leg side from Najjar. Bailey tried to help it on his way, didn't get a lot of it, just dropped it down into the leg side. That is another maiden over for Aaron Najjar. That's 8 for him. And a pretty suffocating spell from that Nackington Road end will bid Scott Reed adieu for a while. Matt Cole will be returning to join us. 30 for no loss in the 5th over at Trent Bridge. Middlesex need to take 10 wickets. Notts need 177 runs to win. I don't know that game's going to be a draw. This one may still be, and it may well be enough. We will only time will tell. You would imagine, good afternoon Mr. Cole, you would imagine if they get wind that there has been a result at Trent Bridge, they won't linger out here too much longer after that point, wouldn't you?
No, absolutely. The hand will be offered summarily, I would imagine, as soon as possible. But yeah, there's still very much life in both of these games yet. There's Chahalbel's to Bohannon, nicely driven into the offside. Joe Denley picks up, and there's a single. So 274 for 7, 107 the lead. If you're looking at a victory target for Kent, if they would take 3 quick wickets even now, they'd have 43 overs to do that, so that's doable if it were to happen. But Nottinghamshire against Middlesex, is that doable? Eminently possible for them to win, and as you say, all bets would surely be off at that point, because you can't quite see Kent losing from here. But it's sport, everybody. I have to remind myself, actually, I shouldn't be reminding the listeners, they know it's sport. They know it can be wretched at times and terrifying too. This one's just defended by Tom Bailey. Yeah, long stride down the pitch, the offside, trying to prove those online selectors wrong. He should have been in the team. As he drives this into the fielding pad, I think it's 1-8, and there's no run. Maybe thinking about those wrigglers, Mrs. Porter and Hutton. How do they get in ahead of him? Jordan Clark, who's he?
Wow, quite.
274 for 7. Onto the back foot. Nice looking drive, that one. Yeah, he's basically playing a sort of game of double Dutch there at the moment, isn't he? He's playing jump rope, he's turning round, he's spinning, he's doing everything at the moment apart from the chance of a back pad catch.
It's like a cardio session, like doing some plyometrics.
Yeah. As someone's given some air by Chapple, which doesn't, I'm sure, please Mier that much more. He turned his back and jumps, but fortunately for him it goes up to mid-off with no bodily harm, and there's a single taken. 275 for 7 at the end of the over. Lancashire 108 the lead. It was Ben Compton who was effectively a sort of human pinata against Nottinghamshire, was stuck in at short leg, at silly mid-off for a lot of that game, and was being peppered. And I wonder, I'm sure Mier, perhaps by dint of being slightly less experienced, has got that role today. But I don't suppose Ben Compton will be terribly upset that he's fielding the covers at mid-wicket.
No, I think he's done a fine job as well. A couple of great catches, as you mentioned earlier on. He's done his business with the bat as well. A lot of pressure on his shoulders this week, but he's certainly risen to the occasion. Aaron Najjar's been rising to the occasion as well.
I've seen, Nathan Gilchrist is doing some warm-ups, which suggests that Kent might be thinking about the new ball.
Jack Leading has just come trotting back on. This one's delivered by Najjar and just guided away into the offside by Tom Bailey. No run.
Where is Matt Quinn, I wonder? Oh, an update for BBC Radio Kent. I'll tell you what, I'll talk to them first, right? As it's literally my job. Here's round the wicket, comes Najjar, just nudged into the offside, and there's no run. 275 for 7, Lancashire. Yeah, and then an important day, a couple of sessions, a few hours' time, we'll know whether Kent are going to be relegated from County Championship Division 1 or if they're going to keep themselves up. At the moment, they're doing their part of the bargain, I would have said it, in this match. Lancashire 275 for 7. Kent to take a quick wickets after a massive opening stand by Lancashire's Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings to have Lancashire 275 for 7. So in the second innings, Lancashire 108 ahead at the moment. If Kent were to take 3 quick wickets, you'd say favourites to win this match, and that would definitely keep them in County Championship Division 1. Their rivals for that one place just above the dotted line are Middlesex. They're playing Nottinghamshire at the moment. Middlesex have been really forced, their hands been forced to try and get a win in that match because of the situation in this one. They've given Nottinghamshire the option, allowed them to get into bat a second time to try and bowl them out for victory, but Nottinghamshire are going well. 37 for none they are, needing 170 more runs to win. That would end any chance of Middlesex staying up and would save Kent. We're hoping for that, Leo, but I've just had to remind myself, not really the listeners, just my own fretting heart, that this is professional sport and a lot of different things can happen on a final couple of sessions of a day of cricket, and it is the final day. The nerves are still jangling. 276 for 7, Lancashire. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app with regular radio reports, of course. End of the over, and that is 109 the lead. I think I missed a single there in the updates, trying to give Kent listeners an idea of what's going on here.
I think you've done a fine job.
Well, it's very kind, but it's a flurry of figures, I realise, for people who don't get cricket.
Very grateful of you. Joey Everson has come to retrieve a new ball.
Lovely.
And it will be handed to one of his teammates, I think. Is it going to be Nathan Gilchrist who gets the first?
Yeah, just as we went to that update, I was looking for Matt Quinn, but he is just in front of the Les Ames stand, isn't he? So.
Of course. This is in the shadow.
Yeah. I think he might have been fielding behind the or next to the Willie stand, which is probably why I couldn't spot him last time. But yeah, there. I wouldn't. Well, this feels like a last chance for Kent at this point, I think, to take victory. Or am I overstating that?
I mean, there's still 44 overs remaining.
I suppose, yeah. If they score at 3 and over now,
It's everything's just in limbo because everyone's waiting for everybody else,
yeah.
waiting for something to happen at Trent Bridge. At the moment, there are only 6 overs gone, and 39 without losses is just a start that Kent fans will have wanted to see from Notts. They are taking it seriously. That's the most important thing of all.
44 overs here. Kent don't want to chase much more than 160, do they?
No,
if they're going to have to chase.
But they may be thinking that a draw would be enough.
Yeah, but they wouldn't mind, I suppose, being in the position where they could possibly win, because at least they have the option towards the end of the day.
How nice would it be if Kent ended up staying up by 20 plus points? That would be the kind of
for them,
the dream scenario from a Kent
perspective.
Perspective.
A bit of a repeat of last year as well, and they won the last two.
Yeah. The September stats for Kent are extraordinary. April is dreadful. Right. Yes, the last 5 or 6 years. Gilchrist comes in from the pavilion end, which gives an inside edge away across the stumps there from was that Tom Bailey? It was.
Yeah.
Squirting away into the leg side, he takes a single, streaky one at that.
That is interesting.
277 for 7 now.
We saw a couple of balls from Gilchrist keep a little bit low in the...
Yeah, they've all been from this end. They were yesterday as well.
Yes, that's true.
Going up the slope. But yes, the stats, I did it at the end of last year. Kent had the best of any team in Division 1. Kent had the best stats in September across the previous 6 seasons. They also had the worst in April, which may not surprise you to learn. They did get the win in April, of course, this year against Northants, which was encouraging. The rest of it's not gone quite to plan, I think it's safe to say. But here we are in September, a draw last week at Taunton, looking to somehow wrap up a win on the last day of the season here. As Gilchrist comes in, and this one's cut away towards third man by Josh Bohannon. A very, very simple single. He's walked 9 or 10 yards, I'd say, Bohannon there to finish that one off.
The natural pessimist in me says, so what if it starts seaming around, variable bounce, 3 wickets fall quickly, and then wait a minute, there's still a 3-figure total on the board to bat against.
I've seen that film a couple of times this season already.
I think we're saying it's not over, is that right? Oh, that wasn't the new ball.
Now it's the new ball.
Oh, come on.
That's what it is.
Who threw that?
But exactly, it was dreadful. But
was it the umpire?
Inside I think it was.
The umpire was trying to underarm the ball to the over the rope. And it's fallen
2 foot short.
2 foot short. Joey Evans has to run over there. There we go.
Yes. So hang on, what was that? The first 2 balls, the singles off the first 2 balls were with the old ball. Yeah. I saw Tom Bailey do exactly the same thing yesterday. He had 1 ball with it and thought, nah, and then took the new ball straight away. In comes Gilchrist for the third ball, just defended down into the offside by Tom Bailey.
That's a good first delivery. That's sharp from Gilchrist. Decent bit of pace, and he's hurried Bailey.
He has. It was quick. Dealt with quite well by the tall man. A couple of sporting giants going at it on the last day of the championship season. Got yellow leaves in front of us. October coming this weekend. It'll be Halloween soon. Goodness me. And there's still so much to be decided.
Not a boundary for Nottinghamshire. Not that I'm looking. 43 for none.
Gilchrist in, once again delivering to Bailey. Defended similarly, got up. High elbow to get the ball down into the offside. There's no run there.
That's, I keep saying to this is why you need 2 people on the commentary team, because one has to watch one game and one has to watch the other. It's,
well, if you've got a full slate of championship games and there's no rain, the live text is interesting.
That must be,
it's a mashup.
That's crazy to do.
In comes Gilchrist, delivering. That's a good ball as well. He's done well to get down in front, as Tom Bailey. Just jammed it away into the offside.
Jaden Denley there, I think.
Yes, he...
who's gone off?
I think so. I think...
Compton's at deep square.
Yeah, he is. Denley came on for Leaning, and then Leaning came back on. I reckon someone else is off.
It's not Denley on for Denley, is it? That would be great.
Oh, that would be. Didn't see him give him a...
No, I haven't seen.
Ruffle of the hair on the way off. Gilchrist, back foot drive into the offside. Nicely done by Tom Bailey. He'll pick up 2.
People talking about their moments of the season, and for me, definitely one of them is Jaden Denley making his debut at the Oval, and that was hitting his first ball for 4. Yeah. That was just a wonderful thing. Then taking a wicket, I think, in his first over, and then talking to the 2 of them afterwards, Jalen and Joe, was just I know it's not sporting pinnacle, but it's just one of the lovely things about cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, that's a life experience. It's a nice thing. I remember when he took that fantastic catch over at Deep Square as well in the Essex game in the Metrobank One Day Cup. It was just that it was like that when Wayne Rooney first came through at Everton.
Yeah.
That first couple of weeks where everything seemed to go right. And you just remember the name, Jaden Denley.
No pressure.
Yeah, no, quite.
He's the new Wayne Rooney of cricket. There we go.
Yeah, pretty much. They are taking a drink. You're not missing
They are.
anything.
Some emails are coming as well, so I should get to those. Ron, great to hear from you. He says, all hail women's cricket. It's the second email I've sent all season, the first back in April to inform the Sussex commentary team that their stream had gone down. Again, also, I should have read that out, should I? There we go. Can happen, though. Does happen.
Yeah.
Probably will happen again
Yeah.
next season. So
wasn't their fault,
we
but-
do our best, keeping hold of all the wires when I speak in a glass house, try not to throw the stones around. Highlight of the season for him, Ron says, was the women's Ashes. If that isn't turning on to women's cricket, then nothing will. Hearty agreement from here, of course. Plus the opportunity to hear my favourite cricketer Emma Lamb playing for England was a real treat. Listen to Russell Arnold singing Emma's praises, calling her batting classy, music to my ears. How about Ellie Threlcold's first 100 as a professional to win a Thunder's last game of the season, the first time we've ever beaten the Western Storm, a captain's knock if there was. Here's hoping we're playing you guys again next season. From Ron, thank you for that. Best wishes to all and sundry. Let's hope we all stay safe and well so as to meet up next season. Hearty agreement with that. He calls himself Fat Ronnie. Lancs fan, a Thunder fan, and MLM devotee from Fulwood, Preston Lancs. P.S. Lancs throwing wickets away instead of batting properly. Tut tut. They're steadying the ship, I think, Ron. But it's great to have your email. And yes, from a Kent, I'm going to talk from a Kent point of view here, but Tammy Beaumont's double 100. The test match, her innings is for the Blaze. She was incredible across the 100 as well, 100 in the 100.
Yeah.
But also young stars for Kent as well, or established ones. Alice Davis and Richards getting back in the England side. Rhiannon McDonald Gay, fantastic in the 100. There's so many. Alexa Stonehouse as well.
Yeah, every summer it seems just that everything is improving. The amount of the coverage is improving, the quality is improving, the renown, the respect on the players' names as well. It's great to watch, and it's been one of the best things that's happened in the last. It feels like since COVID, there's been a massive step forward in terms of things. I don't know why. I'm not sure what's happened, but it is great, and there are some of the best storylines every summer. And that Ashes series was fantastic. It could have been, if it hadn't been for the weather at Old Trafford, it would have been even better.
Yeah, we had Grace Scrivens, of course, another one bubbling under, the England A captain now, as well as England under-19 captain. One of my moments of the season was her brother, Ed, saying he got a lecture from Grace on how to play at Lords ahead of the Village Cup final, which made me laugh a lot. But but I couldn't agree more, Ron. It's a fantastic email, and would say long may it continue, that sort of off-pat phrase, but I have a feeling it really will. So
that's true, definitely. Hey, and we know how to grow them down in the Garden of England as well, don't we?
Just saying.
In comes Najjar. Attempt to cut that one away by Josh Bohannon. He's missed the ball. It's gone into the gloves of Harry Finch. It did not hit the bat on the way.
Well, I still maintain that the regional teams were only created because the counties were sick of getting beaten by Kent.
Absolutely right.
All
Exactly.
the time.
It wasn't fair. Changed the game very much. This one is cut away. Square into the offside by Josh Bohannon, who's settled for a single down towards deep point.
I think it's fair to say the region said, does this mean we can sign Kent players? When it was said yes, okay, we'll do it, we'll sign them. Where do we sign? Where do we sign?
Stop those horses.
I mean, that might be a slightly one-eyed view, but
where are we? 281 for 7. The lead is 114.
And Mr. Candy's back on. Says the buffering cleared on his screen. I see Middlesex bowling out Notts for 163 and winning their match. Oh, crikey. Come on, Andy.
Goodness me. Aaron Najjar again. This one's dotted into the offside by Tom Bailey. This isn't going to be a Najjar maiden for the first time in a while after that single from Bohannon. I forgot to mention.
In fact, he completed his maiden, didn't he, before and after lunch, a wicket maiden.
Yeah,
but he'll be the first one since.
He's been a fire blanket since about 11:45 this morning. This one's cut away by Bailey, as I say, as he carves it away. Is he going to make it to the rope? I think it is. Cut away by 4 to the backward point boundary. Sorry, Aaron. Commentator's curse.
And he also has Kent failing to chase 150, ending up 129 all out.
Is this Andy?
Yeah, fingers crossed I'm horribly wrong, says Mr. Andy. I would love it if you were.
Wrong?
But,
yes, very much so. Najjar in once again, bowling to Tom Bailey, he's had a little waft at that one, and he's not got the bat on the ball. It's gone into the gloves of Harry Finch. That was not far away from being a very tame dismissal for Tom Bailey. stood up in his crease, bolt upright, a little push, inch away maybe from the ball. But that ball is back with Aaron Najjar again. No damage done. He's delivering to Bailey. Back foot, cut away, made space nicely again. He's got some technique as Bailey. Just a single to keep the strike. Of course, that's Najjar bowling with the new ball as well, isn't it? Only 1 over old. Anyway, end of the over. 286 for 7.
It's Kentish Man on the emails. Great to hear from you as well. kencricket@gmail.com. Don't have to be a regular to get in touch. If it's your first time, just want to say how much. Well, if you've enjoyed your
first
season,
time sending an email, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, well, that would be, I suppose. Yeah, that would be. Yeah.
First ever email.
But, yeah, do get in touch. Tell us where you're wintering, perhaps. Anyway, Kentish Man saying. He's enjoyed the commentary, even quite a poor season, he says. Came down for the first 2 days of this game with some pals. Great to see Joe Denley moving and playing like his old self. Was it a rib injury that happened to captain this season? He had a couple of injuries.
Yeah,
I think I'm right.
His back has not been very clever.
As Gilchrist bowls, crikey, that's a wobbler.
It is.
And that's a huge. That's I'm not sure, but it's a swing and a miss, isn't it, from Bailey?
Yes, I feel like I did steal you over, so I'm very
I've
sorry.
kind of lost the thread myself, so I really don't.
But you can have.
Kentish Man saying the round of applause that Joe Denley got on his 100 at the Nackington Road End was enhanced by the enthusiastic woofing and tail wagging of a couple of amusing dogs. Well, none the worse for that. As Gilchrist bowls, rising delivery, seen off actually really well by Bailey. Looked like it might have him in trouble, but he steered that down behind backward point, and that will be 4 for him. He goes on to 20. Lancashire 290 for 7 now, 123 ahead. Some fun chit-chat with the friendly Lancs fans reminded me of my time in Lancashire, he says. I thought I'd throw in the above Lancs idiom on tenterhooks, he says. But Kent fans will get the meaning all too well. Can Scott explain, perhaps? I don't know what the origin of on tenterhooks is, but we've used it a couple of times, I think, already on the commentaries. But
yeah, and it certainly describes how I'm feeling.
Come on, Kent, get across the line this time, says Kentish Man. Alex got all sorts of stats for you, Kent fans. That's a good delivery from Nathan Gill. He's showing a little bit of spite here as well, isn't he?
Yeah,
I wonder if that's what.
His back there.
I wonder what the captain has said. Perhaps he even said last spell of the season, Nathan. Just go and bowl as fast as you can.
There. Don't come back to the dressing room with anything.
That was good, even though it was slightly leg side from him. Apologies, Lancs fans. Very much concentrating on Nathan Gilchrist. He's had a horrible season, though. Blighted by injuries. Just good to see him bowling with some proper pace. And does now. Just seen away. That's a great stop, actually, by Daniel Bell-Drummond at Gully. That should have gone for 4 and didn't. It was Bailey trying to steer it past him. Great to hear from you, Kentish fans. Thank you. Nottinghamshire 46 for none, by the way. 161 raw. It's still a lot of runs.
48 and change overs left.
Yeah. They've got time. Middlesex need 10 wickets, and that could relegate Kent. Here's Gilchrist on leg stump. It's Bailey seeing it back past the bowler up to.
I tell you what, I don't know how Tom Bailey only averages 19. He can bat.
Yeah.
As Scott mentioned, I think his best is 77, but he's got batting technique.
So he's
plenty of it.
He's really well organised. He plays really well straight, apart from anything else. He's not.
He's a big unit as well, but he moves his arms quite quickly, which is hard to do when you're that tall.
I'd certainly,
as you might know,
attest to that.
Cole.
Yeah, well, yeah. Anywhere near a cricket ball was always my problem. 290 for 7. Well, certainly in this game, end of the over. No, I'd agree. And he's not just a. Quite often see with tall players, they're good on the drive, the on and off drive. That's fine if they can get a full ball, but it's things like those deft little cuts, I think, and steers down through backward point.
Gets his elbows up very high as well.
Yeah.
It takes a while because you've got longer limbs. Surely it takes longer for the brain signals to get there. So I'm impressed. I am.
Moments.
He's doing a fine job.
But yeah. Looks very good indeed. Alan saying, this was before the new ball was taken. Why not take the new ball and keep the spinners on? Extra bounce, create confusion in the batter's mind. A Baz ball approach. I think the more prominent seam is not great for spinners. Is that right?
That's what I understand. However, they are doing exactly as Alan suggested.
Alan saying, enjoying the commentary, though odd at listening at the ground as I'm a ball in front. Do you feel kind of psychic out there, Alan? There you go. You know what we're going to say.
I did see a few earpieces earlier on, actually. As Najjar comes in, this is a spinner with a new ball. This one's guided away by Bohannon. down past the slips, just for an easy single. Yeah, Nijar, I don't know if Nijar would have chosen to take the new ball and bowl with it. However, he's doing what he can. He's here on a job audition, essentially, so I'm sure he'll be impressing people with his attitude. And run rate has slowed significantly up the road. This one's carved away by Tom Bailey into the offside.
Yes.
No run there. Yeah, it's slowed down. 10 overs gone at Trent Bridge, 48 for no loss or not.
They're just giving Middlesex a chance. Ian, thank you for your email. Won't be a second.
As Najjar comes in, bowls to Bailey, comes forward, ball beats the bat, but there's no edge.
Ian from Norcross Cricket Club, just forwarding us the PCA Men's Team of the Year.
Yeah, I did mention it.
Oh, you did?
No,
Sorry.
I just mentioned that there is a Kent player in it, so if you want to do the honours.
Yeah, we'll do that at the end of the over. Thank you for that, Ian.
As Najjar bowls again to Bailey, forward in defence, squirts out into the offside, no run.
And yes, I'm humming
That
at
is a
Ian's
team.
comment on the end of that one, and I'm probably going to agree with it too, Ian. So there we go.
It's very different to the BBC Championship Team of the Year because, of course, there's a lot of pyjama cricket in that one.
Okay.
Najjar,
Okay.
This one's guided away into the offside. I don't think it would have been a catch opportunity for Daniel Bell-Drummond.
That's making more sense in terms of the selections
Yes,
there, and overseas players in it as well.
Yeah. It is white ball.
Although,
I think overseas
sorry,
you can have overseas
Kent
anyway.
Champions as well. Of course, Swarmer's in it, isn't he?
Yeah. Najjar in once again, leg side that one. Tries to follow it, does Tom Bailey. Doesn't get anything on it. Nicely dealt with by Harry Finch. That was the end of the over.
I thought Dan Worrell might make the nominations for that.
For the Champo or the
PCA. For the
PCA?
BBC one.
He didn't. Oh no, for the nominations, I think he
Yeah.
might have done. Yeah.
Oh. Must have missed him while I was scrolling down. In my haste to put Sam Cook in the 11, that'd be it. 'Cause I don't care how many wickets he's taken. I think he's brilliant.
Yeah.
As I said, it's a sentimentality. Or it's the eye test
I
thing, isn't it?
understand.
Love watching him.
Because
so
he does
he's
it
in my
here
team.
as well. If you see him do it to you in
Absolutely,
front
yeah.
of you,
And
he even did it in the Lions
and
game
at
here
Chelmsford.
as well. He just
Yeah.
loves it. Absolutely.
What
loves
a player.
Yeah.
So the PCA Team of the Year, it's led by. Well, sorry, it's not. They have a captain. Oh no, it's led by their number 7 or 8 batter there. But openers. This is an all-format team, is that right? You're saying, Alex? So, by one Daniel Bell-Drummond, we've heard of him.
Good player. I've
I
heard
suppose
of him.
combined across the formats, yes, that's
Is
a
that the
compelling case.
2020 ton?
Yeah, 300 against Northants, of course.
Gilchrist comes in. That's just worked off his pads by Bohannon into the leg side.
Sorry,
for a
thank you
single.
for taking up the cudgels there.
Right.
Daniel Bell-Drummond, Alex Lees, who did seem pretty irresistible in the championship. So, James Vince, Joe Clark, who was great here for Notts as well. Joe Clark, James Rue. Was unsurprisingly Ryan Higgins, good all-format cricketer.
He was in my championship team of the year as well, to be fair. But yes,
big fan of his as well, but didn't quite make it for me. Liam Dawson definitely did, and to captain the side. Simon Harmer again from doubles up from the BBC side. Gilchrist now bowling to Bailey again. It's good technique. He's seen it off middle stump up to mid off, and there's no run. Dan Worrell, Matt Henry. Don't mention
Matt Henry. I've heard of him.
And Sam Cook. Every credit to all those named, says Ian from Norcross Cricket Club. But how Josh Bohannon hasn't made this 11, I just do not know.
Yeah, that's a bit crazy.
Yes.
You see, Matt Henry had a very, very good spell. The 2020 Blast was very good as well.
Yeah.
This is Gilchrist
Yeah.
delivering again, worked away into the leg side by Bailey. Sorry, I'm not sure. Are we
No, that's
alternating
fine.
balls at the
No,
moment?
you
I didn't like to
gallantly stepped in when I was reading an email to do the actual cricket.
Radio
But
side.
I'll tell you what, I'll do the next 3 balls and we'll
You
get
do
back
that,
to it.
yes,
We'll get
that's fine.
back in rhythm.
Well, unless you want rid of me, because Scott's back now. Do you want me to go?
I
Do you wanna-
don't
do you
know
wanna
whether
talk about cricket on
the
the radio,
rotation is
Scott?
all wobbly now.
You're
I
very
don't know where
welcome.
we are.
I don't know. What's the time? Do you have an update?
I
No?
do have a 2:30. So I think you are due to you're due to rotate out next. I think because Gilchrist bowls to Bohannon.
Shall I go at
Just on the front
2:30?
foot.
2:30?
Why don't you?
Yeah, there we go. That's the thumbs up.
Mike from Horling in Rochester. Great to hear from you, Mike, once again. And thank you for your thanks. You've been keeping us company this summer as well, Mike, so thank you for
It
that.
wouldn't be the same if no one was listening and no one was interacting.
No, it's just...
Interaction is often some of the most fun of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Sounds a bit cheesy to say how much we value it, but it is just great. And I think you contribute, Mike, for instance, it's great for other listeners as well, because something you say will spark off a
Spark
memory or whatever.
It's
so
like a big chat, really, isn't it? There were some lovely messages floating around on the website formerly known as Twitter last night. Andrew Rad was getting some interactions from people basically saying how much they appreciate the service, the public service provided by all the people at the BBC in terms of commentary, hopefully live text as well. I don't know.
I mean, Radders is an absolute, what a diamond that man is.
Legend.
Crikey.
Absolutely legend.
His Gilchrist outside the off stump, through the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. So, yeah.
We're very lucky with the people that we've got to work with.
Well, and to be honest, our listeners as well. Crikey, this is going to sound like mutual appreciation. So, Mike, I'm just going to read your email. Shall we do that? Looking back on the season, why have Kent found it necessary to use so many players in all formats of the game? 26 in the Championship, I counted, Mike. Am I just adding fuel to the fire there? Especially as the club captain is not included in the last few Championship matches. He says, in order that we don't struggle to retain First Division status again next year, we must have at least one quality fast bowler. I mean, that will be on the list, won't it, for Simon Cook, I'm sure.
I don't think they don't want one. I think it's just there's a lot of answers to those questions, including the loaded ones. But I think injuries have been a real problem for Kent. They've had bad luck with overseas players.
I mean, I would say I have never do take the
This is Aaron Najjar, who's bowling from the Leckington Road end to Tom Bailey, who comes forward in defence. Back to him.
I probably can't go through all the twists and turns. I probably don't know them all. The ones I've been told that led up to Wes Agar, who was a great signing in the end, arriving at Kent, were mad, absolutely ridiculous.
Indeed. Najjar again. This one squirts down to the offside. Bohannon wanted strike. Tom Bailey sends him back.
We have this player. He's been called up. Can't have him. We have this player. He's injured. We have this player. He's just come back from injury. Oh no, he's been, etc., etc., wasn't it, at the beginning of the season? Just mad.
Well, even all the way through to Najjar comes in again. This one driven away by Bailey nicely. There's going to be one run there at least. Yeah, that's it. Fielded nicely as well. And
I think it's fair to say none of that was because due diligence wasn't done. It was circumstantial. I mean, Ben Lister at the end of the season.
Exactly.
Was that in?
We might have this bloke this week. Oh no, he's been called up to New Zealand. Oh no, we won't have him because he's just pulled up injured.
Now he's injured.
It's just
so I think on the overseas front, that really hurt them this year.
That's not by design. That's just sheer bad luck. And there is such a thing as luck sometimes. Back foot cut away, square by Bohannon, straight to the fielder at point. And there's no run there.
But having said that, I said this early in the week and last week as well. Kent are in this position because this is how well they played.
The bottom three this year.
Played.
I think that's no one would argue with that. This one's just nudged away into the leg side by Bohannon. And brings Bailey through for a single. So Harry Finch scampers over to the field.
We're definitely not disagreeing with you on that, Michael. No. I mean, in terms of, they really do. They do need bowling additions. Simon Cook will be looking at that, certainly, I'm sure.
I think Ben mentioned yesterday they are certainly looking to add to their bowling rank, so that's no secret.
No, and Mike, you're absolutely right, I think, to pinpoint that.
Last ball of the over from Najjar, just defended away by Tom Bailey into the offside. It's the last ball, isn't it? It is the last ball of the over, yes. That will be that. Shall I depart and allow Scott to come back and
excellent? Thank you very much. Nottinghamshire 52 for none. So I do feel when we go into the, we're chatting, Mike, about your email. In no way are we dismissing your point, but just mitigating factors. We're not apologising for the counties, but I said the overseas thing was a torturous, I would say, for Kent this summer. But yeah, they're at the moment 8th in the county championship because of the way they played. So yeah, I think you're right. There are big decisions, I think, for the retro cricket to make over the close season on many fronts, as Kent fans will know. Trevor, great to hear from you. Expat in Notts. Oh crikey, you're close to the action, Trevor. What's it like up there? Here's Gilchrist then to bowl to Bohannon. Drops that into the offside comfortably. That'll be a single, and Kent haven't made a breakthrough with a new ball. It's nearly 6 overs old now. Single taken into the offside. Lancashire's lead moves on to 129 and 296 for 7 with a minimum of 38 overs remaining here. Trevor's saying, I'm sitting here listening and unusually cheering both Kent and Nottinghamshire as I can't see the Spitfires knocking Lancs over. Wash my mouth out, he says. Bouncer from Gilchrist. Bailey sways out of the way of it. He said, it's very odd. It's funny those kind of alliances you make at the end of seasons or at different times, isn't it? Wanting teams that you've never followed before to do extraordinarily well. He says, by the way, David is off to see the Stags at Gillingham with his junior tomorrow. Come on, your Stags. There we go. That's Mansfield Town at Gillingham tomorrow. It's time for me to do an advert any second. Sports are from 2 o'clock tomorrow. It's on all radio frequencies, that game, with Ben Watts, Matt Davison and Peter Lloyd. That one's a little pull by Bailey. Lovely shot as well. And having been a little bit rushed by Nathan Gilchrist in his first over, these two are settling to him now. I think Gilchrist is bowling well, but doesn't look like there's very much in this for the Seamers, does there? 300 for 7. Oh, updating our BBC Radio Kent listeners right now. Well, yes, we're looking at 2 games here, so I've got one eye on one eye on the other, and yeah, doing our best to not go cross-eyed, I would say. Oh, it's just clipped past his own stumps by Lancashire's Tom Bailey. So here, the game we're ostensibly watching, Leo, in the sunshine at Canterbury. What a beautiful scene it is in late September. Lancashire 301 for 7. Kent have done well to take 7 wickets today, and Lancashire's lead is just 134. But this pair came together some time ago. They're closing in on a 50 partnership. Josh Bohannon, who scored a century in the first innings and is the County Championship's leading run scorer this summer. They're going to have to go some to prize him out. Tom Bailey has exactly the same score as he does, 31, a very, very good tail-ender. Well, not even a tail-ender, really. Bowling all-rounder, has looked very well organised for his 31. So it looks like this will probably be a draw between these two sides. Kent hoping then that Nottinghamshire can at least draw with Middlesex, if not beat them, because that'll send Middlesex down and keep Kent safe. How are Nottinghamshire doing, you may ask? Well, I'll answer you that. They're 52 for none. They need 155 runs more to beat Middlesex. They're up with the required rate there. Middlesex need 10 Nottinghamshire wickets. At this point, they have taken none. So things going okay for Kent here at the moment. Struggling to take wickets themselves, but Nottinghamshire not losing wickets is music to their ears. We'll explain it via the commentary via the BBC Sport website and app, and during the regular updates through the rest of the day. We're very much hoping around about 5 o'clock that Kent will be shaking hands on a draw with Lancashire at the very least and toasting their survival in Division 1. But there are always twists and turns in sport, aren't they, Leo? So we're waiting for those two. 302 for 7 Lancashire. Just afraid of tempting fate, Scott, as much as anything else. It's Matt Cole and Scott Reed with you right now. Lancashire 302 for 7, and I mean we've praised Josh Bohannon enough, I think, for
all season, all season
for this game.
Yeah.
No, of course not. He's been fantastic, but actually looking, Alex and I just looking at Tom Bailey, his technique. He's a heck of a number 9, isn't he?
I know. I find it quite disappointing when he comes out and plays properly.
He eminently can, though.
Well, he can, and it's I don't like it. Don't like it. Prefer it when Tom comes out and wallops it. 302 for 7.
I think everyone's sorry to disappoint you, Scott. I think that's not what any of us wanted coming into today.
Bohannon is working the ball away to square leg for a single. And it's 303 for 7. I don't know what I can't see it. My eyesight's dodgy. I can't see the over rate on the score, but I know it's on there. I just can't read it. It's the writing's too small, but it must be plus into the teens. It's just gone 2:30, or just after 2:30. We've only got 36 overs left in the day, so absolutely miles in front. As Bailey plays off the front foot and pushed away into the offside. No run. Yeah, 31 from 73 is a good player, Tom Bailey. With the bat, he had some good knocks this season. A couple of 70s. Beaten that. He's gone through to Finch, and there is no run. I think he's got 9 first-class 50s now to his name, something like that. I'll have a little look. There's a fuller ball, which Bailey strikes firmly away through point for 1 run. Moves on to 32. Not out. How many 50s is he up to? Oh, he's got 10 now. I've sold him short by 1. Yeah, he's got 10 50s in first-class cricket. Highest score of 77, which came in a match against Northamptonshire a month or so back.
Batting at 8 or 9, though.
Oh,
that many half centuries is pretty handy, isn't it?
Yep. Another run for Bohannon this time. Down to deep backward point, so he moves on to 34. 305 for 7. Lead moves on to 138. No alarms anywhere else. Everything's going to plan for Kent. Don't panic. He's leading to Bailey. It's edged down into the ground. Gathered at slip. And that is the end of the... Oh, might be time for a drink here. I mentioned how far ahead we are. There's no rush for time. Absolutely streets ahead of where it should be. And there's only 36 overs left in the day. And we are 35 minutes away from scheduled tea break. So it'll be a slow tempo. It'll be a nice, calm, steady afternoon. Drinks being brought out for the two batters.
A couple of emails here. Andrew, born in Deal but listening from Brixham in Devon. Just a couple of hours, he says, we'll know how it's gone regarding Kent's future in Division 1. Would it be wonderful if Kent won and Middlesex lost? Wishful thinking, perhaps, he says. He's sitting in the sun, listening to your radio commentary here in Brixham, overlooking Torbay, Dorset in the far distance. Thanks for the coverage. That does sound lovely.
It does, yeah.
What a day that will be in the sunshine as well. Andrew, thank you so much for that. Great to have your company. Thanks for your email. And Gilchrist continuing from this pavilion end to Josh Bohannon, who gets nudges one out, by square leg out to Ben Compton, who fields. And there's a single run. Gets off the strike quickly. 35 from him, 32 for Bailey. And had one of those moments, you know, when sometimes when a computer live feed of a cricket match stalls, you think, there's a wicket here. Whoever is doing the live text is doing a lengthy, this is how it went. I thought that had happened at the Nottinghamshire against Middlesex. It has not. So, yeah, I think it's stalled elsewhere, but yes, they're 59 for none, Nottinghamshire.
Cruising it.
Can I just say how easy that is for you to say?
Yeah. I'll say it again.
Okay, there we go.
Cruising it.
I don't know why we bothered turning up today, to be honest. Or worrying about anything. It's all going to be fine. Mike says, you will ask. I think I probably did. Tenterhooks. On tenterhooks. That phrase. One of our early emails talking about that. A bouncer from Gilchrist, but Bailey gets underneath it. He's a big fellow, but he's proved himself very limber at the crease. The tenter, or tenterhooks, is a wooden frame on which cloth is, or was, stretched so that it may dry evenly after being milled, so it doesn't shrink. There you go. Yeah. Oh, so if it's something being stretched, I suppose it's that tension.
Tension,
Tenterhooks.
Tenterhooks, right, okay.
It's not tenderhooks. No, tenterhooks, definitely. As thank you, Mike, for that.
Tenderhook sounds like a romantic novel or something.
He says also things like step foot rather than set foot drive me nuts. Don't get me started. I mean, I wasn't trying to, Mike, but there we go. The 307 for 7. Single off that next ball. Not much attack here from Kent either.
No.
Just the one slip in, and that's Jack Leaning. It's a sort of second slip, really, and third man down there as well. Gilchrist, I was going to say, will come round the wicket. He would. Josh Bohannon's not quite ready, has a little look around, and sees a fairly well spread field here at 307 for 7, 140 the lead. Comes round the wicket, bouncer, and Bohannon just gets underneath that. And saying Alex and I, Scott, that looks like Gilchrist has bowled with a lot more pace than he was earlier in the day, and I wonder if Jack Leaning has just said to him, final bowl of the season, mate, new ball, do what you can, bowl yourself out.
Well, they've gone for this short pitch stuff, haven't they? They've got short square legs, short mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, fine legs, so he's banging it in short.
Yeah, again, that's back of a length down the leg side, and the effort ball is a no ball, so 2 more to the total. And at 140 now, partnership of 51. Tom Bailey has 33 of those, and he hasn't been swinging for the fences much to Scott Reed's irritation and disgust. He's just been playing proper cricket.
The last thing Tom wants is Lancashire to be all out because he'll have to bowl again. And the last thing Tom wants to do is bowl again.
Even his spin.
I'm not sure he can bother to do that, really.
Round the wicket comes, that is a good bouncer, that time from Gilchrist, and Bohannon had trouble getting out of the way of that one. Just did manage, though, to drop the hands eventually. And there's no run, 309 for 7. That is very much bowlers, isn't it? Having spent some time around professional cricketers, feet up.
Yeah, he's got his 50 wickets for the season. He's quite happy with that. You know, he's going to enjoy a little bit of batting in the sunshine.
Yeah, I understand it as well. And batting's just so much easier, isn't it? As Gilchrist bowls. Again, that's a good bouncer, actually. That's head high. Bohannon was tempted into it. And again, I think just pulled out the shot late. But those two short balls right at the end of the over, very accurate from Nathan Gilchrist. But I haven't shaken Bohannon out of his crease. 35 for him, 33 for Bailey, 309 for 7. Yeah, it's a hard life being well, if you talk to bowlers, it's a hard life being a bowler, isn't it? It's one of the worst things in the world.
Speaking of which, I've just been chatting to Glenn Chapple. So if you are on Twitter, and at some point it'll appear like magic.
Wonderful.
A video with Glenn Chapple. Just having a chat with him with regards to the decisions behind leaving and how it's come to Glenn Chappell's 30 years coming to an end, and a little bit of reflections on his career. I mean, you could do quite easily a couple of hours on that with Glenn, but that video will be on at BBC Lancs Cricket at some stage today. It's a ball by Leaning into to Bailey. It's pushed back down the pitch, and there is no run. He said he made his second team debut here, actually, back in 1992 for Lancashire. There's runs here for Bailey, and that's driven along the ground through extra cover for 4 of them, but forget that, to Trent Bridge via Matt Cole.
Hasib Hamid has just holed out at square leg off the bowling of Tom Helm, and Nottinghamshire are 64 for 1. Middlesex need 9 more to win that game and put, well, at this point would be enormous pressure on Kent, because there's only 34 and a bit overs remaining in this day, or a minimum, I suppose you'd say. But they're already 146 behind.
Leaning to Bailey, and that loops away into the hands of forward short leg. And there's no run. Nottinghamshire need 143.
I mean,
to win.
In a normal circumstance, you'd say, yeah.
Leaning to Bailey, forward in defence, no run.
So they've got 9 wickets remaining. They need 143. They've got all sorts of time to do it. Absolute walk in the park, but that doesn't. I'm not sure that calms any nerves on the final day of the season. Goodness.
Leaning to Bailey, squirted away down towards third man. Bailey moves on to 38, 314 for 7, so a lead of 147. Bohannon bends his knees, waits, goes back, turns the ball down to backward square leg. And that completes the over. 34 remaining in the day. 147 in front. 314 for 7, second innings. Bailey 38. Bohannon on 35. Stephen Mullaney's batting. He wouldn't normally bat at 3. I have no idea what that means, whether he wants to come out and give it a bit of a bosh, or
is it?
He wants to come out and give it a bit of a blob, but that is definitely, they've got Montgomery on their live stream, but it's definitely Mullaney.
I was going to say, I have don't like the sound of giving it a bit of a bosh. Says he, staying strictly neutral on BBC. 3-14 for 7. It makes it exciting though, doesn't it? We're not just talking to hear the sound of our own voices for the last day of the season. There's some there is still some tension, and that is well, the new ball with Nathan Gilchrist ended at this end as Chahal's about to come on. Joey Everson's warming up. That's probably about right, isn't it? Oh, no, wait a minute. What's happening? Oh, I think that's Ben Compton's idea. He's not going to bowl. He's going to get the fielding helmet on. So, yeah, Kent's going to go with Chahal to see if they can get something, perhaps with a harder new ball from the spinner. 314 for 7, the lead at 147. If Kent are going to win this, they need to take wickets fairly swiftly.
I think it's just a case of sitting in, which is what they're doing, isn't it? And actually trying just to slow it down, because time's important, just in case something daft happens and Notts lose 3 or 4 quick ones, and all of a sudden Kent are in a position where they need time in this match.
Good point, yeah.
So they just eke out a bit of time and you're just sitting in and basically waiting to see what happens at Trent Bridge and how things unfold at Trent Bridge.
So they've almost bowled enough overs for this session already, haven't they? They're just 2 more. Yeah, so they'll get more overs in before tea, which will definitely be at 3:10, or thereabouts. A couple of minutes before or after. This one padding up is Bailey, but I think it struck him on the pad. It's way outside the line, so no shout from Chahal through to the wicketkeeper. It has deflected off the pad. A short leg slip, orthodox slip. Chahal round the wicket, and Bailey sees that off. I'm wondering if that, particularly when they look at Bailey, they've seen him look more and more comfortable against the seamers and thinking, let's try the leg spinner. Let's see something that he doesn't see as often. What's his technique like there? Yeah, he's almost kicked that off a outside leg stump line, which he's perfectly entitled to do. Charles going to have to find a way through the defence and past the long front pad. That's kept her a bit low, but actually he's gone back and across, and it's a bit of a swat out into the onside, low. So again, Bailey's shown quick hands there actually to get that away to Jack leaning at mid-wicket. And a single taken. Joey Everson is warming up down below us, so I haven't seen anything of Matt Quinn with this new ball. I'm wondering if he is on the field or whether there's a sub on for him. Defended by Bahanan. Almost feels like a sort of given, a sort of default for Lancashire. It's like, well, he'll be at one end and something will happen at the other, so he'll see one off, he'll get a singer or a 2 in a minute, and then Tom Bailey will be on strike. But it just shows how well he's batting. There's usually any jeopardy when he is. And he goes on the back foot, drives into the offside. Good stop by Joe Denley, and Chahal gets through that over. Everson, was that a maiden? No, Bailey took a run earlier, didn't he? So just one off it, I think. But so Chahal, end of that over. He has 2 for 66. Looks like Joey Everson is going to come on for his first bowl today. That from the Nackington Road end for Kent. 3:15 for 7. Quick email from here, if I may, Scott. Sorry, just
go for it.
Ian, he says, sitting here in my sunny back garden in Norwich, listening once again to your excellent commentary. It's very kind, sorry. To compliment the stream, he says. I think maybe things just not quite lined up. He says, fingers crossed that Kent will survive, and if Aaron Najjar is a free agent, would you want to see him next season for Kent? That's a good question. All the best to you for the winter, and to you, Ian. Thank you very much for your email. Great to hear from you today, as always. And yeah, I think there'll be 1 or 2 who'll be looking seriously at Aaron Najjar for what he's done at the end of this season. Will Kent have him? They've got Matt Parkinson, of course, coming next season. Hamid Kadri's been injured through the end of this season. So those would be, I'd imagine, Kent's frontline spinners going into the next campaign, turning the ball one way and the other. Would they want Najjar as a third? Possibly. Are they going to turn this into a Taunton Dust Bowl circa 2010?
That's what Ben was suggesting that as well. I quite like that. Ben yesterday was saying that. Let's just produce a lot of spinners.
I mean, towards the end of the season, because the injuries to the seamers have been so have ravaged basically their squad, it becomes a matter of pragmatism to play more spinners. But Yeah, I think that'll be fascinating. I couldn't say either way, Ian, to be honest. I think he's bowled really well, and he's been in the shadow, of course, of Simon Harmer and now Matt Critchley at Essex. It's obviously it's been impossible for him to play any red ball cricket really ahead of those two. So I think he'll make someone very happy, Scott. I'm going to go with that. Some team.
Well, Joy Everson's ready, and he's got three short extra covers. Sorry, Daniel Bell Drummond was wandering up to mid-off. Don't want him there. Want him at short extra cover.
Oh yeah. And then bizarre umbrella field, but in front of the. We've seen this before, haven't we, at Canterbury? But yeah.
2 shortish mid-wickets as well. Bailey on strike, runs it down to third man, and turns and gently jogs back for 2. He moves on to 41. It's 318 for 7.
Runs drying up a little bit at Trent Bridge after that wicket. So, just FYI, apropos of nothing.
Yeah, 67 for 1, Nottinghamshire. So 140 to win, 9 wickets in hand. Probably about 40 odd overs left. Forward goes Barnum. And there's no run. I think they had 58 remaining in the day when they came out to bat, and they're in the 18th over of their second innings. So yeah, we've still got this this field of 3 short extra covers, about 10 yards apart. Short mid-wicket, mid-on. There's a deep backwards square leg. Forward goes Ban and just pressing the ball into the offside, bouncing out to extra cover. There's no run. I think Kent would feel even better if they're out there batting. Then they can properly control it, can't they?
I would say.
Nagging possibility as Barnum plays forward in defence, no run. However, unlikely. They might need to chase some runs, but
and his partnership's at what, 60 now between these two? It's been nicely done. Is it 258 they came at together at? 258 for 7, I think.
Yeah, spot on. Exactly 60. Everson to Bahannon. That's defended to mid-wicket and there's no run. 318 for 7. Some of the Lancashire coaching staff are located at the edge of the boundary, enjoying a bit of late September sunshine. Carl Crow's gone back to the dressing room for some sun cream. Applying a bit of sun cream. Everson balls and Bahannon off the back foot falls the ball away, deflects out to mid-wicket. There's no run. It's 5-3 on the final day, and there are a minimum of 32 overs remaining in the day's play, and we are 15 minutes away from the scheduled tea break.
Just watching a couple of balls of Tom Helm bowling for Middlesex against Nottinghamshire. They didn't have a slip in, which I find a little bit strange, but they know the pitch better than we do, obviously, from there. But yeah,
one of those where you tap a pitch when perhaps catches in front of the bat.
It's going to be more on the drive than And the spinner's just coming on there, but here the spinner is already on. Is Vendra Chahal, his 3rd game for Kent of his 3-match spell. If he helps them save their county championship Division 1 status, everyone will be absolutely delighted. This one's seen off the pitch, off the stumps rather, by Bailey. He has 42 from 89, Bahannon 35 from 88. So silly bit off, short leg, slip in. Again, it's good foot movement from Bailey. He just steers that out to point. And that's what we were waxing lyrical about, Alex Hode and myself. Because as you say, he can throw the bat. And tall batters very often, especially tail enders, can be good on the drive. Great on the drive. It's nice and full and they get their arms through it. But ooh, that's a turned, gripped and gone past the outside of the off stump through to the wicket keeper. It's a nice delivery from Chahal. Playing a miss from Bohannon, a rare one from him. But you don't see many tall lower order batters that can do that kind of thing, that play these little deft cuts and move their feet well. Flatter from Chahal, and Bohannon's gone after this one on the back foot. He slams it up through extra cover. Joey Everson is busting a gut to get there. Good slide from the Kent all-rounder. Will they come back for 3? Bohannon is not bothered about taking a third. He's just going to stick there. He moves on to 37. Bailey has 43. I mean, Bohannon's not even up to his average yet, is he? So it feels like he's barely warmed up. 113 in the first innings. And looking unshakable in the second as well. Close fielders for Kent. Chahal comes in. Oh, straight back at him. Was that a chance? I think it might have been. Just as I say that, drive from Bohannon. There's an ooh from the members' pavilion beside us. Chahal stuck his hand up. It was a very sharp return chance. Above his head and to his right, but his reaction, I think, shows Scott Reed that was a quarter of a chance for Kent.
Yeah, I think it was. He's not quite sure at first he'd be drifting it into the ground, but I think it has gone to him on the full, and it would have been a pretty sharp take, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
One-handed away to his right.
I mean, just threw the arm up at it, and Bailey now padding up just outside the leg stump, and that's the end of the over. Well, chances like that not going to hand maybe will prevent any chance of Kent winning this one, but a draw may be enough. 70 for 1 now, Nottinghamshire needing 137 more runs to win with 9 wickets remaining. And Kent, or Lancashire, 322 for 7, Lever 155 on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio's Lancashire and Manchester. Welcome if you're listening on the BBC Sport website and app, or other clubs' live feed. Great to have your company. Yes, these games are still very much alive and kicking. And Matt Cole, Scott Reed with you, and Alex Hode coming shortly. Actually, probably after tea, I think, at this point.
Joey Everson in and balls to Bohannon. It's dropped into the offside.
You said yesterday you were prepared to struggle through, what was it, 10 minutes after the
I mean, I can do. I'm a team player like that. You know, I can do. Actually, I need to nip away for an update, but then I'll come straight back.
I mean, that's what you're known for. You're a team man, selflessly talking about cricket.
Yeah, absolutely, no problem. And it's Emerson from Nackington Road end ball and Bohannon forward, runs it away to backward point, through for a single. Results today: Durham beating Leicestershire by an innings and 141 runs. Sussex beating Gloucestershire by 339 runs. Warwickshire Somerset, I don't think they got on at all today in that match at Edgbaston. It's finished in a draw. And Hampshire beating Surrey by 52 runs. Are the results confirmed today? It's the game between Yorkshire and Worcestershire, and Glamorgan and Derbyshire, and obviously not against Middlesex. We've been talking about that as much as this one. Are all in play. Bailey waits and drives away, square of the wicket out towards the point boundary, and gets himself 4 runs, and moves on to 47, laying up his 11th 50 in first class cricket. Lead moves on to 160, still 1 down, not 71 for 1. Joey Everson, he's in again. Oh, that's gloved, I reckon. It's not been taken by the keeper. Leg by, signalled by the umpire, who then points to the upper part of his arm. So not a chance for Finch, not a chance for Kent. the way it ballooned up, I wonder whether something wasn't bat. It was only going to be glove at best, but by pointing to the just below his kind of shoulder, so it deflected off the arm of Tom Bailey. In comes Everson. Balls pulled for 4 by Bohannon towards the leg side boundary. Just at the same time, Stephen Mullaney hits a 6 for Notts. And they're within 129 of victory against Middlesex. Lead of 165 here, with tea rapidly approaching.
Thank you, Scott. Indeed so. 165 the lead then. Everson bowls for Bohannon. She takes his bottom hand off that and scuffs it rather past his stumps. An ugly shot, seeing what I don't know what we've seen before. 3, 3, 3 for 7. End of the over then. And Bohannon has 44. Bailey 47. I don't know if Alex is going to say a few words before Scott returns, just before tea. You're very welcome to, Alex, of course. Reward the listeners.
I'm only going to do it to step away from watching the Middlesex stream because I'm getting too obsessed with it. I'm just going to give myself 2 or 3 minutes while Scott's doing his update.
Entirely fair.
See, I'm back just in time for Aaron Najjar to come on as well. He's coming on from the pavilion end this time.
Indeed so.
Switching things up, keeping it interesting.
I might just take up commentary myself if that's okay, because we're about to go into a Radio Kent update.
That's
but
absolutely fine.
Ian, great to hear from you. Another Ian. Hello, lads. Thank you for the coverage. He's enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you for your thanks, Ian. As I say, this could go. This could take a while, couldn't it? We're all going to thank each other for everything. But no, it's much appreciated. Really much appreciated. As this is worked into the onside by Josh Bohannon for a single off Najjar. 3, 3, 4 for 7. As I say many times, it's a total privilege to do this job, and to have people thank you for it as well just sometimes feels like it's too much, but no, it's lovely to hear from you, Ian. Thank you very much. He says, let's just hope Notts don't suddenly realise they'd rather visit Lords next year than Canterbury. Looking forward to next season already, Ian. Thank you very much for that. Well, we hear the lunches are good at Lords. Down the leg side, I think the players, some of them will not only fill their boots but fill their plates there at lunchtime. So I never know.
I was trying
what
to get
Canterbury
Scott
do?
on side by saying that exact same thing when he was trying to distance himself from our plight.
Shot from Bailey into the ground, straight back at Najjar, and there is no run. Thank you for that, Ian.
They're both special in different ways, aren't they?
Yeah, I would absolutely agree with that. It's Bailey leans forward. Again, there's no run. He's on 47, Bohannon on 45. Looks like this will probably be a draw. This game. I don't think Lancashire probably have any ambitions to get bowling again before long. Seen away this 5th ball of the over, and there's no run. I think it's still all right. Just about a 3-3-5 for 7 against. No, I'm not entirely convinced. That's probably Wellio. But at the end of another over, Lancashire here 3-3-5 for 7. Kent had done really well, as I said, I think half an hour ago, to take 7 wickets on a pitch that looks pretty lifeless for the bowlers. But Lancashire have settled in for an 8th wicket partnership now, which is standing at just shy of 80 runs between Tom Bailey, statuesque, tall number 9 batter. He's really a bowler, Leo, but he cut off bat 48 off 98 balls, and Josh Bohannon, who's by all stretches the top run scorer in the county championship this season, on 45. They're holding Kent up probably from a chance of victory here, I would say. So it looks like it'll be a draw here, which will be enough for Kent if Middlesex don't beat Nottinghamshire. Middlesex are trying to bowl Nottinghamshire out at the moment. Nottinghamshire could even win that game, quite possibly will do. Looks like there'll be a positive result one way or another. Nottinghamshire so far 86 for 1. They have lost 1 wicket, but they only have 121 to score, and they've got plenty of time to do that to beat Middlesex. If they do that, all bets off. Kent will stay up. If Middlesex win and Kent don't, Kent will go down at the end of the final day of the season. Yes, 6 months of cricket. It's all come to this on a sunny day at the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and app with these regular radio reports, if the nerves don't catch up with me first. And, just one from this over so far. Would you like to?
One from this over so far. I can indeed. This is Jack Leaning, isn't it? He's bowling from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Josh Bohannon, who just guides that one away into the offside. I've scared Scott away. I'm ever so sorry, particularly to Lancashire fans. Scott's going to go and beat the queues for tea. I think now.
Yeah.
He said there's no point coming back for 4 minutes.
Didn't get any lunch.
Oh dear. Jack Leaning again delivers. This one's worked away, cut away, square into the offside. There is a fielder out there, so it'll just be the single to Josh Bohannon. Took a step across his crease to make some room for himself. Brings Tom Bailey back onto strike. Tom Bailey on 49. Jack Leaning. This is going to bring up the half century. Step back and punched into the offside for a very easy single. That's 50 for Tom Bailey. A very fine one indeed. 100 balls, 6 fours in that number as well. He's played very nicely indeed, Tom Bailey. Not fast enough for Scott's tastes, but he's certainly showcased an array of skills. He's got a lot in his locker, Tom Bailey. A big locker it is too. He's on to 50.
11th 50 of his career, and averaging.
It was average was 19, yeah. He's ticking up towards 20.
Yeah.
77 is his top score. I can't believe that. This one's carved away by Bohannon again, square on the offside towards point. There is a man out in the deep to save, to restrict it to a single. They'll stroll through for a single. They're making the most of this, enjoying this. The shadows are lengthening on the last afternoon of the season. These two are enjoying adding to their tallies for the summer. This one's pulled away, square to deep square leg. It's just going to be a single though for Tom Bailey to add 1 to his tally. And that will be the end of the over. I think, have we got one more in there before tea, or is that going to be that? Which way are they heading? They're heading back that way. I think we're going to get another one in, aren't we?
Yeah, and we're well ahead of the required over rate here.
Yeah.
So they can take their time in the final session if they need to.
If they need to, who knows? That's the thing. It's do you stick or twist? Nobody knows, because it so much depends on what's going on elsewhere. But it is going to be, I presume, the last over before tea from the pavilion end. Aaron Nijar is going to be the one bowling it. Josh Bohannon's got his lid off at the moment, just letting the air get to his head. Hot work out there, I suspect. There's not been much cloud cover for a few hours. Floodlight number 4's long shadow is just about to hit the right hand side of the track as we look on. Nijar comes in from the pavilion end and bowling to Bailey. Comes forward in defence, taps it back down towards that shortish cover. There's Ben Compton, who's done some good work this week. Nijar swinging his arms behind him and into his approach. Another one's batted back down the track to Compton by Tom Bailey. He's still on 51. 47 for Bohannon at the other end. And the ball is in the hands of Nijar. Familiar motion after 3 games. This one's worked into the leg side. But there's no run there. Straight to Chahal. He's fielding a short, fine leg. And the ball's whipped through the cordon back once again into the hands of Nijar, past the umpire, and delivers 4th ball of the over. This one's driven nicely by Tom Bailey. Adds another 4 to the collection, wide of long off. Nicely done. That was a no doubt at the moment it left the bat. Joey Everton goes to retrieve the ball. No point breaking into a sprint following that one. It's another 4 onto their tally. And this game inches ever closer towards what seems like an inevitable draw. Barring anything truly spectacular. And the need for anything spectacular as well, I guess. That's the thing. Najjar has the ball back in hand. Bowling to Bailey. This time it just comes forward in defence. Squirts out to the offside. And there's no run. 4 dot balls and a 4 in this over from Aaron Najjar. He's done everything asked of him. Bowling with the old ball, with the new ball. And knocking to Rodan from the pavilion there now. This one is whipped away. He's missed the ball. Playing a miss genuinely from Tom Bailey. He's taken a step back and tried to just slap it away. He's missed the edge into the gloves of Harry Finch. And that will be tea, as Steve Watts announces as well. All eyes immediately turn to Trent Bridge and the stream.
Yeah, I can tell you that Nottinghamshire are 90 for 1 there now. They need 117 more to win. Middlesex need 9 more wickets, you were saying earlier, Alex, with a session to go. That'll be a result one way or the other. It'll be a win or loss.
Yep.
So, and if Nottinghamshire win, Kent
would do from a Kent perspective.
Absolutely. If Middlesex win, Kent would need to win here in this final session, which looks
indeed
unlikely.
It does. 344 for 7 at tea. Healthy round of applause for Tom Bailey and Josh Bohannon. They've done good work for their county on the last day of the season. September the 29th. Glorious sunshine, as nice as anything we've seen in 4 months probably.
Yeah, it's beautiful. A lot of people complain about us playing so late in the season,
well,
but
hey, we need it next September when you got Super September with all you got the blast and the one-day cup and everything crammed into September next year. So let's hope it is as nice then as it is now.
Yeah, and let's hope there are smile on faces at the end of this game for supporters of all counties.
We want cricket to be the
but
winner,
particularly the home side from a Kent point of view. No, well, let's see, 344 for 7. It's great to bring you a really engaging final day of the county championship. It's going to the wire, folks. Lancashire 344 for 7, a lead of 177 here, and they've just gone in, I believe, at tea at Trent Bridge. They have indeed, with Nottinghamshire 91 for none. They need 116 more to win Middlesex for their victory, which will really put the collywobbles here at Kent. Will need 9 more wickets. From me, Matt Cole, from Alex Hode and Scott Reed, we will talk to you in about 20 minutes' time. Yes, Jack Leaning leads out Kent for the final session of the final day of the final game of the season. And Lancashire's batters come out. Tom Bailey's 11th half-century of his career on 55. Josh Bohannon's 47. These two came together. Kent took 2 wickets in the second session, but you'd have to say that once again was dominated by Lancashire with a bat, particularly because of this stand between these two. Tom Hartley went at 258 for 7. Chahal took 2 wickets, both wickets in that session. Hurst for none, Hartley for 18. But since then, these two have taken it on. A fine stand indeed of 86. And the match situation, see Lancashire's lead extending to 177. All eyes, well, one eye on this, other eye on the Nottinghamshire Middlesex game. They're just coming out after the tea as well. Update coming from BBC Radio Kent listeners to try and explain all that in 45 seconds or under. Just coming out after tea here, and yeah, it's going down to the wire. Final session, final day of the entire season, and Kent still don't know whether they'll stay in County Championship Division 1 or whether they will be relegated to County Championship Division 2. Their game here, Kent's 344 for 7 Lancashire, so they've got a lead of 177 with a minimum of 27 overs remaining in the day. Doesn't look like Kent will be able to win this one, so they'll be hoping, well, they'll be keeping everything crossed for a draw against Lancashire on what looks like quite a flat pitch, so Lancashire would have to go some to take enough Kent wickets, even if they were to declare now, to beat them. So draw looks the favourite here, Leo. That's absolutely fine for Kent if Middlesex don't beat Nottinghamshire. The final session of their match is just underway. They're playing Middlesex, the team that are vying with Kent to try and stay in County Championship Division 1. So Middlesex have put Nottinghamshire into bat, hoping to take their 10 wickets for their victory. Nottinghamshire have just come out and hit a 4 off the third or fourth ball of the evening session. My apologies. 97 for 1 they are. Nottinghamshire looking favourites to win that game, and that will mean Kent will certainly stay up. If Middlesex take 9 wickets in the final session and beat Nottinghamshire, Kent will be relegated. I could have said that at the top, but there we are. It's a complicated situation. It's still going though. Twists and turns abound. Kent will hope it's as boring as anything in both games, and they get away and out of relegation trouble on this final day of the season. Anyway, 346 for 7 Lancashire. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and our regular radio reports as long as it lasts. Well, I said, could I do that in under 45 seconds? The answer is no. I think that was about 45 minutes, wasn't it? I got in there, out of there, got tangled up in the middle, and eventually, I think, said the sentence that I wanted to say at the beginning, at the end.
It's a lot of information to
burying the lead, they call that, don't they? Or a delayed drop, I think they call it in, don't they? Is it in articles? Yeah. Set the scene first, and then, well, wait a minute, but. Right. There we go. Leaning to, I'm asking it. Alex, because he's the expert on articles. Very fine writer. Wonderful commentator too. First over is over. 346 for 7. I'm going to make way for two commentators that can do a much better job of succinctly summing all this up. With Lancashire leading by 179, Bailey 55, Bohannon 49. I'll leave you with Scott Reed, soon to be joined by Alex Hode.
Well, this is how it's summed up. So knock these off in about 45 minutes and we can all go home. That sounds like a lovely plan to me. Come on, Mulaney, get your foot down. Stand there blocking it. 3, 4, 6 for 7. And it's going to be Aaron Najjar from the... for Kent here, bowling to Bailey. And that's pushed away into the offside. Bouncing out towards extra cover where Compton fields, and there is no run, slip and a forward short leg. There's a deep extra cover, And his left arm is around the wicket and he's bowling and forward again. And Bailey takes a single. Jogs through for one. What's he on to now? 56, Tom Bailey. And that pushes Lancashire on to 347 for 7. And a lead of 180. Alex is back alongside me. Josh Bohannon's a run away from adding a 50 to his century in this match. He plays forward and defends, and there is no run. Final session of the season. It won't be bouncing around a quick pace here because Kent have got an eye on Trent Bridge as Najar's in. Forward goes Bohannon, defends again, no run.
I often wonder how they sort that out. Is there someone literally on the balcony with the stream on like we have, watching it, waiting to shout out information to Jack Leaning?
Is Najar to Bohannon. Nice looking drive. That'll get him a single. And it'll take him to 50. Ending the season as he's played most of it in form, in control. Looks $1 million, Josh Bohannon, this year. The division's leading run scorer, Lancashire's leading run scorer. Century in the first innings and 50 in the second. Coming off 108 deliveries.
He's played very nicely indeed. They've enjoyed themselves this afternoon. There was a very strange hour when lots of wickets fell down, but the rest of it has been pretty plain sailing.
Najar to Bailey. It's pushed away into the offside. And Compton Fields, and that is the end of the over. 348 for 7. Lead of 181.
181. There are a lot of numbers flying around. It seems like the most significant number of all is 103 at the moment, which is the number of runs that Nottinghamshire require at Trent Bridge. Number is ticking down. They brought on Josh de Carey's the spinner of Middlesex. Kent have one of their own. Jack Leaning, the skipper, is taking the ball at the Nackington Road end. He's bowling to Bohannon. First ball of the over. Squirted around, a bit of confusion there. There's a run out opportunity. If the throw had been better, there was an opportunity because Bohannon set off, turned back, and Bailey was already committed to the run, so Bohannon had to reverse his momentum. The ball was shy. Daniel Bell-Drummond had a shy towards the bowler's end. It was a bit off target, unfortunately. A direct hit, and he would have been gone. If it got to Leaning's hands, he'd have probably gone as well. But he survives. A single in there. This one's defended forward by Tom Bailey into the offside. Gets down to the pitch of the ball. And it's back with Jack Leaning again. Just a little burst of adrenaline. And a very peaceful, calm final afternoon. And that one was in the air from Tom Bailey going into the leg side. It's to under Mieye. I'm not going to call it a drop. It was an opportunity. The ball was in the air. There was a shout of catch. It didn't carry. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. This one is punched away into the offside by Tom Bailey, and there's no run there. It eventually found its way past Tanda Mieye backward to Yuzvendra Chahal. The round of applause is for the 350 for Lancashire, a milestone. Just another one to tick off. There's been plenty of them as the day's worn on. They've already gone past their first innings total, something which would surprise most people when we turned up. This one's defended by Bohannon. The thought of a day 4 pitch perhaps playing better than it did on day 1 is not what many of us expected, particularly with the quality spinners available. So it's proven. This one's chopped away. Oh, I don't know. He got an edge to that. We'll see what the umpire says. Bohannon tries to cut it away into the offside. It comes off something and is deflected by Harry Finch beyond Daniel Bell-Drummond. Just a single. And a few moans and groans. It's more time out of the game. 25 overs to come. The lead is of a point where you would really not want to have to chase it. Whereas 180.
Yes.
4 is the lead. With 24 overs left. That was the last one. 24 overs to come. You would not want to have to chase down 184.
No, it's all about Trent Bridge, really, isn't it? It's all about whether Middlesex can find 9 wickets, which it looks increasingly unlikely.
I mean, if they do take 9 wickets after tea on the last day of the season, they deserve to stay up, and you have to say that.
They would, yeah. It'd be ridiculous. The jar to Bahanam. And that's played away through mid-wicket for a single. 3-5-2 for 7 now. Brings Bailey back on strike. Clobbers it over mid-off. Bouncing down towards the boundary. And 4 runs for Bailey. Takes him on to 61.
16 short of his career best. He's too good to have not scored more than 80. That's incredible. And to have so many 50s and not gone on as well.
Yes.
I'm not trying to talk him out. I'm just. It's a surprise to me.
What's his best? He's 70 odd.
77, I think.
I think that was against Northants this season, if memory serves me right. But it's all blending into one game really now.
It's a long season for those as well. I'm alright. I can dip in and out of it from time to time. Live and breathe 6-7 months of it.
There's Najar to Bailey forward. What's he managed to find the gap through cover? He's only going to get a couple, but there's 2 fielders inside the kind of the circle there at extra cover. Toanda Mieye and Ben Compton, and he's managed just to squeeze it between the pair of them to bring up the century partnership, of which Bailey's bossed it. 63 to Bannon's 34. 358 for 7. In the lead of 191 now.
And a wicket at Trent Bridge as well.
Najar to Bailey, forward in defence, no run.
Josh DeCaries has accounted for Stephen Mullaney at Trent Bridge. 101 still required, 8 wickets in hand now. Joe Clark joins Ben Slater in the middle in Nottingham. It's not enough jeopardy. I think that's what the cricketing gods are saying. Not enough jeopardy. A couple more wickets and then that'll scare him.
Well, spice it up a bit, wouldn't it? Perhaps not too much. Bailey punches away through extra cover for a single.
It's far too spicy already, to be honest. Want a nice plain yoghurt. Thank you. The opposite of spice, please.
Okay. Nice soothing natural yoghurt.
Please,
instead.
if anyone's taking orders.
Jar to Barnum. Hammered out into the offside. No run. End of the over. 3-5-9 for 7. A lead of 192 runs. So this game's still going. The Trent Bridge match is still going. What's happening elsewhere? Is there any dramatic finishes elsewhere? Yorkshire had a bit of a run chase going at one point, didn't they?
They did.
Is that still possible, or is that unlikely?
Let's have a look. I forgot there were more than 2 games
there
going on.
No, it's amazing, isn't it?
Surely they've come off to come and watch the other games.
Oh,
where are we? They're still on at Cardiff as well. Glamorgan need 305 runs and they're 79 for 4 in the final innings. Forgive me, this is Jack Leaning has returned to bowl from Nackington Road End. I didn't see exactly what happened, but Tom Bailey did not score and he's not out. Therefore, it is a dot ball. And Jack Leaning will deliver his second ball of this over. Step back and cut away into the offside by Tom Bailey. I believe there's a man out the deep, obscured by the Frank Woolley balcony. That is just a single as well. Brings Josh Bohannon back onto strike. Where do we go to? Yorkshire need 169 more runs. Leaning delivers. This one's stepped back and punched away into the offside towards backward point by Bohannon, just for another single. Yeah, Yorkshire, that's actually semi-interesting, that. 191 for 2. They need 169 more runs and they've got 28 and change to do it.
Right.
I mean, why not? Leaning delivers. This one's just kind of chopped away. Tom Bailey had to bend himself over to get that one away into the offside. There's another single there, just keeping it ticking over the scoreboard and the strike rotating. I'm not going to say going through the motions, but it's just kind of like they have to be out there playing cricket all while there's other things going on. which is probably going to be the thing that determines everything. Leaning delivers, it might have been a full toss actually, but just driven back down towards mid-on for a very slow, languid single for Bohannon. Once again, he's on to 55, 66 for Tom Bailey. Leaning has the ball in hand. 4 straight singles is that? Last ball of the over here. And he comes forward in defence. I heard a yelp. I presume that was bat on ball and just prodded back along the track. Alarmingly, what's going on here? Oh, I thought the feed had dropped out at Trent Bridge. We're all about to have kittens. Now the ask is under 100 for Nottinghamshire. I liked your plan of just get it done in 45 minutes and everyone can go home. That seemed a really pleasant idea.
It's horribly selfish of me.
You've got a long trip. You're back up tonight?
Yes, well, trains are on strike tomorrow, so
oh gosh, yeah.
it's either tonight or Sunday.
Yeah. A couple of comings and goings in the Kent field. Nathan Gilchrist has returned to the field, having been off. Tawanda Mayeye is now heading off for presumably a comfort break, or
Whipped away through the onside by Bohannon. Jogs 2, 57, 365 for 7.
do you think there's any circumstance in which they would shake hands here before the finish elsewhere?
The jar to Bohannon, that's carved away for no run.
I'm saying that more in hope than expectation.
Well, I mean, if it's possible, isn't it? If it just gets completely beyond the chance of even chasing whatever they would have to chase if it came to that.
I mean, it's going to be north of 200 in under 20 overs.
Yeah. But I don't think Kent can do that, can they? Just in case something really strange happens at Trent Bridge.
Sport has strange things happening all the time.
Don't see anything happening here until it's finished there, really. Defended by Bailey, back to Najjar, and there's no run. Bailey waiting and running it away down towards third. Takes him to 67 not out. 367 for 7. It's Bohannon that's waiting now, playing off the front foot in defence, and there is no run. 367 for 7. Just a little reminder, a little summary of what we have seen today, which has been Lancashire batting all day. They started with Luke Wells and with Keaton Jennings, eventually out for 194. Wells first to depart for 117, and then Keaton Jennings falling a couple of overs later for 74, and then things seemed to happen a little bit quicker because the next over George Bell went, and then a few overs later George Balderson, and just before lunch Stephen Croft also out. So they lost Bell for 1, Croft for 15 and Balderson for 1. Hurst falling for 0 and Hartley for 18, and then since then Josh Bohannon and Tom Bailey have put on 109 runs together from 193 deliveries. It's 367 for 7. The lead now is exactly 200, and we'll see Tawanda Mayeye.
We will see Tawanda Mayeye, which is not something you would see very often. He's going to be bowling to Tom Bailey, who I can assure you has not seen him bowl before, certainly not to him, and it's been slapped away towards Cal for 2 or 3 bounces in there, and that's 4 off the first ball. Is this declaration bowling, basically? Just trying to change something, or I don't really know. But It's the last day of the season. Strange things happen everywhere. Let's have a look and see if we can find out how often 2 under gets to turn his arm over. He did come off a couple of minutes ago. He's come back on. Not sure if that was to learn how to bowl or quite what, but he's given it a go, and he almost got a wicket there. That was he tempted Bailey into a cutaway. I'm not sure if actually held on at slip. But it's all go. Lancashire 200 in the lead. The shadows are very long now. Miayo steps through the shadow of floodlight 4 to deliver to Tom Bailey. Just tapped back to the bowler.
You said that was your favourite floodlight.
Floodlight 4, it kind of is.
Is it your favourite floodlight, number 4?
It's quiet. I don't like number 3, that's very loud. Miayo in again. This one's cut away, very fine down towards third. Might be a couple there if they want them. Well, Tom Bailey wants one, certainly. He's made Josh Bohannon's mind up for him. Ball is returned by Yuzvendra Chahal. Bailey adds 2 to his tally. He's up to 73. Is that right? It is right. He's closing in on a personal milestone. Miayo delivers once again. This one's batted back along the track to him. He's got 3 wickets in his career, his time under Miayo, which is more than I realised. This one's delivered to Bailey, who cuts it off the back foot straight to the fielder at cover, and there's no run there. He got a best of 2 for 70. His time under Miayo. Apparently this is the 19th time he's bowled. I don't believe that can't be right. Chucking his off breaks down. I don't know where I was for all those occasions. I do apologise to him and everybody. But that is the end of his over. Anyway, an interesting one. Quite who's going to take over at the other end? Have we got Chahal coming on? And we have Aaron Najjar.
Yeah, Najjar started after tee, didn't he, from this end?
They do seem to prefer it at this end, but trying something different. They are mixing it up to give credit to Kent.
This will be his 30th over of the innings. He's picked up 2 for 88. Cut away through the offside for a single. Lancashire will be finishing 5th in Division 1. That's
that feels like it's about right, given the start to the year. Hard to beat, I think, is one thing you could say.
Takes one more. Bailey here, moves on to 74. 375 for 5. If it turns out to be a draw this game, this will be draw number 10 of the season. Bohannon defends, no run. I mean, if you say it like that and you've not watched Lancashire all season, you think, wow, what a thrilling season you've had. But actually, they have played all right. They've played some pretty good cricket.
There was a weather affected one. Was it Surrey that early on, April, May time? Was that a weather affected one that might not have been a draw?
Dinked up to mid-on for 1. Well, yeah, but that was a game actually that Lancashire were behind in. Surrey probably were the better. Well, they were the better team, and they came back well, Lancs, and made sure it was a draw. Najjar to Bailey. Takes 1. Tom Bailey eyeing up, breaking, going past his highest score for the 2nd time this season, or is it the 3rd time this season? It's punched to mid-off for 1. Bohannon moves on to 61. Feeling he might have gone past his highest score twice this season.
Well, the fact his average is still less than 20 is quite staggering to me, at any rate. I've also worked out that under Miayo, that was the 51st over that he's bowled in first-class cricket. And he has got a couple of wickets in there as well. Presume we will be seeing the 52nd. He's returning to the Nackington Road end. And lead is 200 and... what are we saying that is? 209?
11.
11, that's it now, yeah.
Your lamps are as dodgy as mine.
This has been a long season. I might need to investigate laser eye surgery before the start of the next season if I'm here. We shall see. In comes Miaye. This one's just chopped away into the offsides by Josh Bohannon. There'll be no run there. Yeah, I think a lot of screens and they have not helped. And age, of course, that doesn't help either. In comes Miaye. This one's just guided away into the leg side by Bohannon. And there will be no run. No real runs of... Oh. There have been a few runs, actually.
Yeah.
Trent Bridge.
Kind of crapped a little bit.
They have. Step back and a cut away by Bohannon, straight to the fielder. No run there. The ask is down to 79 at Trent Bridge. Joe Clark is going at better than a run of ball for now. Defended on the back foot by Josh Bohannon along the track. There's no run there either. 78 required. 29 overs at Trent Bridge. This one's guided away into the leg side by Josh Bohannon for a very easy single to square leg in the end. I'm not sure their heart rates have reached 3 figures at any point today, because even when they've been running, they've not been running very fast.
Gentle jogging,
They've not been in the cardio zone, I can assure you.
No.
Yeah, delivers. This one's just tapped away square on the offside by Bailey for another easy single. Gentle cricket to ease us out of the season into the winter. The hibernation will soon be with us. That is the end of the over. It feels a bit like that, doesn't it, the cricket season? You're coming out of a cave and you're all cold in April, and you think, oh, I better go and find some berries or whatever, go and forage, and you enjoy yourself in the sun. And then you get a day like today and you think, oh, this is as good as it gets. It's going to be chilly in a couple of weeks, I better go to sleep.
It is an absolutely perfect way to end it, isn't it? Under complete blue sky and sunshine.
Yes, weather-wise, it is the perfect way to end it.
Oh, don't worry.
It remains to be
all sorted.
Scott, please don't do that. Please don't tempt fate. Oh, goodness me. 129 for 2.
And a champagne and ice.
There shouldn't be champagne, to be honest.
Well,
I'd almost like to think that there isn't. It should just be a satisfied nod.
Okay. Bailey coming down the pitch towards Najjar, defending into the offside. No, I suppose you're right. You shouldn't be kind of celebrating staying up, should you?
Yeah, it's third in a... Well, no, first in a 3-horse race.
Fair enough. Najjar to Bailey. It's going to be 4 to bring him another highest score. Nobody, a run back for 2. There he goes again. He's getting better as the season goes on. Tom Bailey, keep batting. Extend the season. Keep going till middle of October.
Yeah, he's not jetting off anywhere exotic, is he, to continue his season?
This is basically anything just to avoid bowling, I think, from Tom Bailey's point of view here. Najjar to Bailey. And lets it go through.
What I would like to see, it's not allowed, but I would like to see him bowling off breaks from one end and see him from the other, just to see. He wouldn't like it.
78 not out. Highest score of his career again. Oh, steady on. Caught. Slash one away, loops up to backward point where Gilchrist takes the catch. And it brings to an end a partnership between Josh Bohannon and Tom Bailey worth 124. Bailey caught by Gilchrist off Najjar for 78, but he ends the season in this match having picked up his 50th wicket of the year and having gone past, at least for the second time this season, having gone past his highest first-class score.
Scott, I can tell you that it's the third time.
I thought it was. I thought it might have been.
He began the season with a best of 68, which was against Northants at Old Trafford in 2019. He then improved it to 75 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston in July, and then 77 runs against Northants again at Wantage Road this month. And a very fine innings this was too, being joined by Matt Cole, who's replacing Scott, who's off to do some work. This is work, but he has other work as well. Welcome back, Mr. Cole. He's lost something.
retain only just the one marble now. Yeah, it's a beautiful day out there. Just saw a couple of friends on just near that floodlight pylon.
Number 4, my favourite.
Number 4, yeah.
It's this.
It's
It's
nice
the
up there, isn't
best.
it? Little
it's the
raised
best
part there.
floodlight. Don't care what anyone says.
They've enjoyed themselves.
Jack Blatherwick is the new batter coming in. He's not done a lot in this game since he was taken out of the bowling attack.
No, that was. That sounded bizarre.
It was very strange. I don't think it was intentional.
No, of course.
It was very unfortunate given the circumstances and the light and everything. He's out there a little.
You said that with a laugh. Very unfortunate.
No, that was not. It was
you're just
there's
amused by the
laughter.
circumstance.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was all very unusual.
Yeah.
75 required by Nottinghamshire to win that game against Middlesex at Trent Bridge. There are 28 overs left.
Yeah, they got plenty of time there.
We're down to 17 here, is it? I think.
Yes, although there'll be time.
17 and 2.
Yeah.
Balls, that's it.
There'll be time available until 5:30. Because the bowling overs too quickly, obviously there'll be that time available.
I think we had this chat a couple of times earlier on, but I think they're just going to wait and see what happens elsewhere. 3 wickets for Aaron Najjar, which I'm not sure we've mentioned. 3 for 95 so far. He's in once again. This one's guided away by Blatherwick into the leg side. Big shout of no from Josh Bohannon sends him back. 1 ball to come of this over. Aaron Najjar, if you call this an audition or job interview, or whether it's for Kent or for another team, I think you have to say his 3 games have been pretty successful, haven't they? The bat and the ball. Here's the last ball of his over, flighted up to Blatherwick, who just defends into the offside, and there'll be no run there. That's the end of the over. 382 for 8 now, a lead of 215, 17 overs. The last thing Kent will want is to have to chase that.
Yes. Joe Clark is trying to make that a very unlikely scenario, isn't he? 22 from 18 so far. At Trent Bridge, and they're 132 for
Sam Robson has been bowling, so I mean he's already going to get Player of the Year, but he's trying to write himself into absolute folklore and get a stand named after him at Lords, I think.
It might happen in that case, yeah.
Yeah, if he takes an 8 for now. We have tea. You have tea bowling from the other end.
Yes, to under Mieye.
Yeah.
Noticed him coming on for. I should be checking my records, see if he's bowled in the championship yet this season. You may have done that already.
I know he's bowled on 6 occasions.
There we go. This one's just nudged up to long on.
I think this is his 53rd over, and he's got 3 wickets.
Thank you very much. Not this season though.
That I didn't get that far.
No, I don't believe he has this season, from my records. But you can correct me at home. It's probably best you do. Ooh, so that squirted through everything. That from Mieye. He ran off with his head in hands with a yowl. That wasn't it? From Mieye.
It was.
Let's look at the replay of that one.
I reckon that's come off the edge, and Finch has not taken it cleanly.
I think we'll have the replay. Oh no, I'm a ball behind.
Now you know how the people on the stream feel.
I was going to say, Phil the joke is in here. On the back foot, Blatherwick carves that away for a single. Thank you, the punchline.
Oh no, that's a wicket. Oh, there's a wicket at Trent Bridge. It is Joe Clark has gone for 22.
Joe Clark, never liked him. Never liked him.
I'm not going to enter this conversation. At 133 for 3.
That's fair. He's a fine batsman. This one's blocked out by Bohannon, and there is no run.
74 runs required by Nottinghamshire. 7 wickets in hand.
How you doing, Kent fans at home?
27 overs and 4 balls left. Why does it have to be like this?
That's all the fun. Mieye then bowls to Bohannon. Squeezes forward on this one, and there is no run. Still waiting for that the replay actually of the. I thought when you said it was a wicket, you were looking at the replay,
no,
but
I wish.
no.
I wish. I do think it was.
I
think it was an outside edge, which Finch did not take.
back foot. All academic now, just waiting to see. Waiting for my stream to catch up with what happens at the end of the over anyway. Here, 384 for 8. I'm sure. Yeah. Looked like it might have been edge. 384 for 8. And updating BBC Radio Kent listeners on the radio right now. And with Leo Elf on this Friday drive time show. I don't think there's any chance of Kent winning this game now. Lancashire 384 for 8, leading by 217 with 16 overs remaining. So that will be beyond Kent, even if they were to take 2 very quick wickets now. They got rid of Tom Bailey, but after a long century stand with Josh Bohannon, he went for 78. The bowling all rounder. Josh Bohannon has 63 to add to his 113 in the first innings. So Kent, they'll be fine with a draw here, and that looks like where this game is going, but only if Nottinghamshire beat Middlesex. If Middlesex beat Nottinghamshire, if that's the other way round, Kent will be relegated if they draw this match. The situation in that game at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire have just lost a wicket, but they're 134 for 3. They need 73 more runs. Middlesex need 7 wickets before they do that to win the game and almost certainly relegate Kent if that happens. So we've got an eye on both games. Looks like this one is drawing towards a draw. That one is certainly going to be a result at Trent Bridge. You can't see that being a draw. Either Nottinghamshire are going to win and save Kent from the drop, or Middlesex are going to win and condemn them to Division 2 cricket next season. Right to the wire then. Commentary continuing via the BBC Sport website and with regular radio reports. As long as these games last, we'd be happy to shake hands on a draw here with Middlesex beaten, but I think it's going to go on a bit longer than that, Leo. That's Nijar's bowling. Oh, was that an edge? Don't think it was.
I don't think it was.
Just spun and it was... Came off Harry Finch's gloves. Yeah, sharp chance it looked off Miaye, didn't it, in the previous over? It's actually hit him on the pads, I think. Finch, if it has taken the edge, and Miaye's reaction made it sound like it probably was.
You know what young people are like? They're very dramatic.
is that right?
Yeah.
During the offside, there's no run. These young people and their drama.
Yeah.
It's got more energy. That's probably what it is.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
You'll have to jump up and down at short leg all day and after bowling deliveries as well.
So, Andrew, I might have missed your post on X earlier in the day. I'm training myself. I haven't said Twitter. Oh dear. For a good half an hour. He says, had said, hard to see Kent winning from here. Let's hope Knots don't just swish and giggle. They are swishing. I'm not sure how much they're giggling. Andrew now says from Japan, Middlesex looking like they're out of fight. Think it's safe to go to bed. Well, you see, Andrew lives in Japan, and I can understand what he's saying there. Is he going to stay up all night and watch the denouement of this? But Andrew, it's been great to have your company. Thank you for all your tweets, your posts, keeping us company during the summer. It's been great fun and a lot of great contributions from you. Thank you for that. So Miaye outside the off stump, and Bohannon cuts away, and it's a single. Looking forward to Nijar parking Kadri bowling at the Bunsen Lawrence ground next season. Talking earlier about should they sign Aaron Nijar and just go with...
Don't need any seamers anyway, do we?
No, just with a bit of gentle medium pace to take the shine off the ball will be fine. As one who bowls that kind of... Oh no, I'm not opening that kind of worms. Oh, I almost got through a whole season. 387 for 8. I don't think anyone will know what I'm referring to, Alex. It's fine. So, Miaye continuing here. I'm just talking through all the overs now, and I've driven up to Miaye at back to him rather than
I'll take the pavilion end if you wish.
Fine, thank you very much. But great to hear from you. Thank you very much, Andrew, indeed.
Please stop tempting fate, though, Kent Vans. Please, 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 just for an hour.
And Andrew gets some much-needed sleep. And Derek on X as well. Thank you very much for your comments from all of us here at BBC Radio Kent. That's very kind. Yeah, it's once again your contributions, Derek, and we know with the Gills as well on a Saturday are very, very welcome indeed. Keep us talking, make us think, make us laugh quite often too. So thank you for that.
Wow.
I feel like I'm saying goodbye to the season, but it ain't over.
It's not over yet. There's plenty of interesting cricket to come. I've just seen a drop and a
At
very
Trentbridge?
big LBW appeal at Trentbridge in the space of 3 balls. And is that now a wicket? Are you a ball ahead of me?
There's a celebration going on, I think.
Well, that's not going to be for a run. That's going to be a wicket.
Yeah.
I think you're a ball ahead of me. The pressure has been building. There we go.
Sam Robson has taken a wicket.
He has. He's got Ben Slater as well. Oh, my
He's
goodness.
going to get the freedom of St John's Wood at this rate. 135 for 4.
And now Scott is starting to understand why we've been nervous all week.
So, still by and large, they should win that one, Nottinghamshire, and save Kent.
Ben Compton, who you mentioned earlier on, would never be bowling in a million years, is bowling from the pavilion end.
Ben Compton, the golden arm of Ben Compton,
The golden
has
arm,
never bowled before for Kent.
strawberry,
I don't think.
blonde. I don't believe he has, but there's a first time for everything. And hey, we could have been watching Zach Crawley bowl. Let's just be glad that we're not. Get well soon, Zach. In comes Ben Compton. I'm interested to see what this is. He's running up, he's delivering it, right arm, and it's just worked away off his hip by Josh Bohannon into the leg side, down to the fine leg for an easy single. He runs up, has a little joke, I think, with Ben Compton.
What on earth is Robson bowling there? Is he bowling leg spin? It looks like wrist spin to me.
Tom Moores comes in to join Matt Montgomery. Moores has not got a lot lately. In comes Compton again. We'll give it a yelp. It was
Due a score is what you're saying.
yes.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean, no, yeah. I'm just saying I'm not sure I can rely on him. There was no run there. It was worked away into the leg side by Jack Blatherwick. There were some oohs and ahs, thinking the ball might have cracked underneath the bat. I don't think there was a real opportunity of that. Compton's waiting for some extra shine.
Andrew sent us a prayer emoji after that, so yes.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Andrew, honestly, go to bed now. It'll all be fine in the morning.
We'll see.
One way or the other.
Yeah.
We're missing
Another
Ben
one from
Compton bowling there.
Yeah, Ben Compton. This one's worked into the leg side as well by Blatherwick. He's in the land of the rising sun. The sun will be rising, but will it be setting on Kent's time in Division 1? All will become clear
Those are the skills.
in the next 1 hour. Compton in once again. And this one is driven nicely towards cover. There's a fielder there. Compton is running back to the top of his mark about the same pace that he's running into bowl from. So it shows that he's keen to enjoy this.
Just looking at his career figures.
It does make me think very much.
6 overs before this, none for 32.
What for Kent?
Not for Kent,
No.
I don't think.
Oh,
no,
okay,
no.
probably Zimbabwean ones. This one's a
Good point,
delivery.
yeah.
Batted back along the track by Blatherwick. Back to Compton. But, I mean, overs in Zimbabwe count just like runs in Zimbabwe do as well. He'll be the first to tell you that.
He's literally turned his arm over 36 times in first-class cricket.
36 deliveries?
Mm.
Wow. That's going to be 42 after this, barring anything spectacular. In he comes. It's definitely the pace has slowed. This one's worked into the leg side, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. No run there. Just the one off the first ball of that over. A nice round of applause. It's the last session of the last day of the season. Anything can happen.
Yes, and has, frankly.
Yeah,
I mean,
might be more.
Sam Robson has, is it 1 for 5 at the moment? Don't think anyone was expecting.
He was applying pressure, actually, to be honest, from what I
Yeah.
saw when I was looking down, not up. He, there was a slip catch which went down. There was an LBW, and he really wanted it.
Yadav's bowling now for Middlesex at Nottinghamshire. This game, the pressure appears to be off on this one. I think. I mean, Kent have given up chasing a win here. What Scott was saying about the Lancashire bowlers, they're not really very interested in going through the motions of bowling at Kent here. They're 221 ahead, and so just like a bit of a phony war, this one. And I need to emphasise that Tuanda Miyeye, usually fabulous in the field, has just misfielded off his own bowling, and that'll be a single. Oh, nice that from Matt Quinn. Did you see that?
No, what was that?
Well, he was just throwing the ball in, but he did a sort of shot put.
Oh.
But it span prodigiously.
Oh.
Maybe he's going to come on from the...
I wondered.
Yeah. He's not bowled, is he? Today?
He went down in a heap earlier on, and the ball beat him to go to the boundary, and he went down, and I just wonder if he did something to hurt himself, because he stayed down on the ground for a good 20-30 seconds.
Right.
And I wonder if he's actually returning the ball that way, if he's done something to his elbow perhaps, or...
Maybe.
We'll keep an eye on
I think
him.
it was more out of fun than anything else,
well,
but yeah.
We shall see. It'll probably come on now and make me look stupid.
So Yeye bowls to Blatherwick, seeing that back at him, and there's no run. So, yeah, so this game looks very much like, if they get through the required overs, that it will be done, I'd imagine, if Kent offer a handshake at 5.
Would they actually do that before the other game is finished, though? Does it send the wrong message almost?
222 lead with 12 overs to go.
Yeah, I know. I understand it.
I see what you're saying, but yeah, I don't know. Good question. It may be, as you say, we will be sitting and waiting and watching.
Yeah.
What happens at Trent Bridge?
25 overs left at Trent Bridge. It's
and the target?
Double the amount here. They need 70, I think.
Oh, I suppose actually.
They need 69 to win with 6 wickets in hand from 25 overs.
If they don't make the runs, if they got wickets intact, then Kent will still be in Championship next season.
There was quite a big 2-letter word in there. It was an if.
Oh yeah.
If. The most important word in sport.
Quite a lot of ifs. Sean says, Sean's got double screen on the go. On X, thank you very much. Your post there. Living the dream, he says. Pray that knots stay awake.
Yeah.
Is that? Maybe you look like you're on a plane for a moment now. I don't think you are, surely. Yeah. But thank you for your post. Bit of fun, isn't it? End of the over. 389 for 8. This game is we're not even cruising towards a draw. It's grinding towards it, I think. All the brakes are on, and all eyes on the game at Trent Bridge at the moment. We'll keep you up to date with both, of course. Thanks for all your emails and your tweets, X's, posts, whatever today. John saying, "Oh, you're right. 4:20, of course. If Kent haven't taken 2, it could be as early as that. You're absolutely right." You're absolutely right, John. Because if Kent don't bat again, it's 10 minutes for the changeover. Although they have to bowl the overs remaining on the final day, don't they? And there are still a minimum of 12 required to be bowled. Or no, notwithstanding. Will they shake hands on the draw? So John's saying 4:20 finish, because it could be 4:30. No, you're right. The overs won't matter at that point, will they? It could be 4:20 because there's 10 minutes of the changeover, which won't happen. Theoretically, good point, John. We may be coming to the close of the season for Kent here, and then a nervous wait for them as Ben Compton bowls, steaming in from the pavilion end with his 43rd ball of his first-class career. Yet to take a wicket, that doesn't mean he won't. James in Thunder Bay, great to hear from you, James. Had a smile, he said, you mentioned the prayer emoji. Everyone gets it wrong. Look closer, it's a high five emoji. Nice, James, thank you for that. Let's hope so from a Kent point of view, from those for those Kent supporters. Ben Compton bowling. A little bit of shape in the air. Would that seem a little bit of wobble? Kent have made a huge mistake bowling Ben Compton. Zach Crawley was picked for the last 2 days. If he's ill, then Compton cannot replace him for the last 2 days, except as a fielder. The fact that Compton bowl means the game is no longer first class, and so Kent are relegated. I'm not sure I entirely follow the logic, but it made me laugh. Thank you, John. Crikey, he's been checking the small print in the laws of cricket as it's driven back to Compton. Actually, Josh Pan looked a little bit frustrated there that he didn't get more of that. That's what happens, I suppose, when you're leading run scorer in the county championship. You're facing Ben Compton, who probably doesn't even bowl in his own back garden. 29 for 8. And you can't get that one off the square. 60, I do him a great disservice. Yeah, it's on leg stump. Can't get it away. Tension building. He's holding down one end, Ben Compton here. 2 balls to go. And 4:19. This may well be the last 2 deliveries of the County Championship season. And then it's anxious eyes for Kent at least towards Trent Bridge. It's 141 for 4 there. 66 to win, is that right?
It is, yep.
And plenty of overs to do it in for Nottinghamshire. But also, what if wickets tumble? What if wickets tumble? Yadav's bowling there, Compton's bowling here. And I think, as I said, as John so rightly informed us, because of there being innings to go, effectively the 10 minutes of the changeover innings that Kent could bat in will take it to 4:20. Ben Compton inexplicably doesn't seem to be in a hurry to take this last delivery. He's asked the umpire about it. He's asking Daniel Bell-Drummond about it. He's given the cue by the TV executives and bowls now outside the off stump. Lovely shot from Josh Bohannon. Was there an appeal there? Was someone shouting catch it? I think that might be Kent's season.
It is.
It is indeed, as Ben Compton shakes the hand of the umpire at this end. The bails come off, and that is Kent's season over. Lancashire 390 for 8 in their second innings. And it is a draw between these two sides. Kent then take those bonus points, which they hope will take them to safety in County Championship Division 1. 12 points from the game they take, 9 for Lancashire, who are still unbeaten away from home. In 2 years, I think Scott said. 68 for Josh Bohannon, who's been exemplary throughout this game. He's 113 in the first innings. We had 78 earlier from Tom Bailey. A flurry of wickets from Kent after a massive opening stand. 194 between Luke Wells and Keaton Jennings. Kent, I suppose, even at 258 for 7, might have thought we've got a chance of winning this and not worrying about what happens between Nottinghamshire and Middlesex at Trent Bridge. Now they do have to fret just for a half hour or so. So, here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Lancashire, BBC Manchester, that's the end of this game here. And from me, Matt Cole, from Ben Watts, from Alex Hoden, all the other commentators, certainly from a Kent point of view, thank you so much for joining us this year. It's been a great pleasure to cover the county home and away once again. Perhaps not the season that all Kent fans had hoped for, but still there may be some joy to come in half an hour's time or so from the Notts Middlesex game. Scott, thank you once again.
Cheers,
always a
Matt.
pleasure to work with you. From a Lancashire point of view, it's end of an era.
Yes.
Obviously for Glen Chapel, and, and a season where, once again, unbeaten away from home.
Yeah, they finished. I think they're finishing 5th in Division 1, Lancashire, with their 10th drone match of the campaign. But as you rightly say, Matt, very much an end of an era. 30 years association with Lancashire coming to an end today. For Glen Chapel as a player, captain and head coach, he's leaving the Red Rose at the end of the season. There is reaction to that right now. You can watch an interview with the Lancashire head coach, Glen Chapel, on our Twitter handle at BBC Lancs Cricket.
Thank you all. Winter well. And until next we meet on the county cricket commentaries in April of next year, as I said, have a very good winter break. We'll speak to you then. Of course, our sports shows will be going on across local radio through the autumn and winter months. But, let's see where this all ends up. You'll hear, of course, interviews from the Lancashire and Kent teams on your BBC local radio stations this evening and tomorrow morning as well in breakfast and beyond. But from all of us on BBC local radio, thank you for listening and goodbye from Canterbury.